Section 1 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by TotalEcho. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Dignity of Human Nature, by Horace Bushnell. Horace Bushnell illustrates a style of eloquence less suited than that of Henry Ward Beecher to subjects involving the emotions, but for many purposes equally effective. His discourse on the dignity of human nature shown from its ruins is governed by the same idea which inspired Taine in his remarkable analysis of Shakespeare's purposes and methods. Whether or not the world is a hospital for the sick of soul and mind, as Bushnell thought, and as Taine concludes that Shakespeare believed, there can be no question of the great power and extraordinary beauty of Bushnell's argument. It is perhaps his best example of sustained thought and eloquent expression, but his discourses abound in beauty and are generally characterized by power. When he surpasses himself, as he often does, he is equaled only by a very few among the most famous orators of the world. He was born at Litchfield, Connecticut, April 14, 1802. His pastorate at Hartford, which began in 1833, brought him continually increasing reputation. At a time when most pulpit reputations were made by sermons on politics, he devoted his mind to the elucidation of permanent truths, and, however far short of his best he may seem to fall at times, not a few of his characteristic passages are likely to live as long as the language. He died February 17, 1876. The great characters of the world furnish striking proof of the transcendent quality of human nature by the dignity they are able to connect even with their littleness and meanness. On a small island of the southern Atlantic is shut up a remarkable prisoner, wearing himself out there in a feeble mixture of peevishness and jealousy, solaced by no great thoughts and no heroic spirit. A kind of dotard before his time, killing and consuming himself by the intense littleness into which he has shrunk. And this is the great conqueror of the modern world, the man whose name is the greatest of modern names, or, some will say, of all the names the human world has pronounced. A man, nevertheless, who carried his greatest victories and told his meanest lies in close proximity, a character as destitute of private magnanimity as he was remarkable for the stupendous powers of his understanding and the more stupendous and imperial leadership of his will. How great a being must it be that makes a point of so great dignity before the world, despite of so much that is really little and contemptible. But he is not alone. The immortal Kepler, piloting science into the skies, and comprehending the vastness of heaven for the first time in the fixed embrace of definite thought, only proves the magnificence of man as a ruin, when you discover the strange ferment of irritability and superstition wild, in which his great thoughts are brewed and his mighty life dissolved. So, also, Bacon proves the amazing wealth and grandeur of the human soul only the more sublimely that, living in an element of cunning, servility, ingratitude, and dying under the shame of a convict, he is yet able to dignify disgrace by the stupendous majesty of his genius, and commands the reverence even of the world, as to one of its sublimest benefactors. And the poet's stinging line, the wisest, brightest, meanest of mankind, pictures, only with a small excess of satire, the magnificence of ruin comprehended in the man. Probably no one of mankind has raised himself to a higher pitch of renown by the superlative attributes of genius displayed in his writings than the great English dramatist, flowering out, nevertheless, into such eminence of glory on a compost of fustian buffoonery and other vile stuff, which he so magnificently covers with splendor and irradiates with beauty, that disgust itself is lost in the vehemence of praise. And so we shall find, almost universally, that the greatness of the world's great men is proved by the inborn qualities that tower above the ruins of weakness and shame in which they appear, and out of which, as solitary pillars and dismantled temples, they rise. But we must look more directly into the contents of human nature and the internal ruin by which they are displayed. And here you may notice, first of all, the sublime vehemence of the passions. What a creature must that be who, out of mere hatred or revenge, will deliberately take the life of a fellow man, and then dispatch his own to avoid the ignominy of a public execution? Suppose there might be found some tiger that, for the mere bitterness of his grudge against some other whelp of his mother, springs upon him in his sleep and rends him in pieces, and then deliberately tears open his own throat to escape the vengeance of the family. No tiger of the desert is ever instigated by any so intense and terrible passion that, for the sweetness of revenge, it is willing afterward to rush on death itself. This kind of frenzy plainly belongs to none but a creature immortal, an archangel ruined, in whose breast of fire of hell may burn high enough and deep enough to scorch down even reason and the innate love of life. Or take the passion of covetousness, generally regarded as one essentially mean and degraded. After all, how great a creature must that be who is goaded by a zeal of acquisition so restless, so self-sacrificing, so insatiable? The poor, gaunt miser, starving for want, that he may keep the count of his gold, whom do we more naturally pity and despise? And yet he were even the greatest of heroes, if he could deny himself with so great patience in a good and holy cause. How grand a gift that immortality, how deep those gulfs of want in the soul, that instigate a madness so desolating to character, a self-immolation so relentless, a niggard suffering so sublime. The same is even true of the licentious and gluttonous lusts and their loathsome results. No race of animals can show the parallel of such vices, because they are none of them instigated by a nature so insatiable, so essentially great in the magnificence of wants, that find no good to satisfy their cravings. The ruin, we say, is beastly, but the beasts are clear of the comparison. It requires a mold vaster than theirs to burst the limits of nature in excesses so disgusting. Consider again the wild mixtures of thought displayed both in the waking life and the dreams of mankind. How grand, how mean, how sudden the leap from one to the other, how inscrutable the succession, how defiant of orderly control. It is as if the soul were a thinking ruin, which it verily is. The angel and the demon life appear to be contending in it. The imagination revels in beauty exceeding all the beauty of things, wails in images dire and monstrous, wallows in murderous and base suggestions that shame our inward dignity, so that a great part of the study and the principal art of life is to keep our decency by a wise selection from what we think and a careful suppression of the remainder. A diseased and crazy mixture, such as represents a ruin, is the form of our inward experience, and yet a ruin how magnificent, one which a buried Nineveh or a desolated Thebes can parallel only in the faintest degree, comprehending all that is purest, brightest, most divine, even that which is above the firmament itself, all that is worst, most sordid, meanest, most deformed. Notice also the significance of remorse. How great a creature must that be that, looking down upon itself from some high summit in itself, some throne of truth and judgment which no devastation of order can reach, withers in relentless condemnation of itself, gnaws and chastises itself in the sense of what it is, call it a ruin, as it plainly is, there rises out the desolated wreck of its former splendor, that which indicates and measures the sublimity of the original temple. The conscience stands erect, resisting all the ravages of violence and decay, and by this we distinguish the temple of God that was, a soul divinely gifted, made to be the abode of his spirit, the vehicle of his power, the mirror of his glory. A creature of remorse is a divine creature of necessity, only it is the wreck of a divinity that was. So again you may conceive the greatness of man by the ruin he makes, if you advert to the dissonance and obstinacy of his evil will. It is dissonant as being out of harmony with God and the world and all beside in the soul itself. The reason, the conscience, the wants, the hopes. How great a creature is it that, knowing God, can set itself off from God and resist him, can make itself a unit, separate from all beings beside, and maintain a persistent rebellion even against its own convictions, fears, and aspirations. Like a pharaoh, it sits on its Egyptian throne, quailing in darkness, under the successive fears and judgments of life, relenting for the moment, then gathering itself up again to reassert the obstinacy of its pride, and die, it may be, in its evil. What a power is this, capable of a dominion how sublime, a work and sphere how transcendent. If sin is weak, if it is mean, little, selfish and deformed, and we are ready to set humanity down as a low and paltry thing of nothing worth, how terrible and tragic in its evil grandeur does it appear, when we turn to look upon its defiance of God and the desperate obstinacy of its warfare. Who, knowing the judgment of God, that they commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasures in them that do them. Or, as we have it in the text, there is no fear of God before their eyes. In one view there is fear enough. The soul is all its lifelong haunted by this fear, but there is a desperation of will that tramples fear and makes it as though it were not. Consider once more the religious aspirations and capacities of religious attractions that are garnered up and still live in the ruins of humanity. How plain it is, in all the most forward demonstrations of the race, that man is a creature for religion, a creature secretly allied to God himself as the needle is to the pole, attracted toward God, aspiring consciously or unconsciously to the friendship and love of God. Neither is it true that, in his fallen state, he has no capacity left of religious affection or attraction, till it is first newly created in him. All his capacities of love and truth are in him still, only buried and stifled by the smouldering ruin in which he lies. There is a capacity in him still to be moved and drawn, to be charmed and melted by the divine love and beauty. The old affinity lives, though, smothered in selfishness and lust, and even proves itself in sorrowful evidence when he bows himself down to a reptile or an idol. He will do his most expensive work for religion. There is a deep panting still in his bosom, however suppressed, that cries inaudibly and sobs with secret longing after God. Hence the sublime unhappiness of the race. There is a vast, immortal want stirring on the world and forbidding it to rest, in the cursing and bitterness, in the deceit of tongues, in the poison of asps, in the swiftness of blood, in all the destruction and misery of the world's ruin. There is yet a vast, insatiate hunger for the good, the true, the divine, and a great part of the misery of the ruin is that it is so great a ruin, a desolation of that which cannot utterly perish, and still lives, asserting its defrauded rights and reclaiming its lost glories. And, therefore, it is that life becomes an experience to the race so tragic in its character, so dark and wild, so bitter, so incapable of peace. The way of peace we cannot know till we find our peace, where our immortal aspirations place it, in the fullness and the friendly eternity of God. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, Article 10, Argument Impeaching Andrew Johnson, Part 1, Benjamin F. Butler, 1818 through 1893. Benjamin F. Butler, one of the most picturesque characters in the history of any country, was, during the course of his long and intensely active life, the best hated man in the United States, and it is entirely characteristic of him that he enjoyed it. Involved in the bitterest civil struggle since the wars of the Stuarts, he probably came nearer living outside of it, if not above it, than any other man of his day. His extraordinary knowledge of human weakness, his remarkable ability to excite a white heat of anger in others without becoming angry himself, mark him as a man who belongs to a class of his own. Whether he is exciting the people of New Orleans to the deepest indignation by his acts as a military commander, or whether, as governor of Massachusetts, he amuses himself by outraging the feeling of dignity and propriety which make the Massachusetts clergy the most respectable clerical body in the world, he seems to have derived the keenest enjoyment from every phase of his kaleidoscopic life. Perhaps rhetoric offers no finer example of apparent earnestness than the sentences in which he expressed the hope that the Massachusetts clergy, who, temporarily at least, were almost unanimous in considering him a child of hell, might find forgiveness from heaven for their rash and uncharitable judgment. He seems to have looked on dignity as the starch of a shroud, and to have been always ready to sacrifice it in exercising his wonderful talents for inciting others to put on public record the qualities which excited his dislike or his derision. Below his great talents as a lawyer, his skill as a politician, his methods as a soldier, was a subtle sense of the humorous and the ridiculous, which was liable to govern him even at what his biographers must consider the most inopportune times. There is more than a suspicion of it even in the celebrated document in which he first called slaves contraband of war, for he knew as a lawyer that the acceptance of that definition of their status must involve their continued recognition as property by those who were most anxious to repudiate that legal theory. He was by turns a Democrat, a radical Republican, a liberal Republican, a Democrat again, and finally a Butler third-party man. "They have called me everything else," he said, "but no one ever called me a fool." His friends and his enemies alike accepted that epigrammatic sentence as the best possible verdict of his career and his character. He can be called everything, and evidence of some kind can be adduced on every point, amounting nowhere to absolute proof except as it completely bars any one who can recognize almost unparalleled intellectual activity and subtlety from calling him a fool. He was born in Deerfield, New Hampshire, November 5th, 1818. His father was a captain of dragoons who served under General Jackson at New Orleans. His mother, left a widow without adequate resources, supported herself for a time by keeping a boarding house in Lowell. Benjamin, however, was sent to Waterville College, where he graduated in 1838, going very soon thereafter for a postgraduate course on his uncle's fishing schooner to the banks of Labrador. He was admitted to the bar in 1840 and, after 10 years at Lowell, went to Boston. He served in the Massachusetts legislature as a Democrat and in 1860 was a delegate to the national conventions at Charleston and Baltimore. His enemies delighted to republish over and over with all possible variations the story of his championship of Jefferson Davis as a presidential candidate at Charleston. After the close of the war, he was elected to Congress by the Massachusetts Republicans. Entering the House of Representatives in 1867, he left it in 1879 and in 1880 supported the Democratic Party in the Hancock campaign. After several unsuccessful canvasses for governor, he was elected by the Democrats in 1882, and during his term, especially in his management of the Tewksbury Almshouse investigation, he seems to have enjoyed himself even more fully than he did while in military charge of New Orleans. That his great abilities in some other directions had been exercised at the expense of his judgment, especially as it involved ability to forecast results in politics, he showed in his candidacy for the presidency, the result of which, however, seemed to occasion him neither humiliation, disappointment, nor regret. Perhaps history ought to disapprove him most in his radical fault of readiness to see the grotesque side of the desperate earnestness of others, but it is doubtful if any one who studies him impartially will ever be able to resist wholly the temptation to sympathize with him in his tendency to inward laughter at the suggestion of the absurd latent under the tragic. He was chosen to open the case against Andrew Johnson at the impeachment trial, and he did so with great ability, both as a lawyer and as an orator. Article 10 of the Bill of Impeachment dealt with what was known at the time as the swing around the circle, during which, in a series of public speeches, President Johnson arraigned Congress in very much the same style of free and unstudied invective he and Parson Brownlow had once employed in arraigning other Tennesseans for attempting to take the state out of the Union. Article 10. Argument impeaching Andrew Johnson, March 30th, 1868. Article 10 alleges that, intending to set aside the rightful authority and powers of Congress, and to bring into disgrace and contempt the Congress of the United States, and to destroy confidence in and to excite odium against Congress and its laws, he, Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, made divers speeches set out therein, whereby he brought the office of President into contempt, ridicule, and disgrace. To sustain these charges, there will be put in evidence the shorthand notes of reporters in each instance who took these speeches or examined the sworn copies thereof, and one instance where the speech was examined and corrected by the private secretary of the President himself. To the charges of this article, the respondent answers that a convention of delegates, of whom composed he does not say, sat in Philadelphia for certain political purposes mentioned, and appointed a committee to wait upon the respondent as President of the United States. That they were received, and by their chairman, the Honorable Reverdy Johnson, then and now a Senator of the United States, addressed the respondent in a speech, a copy of which the respondent believes, from a substantially correct report, is made part of the answer, that the respondent made a reply to the address of the committee. While, however, he gives us in his answer a copy of the speech made to him by Mr. Reverdy Johnson, taken from a newspaper, he wholly omits to give us an authorized version of his own speech, about which he may be supposed to know quite as much, and thus saved us some testimony. He does not admit that the extracts from this speech in the article are correct, nor does he deny that they are so. In regard to the speech at Cleveland, he again does not admit that the extracts correctly or justly present his speech, but again he does not deny that they do, so far as the same is set out. As to the speech at St. Louis, he does not deny that he made it, says only that he does not admit it, and requires in each case that the whole speech shall be proved. In that I beg leave to assure him and the Senate his wishes shall be gratified to their fullest fruition. The Senate shall see the performance, so far as in our power to photograph the scene by evidence on each of these occasions, and shall hear every material word that he said. His defense, however, to the article is that he felt himself in duty bound to express opinions of and concerning the public character, conduct, views, purposes, motives, and tendencies of all men engaged in the public service, as well in Congress as otherwise, and that for anything he may have said on either of these occasions, he is justified under the constitutional right of freedom of opinion and freedom of speech, and is not subject to question, inquisition, impeachment, or inculpation in any manner or form whatsoever. He denies, however, that by reason of any matter in said article, or its specifications alleged, he has said or done anything indecent or unbecoming in the Chief Magistrate of the United States, or tending to bring his high office into contempt, ridicule, or disgrace. The issue, then, finally, is this, that those utterances of his in the manner and form in which they are alleged to have been made, and under the circumstances, and at the time they were made, are decent and becoming the President of the United States, and do not tend to bring the office into ridicule and disgrace. We accept the issues. They are two. First, that he has the right to say what he did of Congress in the exercise of freedom of speech, and second, that what he did say in those speeches was a highly gentlemanlike and proper performance in a citizen, and still more becoming in a President of the United States. Let us first consider the graver matter of the assertion of the right to cast contumely upon Congress, to denounce it as a body hanging on the verge of the government, pretending to be a Congress when in fact it was not a Congress pretending to be for the Union when its every step and act tended to perpetuate disunion, and make a disruption of the states inevitable, a Congress in a minority assuming to exercise power which, if allowed to be consummated, would result in despotism and monarchy itself, a Congress which had done everything to prevent the union of the states, a Congress factious and domineering, a radical Congress which gave origin to another rebellion, a Congress upon whose skirts was every drop of blood that was shed in the New Orleans riots. You will find these denunciations had a deeper meaning than mere expressions of opinion. It may be taken as an axiom in the affairs of nations that no usurper has ever seized upon the legislature of his country until he has familiarized the people with the possibility of so doing by vituperating and decrying it. Denunciatory attacks upon the legislature have always preceded, slanderous abuse of the individuals composing it have always accompanied, a seizure by a despot of the legislative power of a country. Two memorable examples in modern history will spring to the recollection of every man. Before Cromwell drove out by the bayonet the Parliament of England, he and his partisans had denounced it, derided it, decried it, and defamed it, and thus brought it into ridicule and contempt. He vilified it with the same name which it is a significant fact the partisans of Johnson, by a concerted cry, applied to the Congress of the United States when he commenced his memorable pilgrimage and crusade against it. It is a still more significant fact that the justification made by Cromwell and by Johnson for setting aside the authority of Parliament and Congress respectively was precisely the same, to wit, that they were elected by part of the people only. When Cromwell, by his soldiers, finally entered the hall of Parliament to disperse its members, he attempted to cover the enormity of his usurpation by denouncing this man personally as a libertine, that as a drunkard, another as the betrayer of the liberties of the people. Johnson started out on precisely the same course, but, forgetting the parallel, too early he proclaims this patriot an assassin, that statesman a traitor, threatens to hang that man whom the people delight to honor, and breathes out threatenings and slaughter against this man whose services in the cause of human freedom has made his name a household word wherever the language is spoken. There is, however, an appreciable difference between Cromwell and Johnson, and there is a like difference in the results accomplished by each. When Bonaparte extinguished the legislature of France, he waited until, through his press and his partisans, and by his own denunciations, he brought its authority into disgrace and contempt, and when, finally, he drove the council of the nation from their chamber, like Cromwell, he justified himself by personal abuse of the individuals themselves as they passed by him. That the attempt of Andrew Johnson to overthrow Congress has failed is because of the want of ability and power, not of malignity and will. We are too apt to overlook the danger which may come from words. We are inclined to say, "That is only talk. Wait till some act is done, and then it will be time to move." But words may be, and sometimes are, things, living, burning things that set a world on fire. As a most notable instance of the power of words, look at the inception of the rebellion through which we have just passed. For a quarter of a century, the nation took no notice of the talk of disunion and secession, which was heard in Congress and on the stump, until in the South a generation was taught them by words, and the words suddenly burst forth into terrible, awful war. Does anyone think that if Jackson had hanged Calhoun in 1832 for talking nullification and secession, which was embryo treason, the cannon of South Carolina against Fort Sumter would ever have been heard with all their fearful and deadly consequences? Nay, more. If the United States officers, senators, and representatives had been impeached or disqualified from office in 1832 for advocating secession on the stump, as was done in 1862 by Congress, then our sons and brothers, now dead in battle, or starved in prison, had been alive and happy, and a peaceful solution of the question of slavery had been found. Does anyone doubt that if the intentions of the respondent could have been carried out, and his denunciations had weakened the Congress in the affections of the people, so that those who had in the North sympathized with the rebellion could have elected such a minority even of the representatives to Congress as, together with those sent up from the governments organized by Johnson in the rebellious states, they should have formed a majority of both, or either house of Congress, that the President would have recognized such body as the legitimate Congress and attempted to carry out its decrees with the aid of the Army and Navy and the Treasury of the United States, over which he now claims such unheard of and illimitable powers, and thus lighted the torch of civil war? In all earnestness, Senators, I call each one of you upon his conscience to say whether he does not believe, by a preponderance of evidence drawn from the acts of the respondent since he has been in office, that if the people had not been, as they ever have been, true and loyal to their Congress and themselves, such would not have been the result of these usurpations of power in the executive? Is it, indeed, to be seriously argued here that there is a constitutional right in the President of the United States, who, during his official life, can never lay aside his official character, to denounce, malign, abuse, ridicule, and contemn, openly and publicly, the Congress of the United States, a coordinate branch of the government? It cannot fail to be observed that the President, shall I dare say his counsel, or are they compelled by the exigencies of their defense, have deceived themselves as to the gravamen of the charge in this article? It does not raise the question of freedom of speech, but of propriety and decency of speech and conduct in a high officer of the government. Andrew Johnson, the private citizen, as I may reverently hope and trust he soon will be, has the full constitutional right to think and speak what he pleases, in the manner he pleases, and where he pleases, provided always he does not bring himself within the purview of the common law offenses of being a common railer and brawler, or a common scold, which he may do, if a male person is ever liable to commit this crime, but the dignity of station, the proprieties of position, the courtesies of office, all of which are a part of the common law of the land, require the President of the United States to observe that gravity of deportment, that fitness of conduct, that appropriateness of demeanor, and those amenities of behavior which are a part of his high official functions. He stands before the youth of the country, the exemplar of all that is worthy in ambition, and all that is to be sought in aspiration. He stands before the men of the country as the grave magistrate who occupies, if he does not fill the place once honored by Washington, nay, far higher and of greater consequence, he stands before the world as the representative of free institutions, as the type of man whom the suffrages of a free people have chosen as their chief. He should be the living evidence of how much better, higher, nobler, and more in the image of God is the elected ruler of a free people than a hereditary monarch coming into power by the accident of birth. And when he disappoints all these hopes and all these expectations, and becomes the ribald, scurrilous, blasphemer, bandying epithets and taunts with a jeering mob, shall he be heard to say that such conduct is not a high misdemeanor in office? Nay, disappointing the hopes, causing the cheek to burn with shame, exposing to the taunts and ridicule of every nation the good name and fame of the chosen institutions of 30 millions of people, is it not the highest possible crime and misdemeanor in office, and, under the circumstances, the gravamen of these charges? The words are not alleged to be either false or defamatory, because it is not within the power of any man, however high his official position, in effect to slander the Congress of the United States, in the ordinary sense of that word, so as to call on Congress to answer as to the truth of the accusation. We do not go in, therefore, to any question of truth or falsity. We rest upon the scandal of the scene. We would as soon think, in the trial of an indictment against a termagant as a common scold, of summoning witnesses to prove that what she said was not true. It is the noise and disturbance in the neighborhood that is the offense, and not a question of a provocation or irritation which causes the outbreak. End of section 2. Read by Daniel, Plover, Wisconsin, February 11th, 2024. Section 3 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, Article 10, Argument Impeaching Andrew Johnson, Part 2, Benjamin F. Butler, 1818 through 1893. At the risk of being almost offensive, but protesting that if so, it is not my fault, but that of the person whose acts I am describing, let me but faintly picture to you the scenes at Cleveland and St. Louis. It is evening. The President of the United States, on a journey to do homage at the tomb of an illustrious statesman, accompanied by the head of the Army and Navy and Secretary of State, has arrived in the great central city of the continent. He has been welcomed by the civic authorities. He has been escorted by a procession of the benevolent, charitable societies and citizens and soldiers to his hotel. He has returned thanks in answer to addresses of the mayor and the citizens who have received him. The hospitality of the city has provided a banquet for him and his suite, when he is again expected to address the chosen guests of the city, where all things may be conducted in decency and in order. While he was resting, as one would have supposed he would have wished to do, from the fatigue of the day, a noisy crowd of men and boys, washed and unwashed, drunk and sober, black and white, assembled in the street, who make night hideous by their bawling. Quitting the drawing-room without the advice of his friends, the President of the United States rushes forth onto the balcony of the hotel to address what proves to have been a mob, and this he calls in his answer a fit occasion on which he is held to the high duty of expressing opinions of and concerning the legislation of Congress, proposed or completed, in respect of its wisdom, expediency, justice, worthiness, objects, purposes, and public and political motives and tendencies. Observe now, upon this fit occasion, like in all respects to that at Cleveland, when the President is called upon by the constitutional requirements of his office to expound the wisdom, expediency, justice, worthiness, objects, purposes, and tendencies of the acts of Congress, what he says and the manner in which he says it. Does he speak with the gravity of a marshal when expounding constitutional law? Does he use the polished sentences of a Wirt? Or, failing in these, which may be his misfortune, does he, in plain, homely words of truth and soberness, endeavor to instruct the men and youth before him in their duty to obey the laws, and to reverence their rulers, and to prize their institutions of government? Although he may have been mistaken in the aptness of the occasion for such didactic instruction, still good teaching is never thrown away. He shows, however, by his language, as he had shown at Cleveland, that he meant to adapt himself to the occasion. He has hardly opened his mouth, as we shall show you, when someone in the crowd cries, "How about our British subjects?" The chief executive, supported by his Secretary of State, so that all the foreign relations and diplomatic service were fully represented, with a dignity that not even his council can appreciate, and with an amenity which must have delighted Downing Street, answers, "We will attend to John Bull after a while, so far as that is concerned." The mob, ungrateful, received this bit of expression of opinion upon the justice, worthiness, objects, purposes, and public and political motives and tendencies of our relations with the kingdom of Great Britain, as they fall from the honored lips of the President of the United States with laughter, and the more unthinking with cheers. Having thus disposed of our diplomatic relations with the first naval and commercial nation on earth, the President next proceeds to express his opinion in manner aforesaid, and for the purposes aforesaid, to this noisy mob of the subject of the riot, upon which his answer says, "It is the constitutional duty of the President to express opinions for the purposes aforesaid." A voice calls out, "New Orleans, go on!" After a graceful exordium, the President expresses his high opinion that a massacre, wherein his pardoned and unpardoned rebel associates and friends deliberately shot down and murdered unarmed Union men without provocation, even Horton, the minister of the living God, as his hands were raised to the Prince of Peace, praying in the language of the great martyr, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," was the result of the laws passed by the legislative department of your government in the words following, that is to say, "If you will take up the riot at New Orleans and trace it back to its source or to its immediate cause, you will find out who was responsible for the blood that was shed there. If you take up the riot at New Orleans and trace it back to the Radical Congress." This, as we might expect, was received by the mob, composed, doubtless in large part, of unrepentant rebels, with great cheering and cries of "Bully!" It was "Bully!" if that means encouraging for them to learn, on the authority of the President of the United States, that they might shoot down Union men and patriots, and lay the sin of murder upon the Congress of the United States, and this was another bit of opinion, which the council say it was the high duty of the President to express upon the justice, the worthiness, objects, purposes, and public and political motives and tendencies of the legislation of your Congress. After some further debate with the mob, someone, it seems, had called out, "Traitor!" The President of the United States, on this fitting constitutional occasion, immediately took this as personal, and replies to it, "Now, my countrymen, it is very easy to indulge in epithets. It is very easy to call a man a Judas, and cry out, 'Traitor!' But when he is called upon to give arguments and facts, he is very often found wanting." What were the facts that were found wanting, which in the mind of the President prevented him from being a Judas Iscariot? He shall state the wanting facts in his own language on this occasion, when he is exercising his high constitutional prerogative. Judas Iscariot. There was a Judas once, one of the 12 apostles. Oh, yes, the 12 apostles had a Christ. A voice, "And a Moses, too." Great laughter. The 12 apostles had a Christ, and he never could have had a Judas unless he had had the 12 apostles. If I have played the Judas, who has been my Christ that I have played the Judas with? Was it Thad Stevens? Was it Wendell Phillips? Was it Charles Sumner? If it were not that the blasphemy shocks us, we should gather from all this that it dwelt in the mind of the President of the United States that the only reason why he was not a Judas was that he had not been able to find a Christ toward whom to play the Judas. It will appear that this bit of opinion, given in pursuance of his constitutional obligation, was received with cheers and hisses. Whether the cheers were that certain patriotic persons named by him might be hanged, or the hissing was because of the inability of the President to play the part of Judas, for the reason before stated, I am sorry to say the evidence will not inform us. His answer makes the President say that it is his duty to express opinions concerning the public characters and the conduct, views, purposes, objects, motives, and tendencies of all men engaged in the public service. Now, as the character, motives, tendencies, purposes, objects, and views of Judas alone had opinions expressed about them on this fit occasion, although he seemed to desire to have some others, whose names he mentioned, hanged, I shall leave his counsel to inform you what were the public services of Judas Iscariot, to say nothing of Moses, which it was the constitutional duty and right of the President of the United States to discuss on this particularly fit occasion. But I will not pursue this revolting exhibition any further. I will only show you at Cleveland the crowd and the President of the United States, in the darkness of the night, bandying epithets with each other, crying, Mind your dignity, Andy. Don't get mad, Andy. Bully for you, Andy. I hardly dare shock, as I must, every sense of propriety by calling your attention to the President's allusion to the death of the sainted martyr Lincoln as the means by which he attained his office, and if it can be justified in any man, public or private, I am entirely mistaken in the commonest proprieties of life. The President shall tell his own story. There was, 2 years ago, a ticket before you for the presidency. I was placed upon that ticket with a distinguished citizen, now no more. Voices, It's a pity, too bad, unfortunate. Yes, I know there are some who say, unfortunate. Yes, unfortunate for some that God rules on high and deals in justice. Cheers. Yes, unfortunate, the ways of providence are mysterious and incomprehensible, controlling all who exclaim, unfortunate. Is it wonderful at all that such a speech, which seems to have been unprovoked and coolly uttered, should have elicited the single response from the crowd, bully for you? I go no further. I might follow this ad nauseum. I grant the President of the United States further upon this disgraceful scene the mercy of my silence. Tell me, now, who can read the accounts of this exhibition, and reflect that the result of our institutions of government has been to place such a man, so lost to decency and propriety of conduct, so unfit in the high office of ruler of this nation, without blushing and hanging his head in shame as the finger of scorn and contempt for republican democracy is pointed at him by some advocate of monarchy in the old world. What answer have you when an intelligent foreigner says, Look, see, this is the culmination of the ballot unrestrained in the hands of a free people, in a country where any man may aspire to the office of president? Is not our government of a hereditary king or emperor a better one, where at least our sovereign is born a gentleman, than to have such a thing as this for a ruler? Yes, we have an answer. We can say this man was not the choice of the people for President of the United States. He was thrown to the surface by the whirlpool of civil war, and carelessly, we grant, elected to the second place in the government without thought that he might ever fill the first. by murder most foul, he succeeded to the presidency, and is the elect of an assassin to that high office, and not of the people. It was a grievous fault, and grievously have we answered it. But let me tell you, O advocate of monarchy, that our form of government gives us a remedy for such a misfortune, which yours, with its divine right of kings, does not. We can remove him, as we are about to do, from the office he has disgraced, by the sure, safe, and constitutional method of impeachment, while your king, if he becomes a buffoon, or a jester, or a tyrant, can only be displaced through revolution, bloodshed, and civil war. This, O monarchist, is the crowning glory of our institutions, because of which, if for no other reason, our form of government claims precedence over all other governments of the earth. End of Section 3. Read by Daniel, Plover, Wisconsin, February 23, 2024.
Section 4 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Government of the Tongue, by Joseph Butler, 1692 through 1752. Joseph Butler stands for a style of oratory which will always have the strongest attraction to minds addicted to directness of thought. In his sermons on human nature, and still more in that on the government of the tongue, he uses plain English as it never can be used except by one whom candor of thought has made its master. Those who hold that the use of language is to conceal thought rather than to express it, would be embarrassed if compelled to use either the language or the syntax of Butler's denunciation of lying, tattling, and slandering. He was born in 1692 at Wantage in Berkshire, England, the youngest of the 8 children of a linen draper. His father was a Presbyterian who indulged him in his wish to enter the Church of England. Educated at Oxford, Butler, after entering the church, became rector of Stanhope, where he published his celebrated work, The Analogy of Religion, Natural and Revealed, to the Constitution and Course of Nature. The talent shown in this work recommended him to Queen Catiline, and after her death in 1737, in fulfillment of her strongly expressed wish, he was made bishop, first of Bristol, and afterwards of Durham. He died in 1752. The Government of the Tongue. The occasions of silence are obvious, and one would think should be easily distinguished by everybody, namely, when a man has nothing to say, or nothing but what is better unsaid, better either in regard to the particular persons he is present with, or from its being an interruption to conversation itself, or to conversation of a more agreeable kind, or, better, lastly, with regard to himself. I will end this particular with 2 reflections on the wise man, one of which, in the strongest manner, exposes the ridiculous part of this licentiousness of the tongue, and the other the great danger and viciousness of it. When he that is a fool walketh by the wayside, his wisdom faileth him, and he saith to every one that he is a fool. The other is, in the multitude of words there wanteth not sin. As to the government of the tongue in respect to talking upon indifferent subjects, after what has been said concerning the due government of it in respect to the occasions and times for silence, there is little more necessary than only to caution men to be fully satisfied that the subjects are indeed of an indifferent nature, and not to spend too much time in conversation of this kind. But persons must be sure to take heed that the subject of their discourse be at least of an indifferent nature, that it be no way offensive to virtue, religion, or good manners, that it be not of a licentious, dissolute sort, this leaving always ill impressions upon the mind, that it be no way injurious or vexatious to others, and that too much time be not spent this way, to the neglect of those duties and offices of life which belong to their station and condition in the world. However, though there is not any necessity that men should aim at being important and weighty in every sentence they speak, yet since useful subjects, at least of some kinds, are as entertaining as others, a wise man, even when he desires to unbend his mind from business, would choose that the conversation might turn upon somewhat instructive. The last thing is, the government of the tongue as relating to discourse of the affairs of others, and giving of characters. These are in a manner the same, and one can scarce call it an indifferent subject, because discourse upon it almost perpetually runs into somewhat criminal. And first of all, it were very much to be wished that this did not take up so great a part of conversation, because it is indeed a subject of a dangerous nature. Let anyone consider the various interests, competitions, and little misunderstandings which arise amongst men, and he will soon see that he is not unprejudiced and impartial, that he is not, as I may speak, neutral enough to trust himself with talking of the character and concerns of his neighbor in a free, careless, and unreserved manner. There is perpetually, and often it is not attended to, a rivalship amongst people of one kind or another in respect to wit, beauty, learning, fortune, and that one thing will insensibly influence them to speak to the disadvantage of others, even where there is no formed malice or ill design. Since, therefore, it is so hard to enter into this subject without offending, the first thing to be observed is that people should learn to decline it, to get over that strong inclination most have to be talking of the concerns and behavior of their neighbor. But since it is impossible that this subject should be wholly excluded conversation, and since it is necessary that the characters of men should be known, the next thing is that it is a matter of importance what is said, and therefore that we should be religiously scrupulous and exact to say nothing, either good or bad, but what is true. I put it thus because it is in reality of as great importance to the good of society that the characters of bad men should be known as that the characters of good men should. People who are given to scandal and detraction may indeed make an ill use of this observation, but truths which are of service towards regulating our conduct are not to be disowned or even concealed, because a bad use may be made of them. This, however, would be effectually prevented if these two things were attended to. First, that, though it is equally of bad consequence to society that men should have either good or ill characters which they do not deserve, yet when you say somewhat good of a man which he does not deserve, there is no wrong done him in particular. Whereas when you say evil of a man which he does not deserve, here is a direct, formal injury, a real piece of injustice done him. This, therefore, makes a wide difference, and gives us, in point of virtue, much greater latitude in speaking well than ill of others. Secondly, a good man is friendly to his fellow creatures, and a lover of mankind, and so will, upon every occasion, and often without any, say all the good he can of everybody, but so far as he is a good man, will never be disposed to speak evil of any, unless there be some other reason for it, besides, barely, that it is true. If he be charged with having given an ill character, he will scarce think it a sufficient justification of himself to say it was a true one, unless he can also give some further account how he came to do so. A just indignation against particular instances of villainy where they are great and scandalous, or to prevent an innocent man from being deceived and betrayed when he has great trust and confidence in one who does not deserve it. Justice must be done to every part of a subject when we are considering it. If there be a man who bears a fair character in the world, whom yet we know to be without faith or honesty, to be really an ill man, it must be allowed in general that we shall do a piece of service to society by letting such a one's true character be known. This is no more than what we have an instance of in our Saviour himself, though he was mild and gentle beyond example. However, no words can express too strongly the caution which should be used in such a case as this. Upon the whole matter, if people would observe the obvious occasions of silence, if they would subdue the inclination to tale-bearing, and that eager desire to engage attention, which is an original disease in some minds, they would be in little danger of offending with their tongue, and would, in a moral and religious sense, have due government over it. I will conclude with some precepts and reflections on the son of Sirach upon this subject. Be swift to hear, and if thou hast understanding, answer thy neighbor. If not, lay thy hand upon thy mouth. Honor and shame is in talk. End of section 4. Section 5 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. On the Conspiracy of Catiline, Caius, Julius, Caesar. 100 to 44 B.C. Dr. William Rose, the translator of Sallust, says that the speeches in the Senate reported by Sallust, as delivered by Caesar and Cato during the conspiracy of Catiline, quote, have been ranked as masterpieces of ancient composition, and must not be considered as merely the production of the historians. End quote. He adds that both speeches were, quote, addressed to the Senate in nearly such terms as those reported by Sallust. End quote. Dr. Rose believes that this is generally admitted, and it is easily credible at any rate. Caesar sympathized with Catiline, and he was strongly suspected of complicity in the conspiracy. His enormous debts, his luxurious life, his great ambition, and his recollections of the times of Marius inclined him to look with favor on the overthrow of the senatorial oligarchy which dominated Rome. He showed afterwards that in opposing the senatorial order, he aimed at a dictatorship, supported by the masses of Rome and by the army, but at the time of the conspiracy of Catiline, his purposes, if already formulated, were not yet understood. When it was proposed to punish the associates of Catiline, Caesar was placed in a position of great difficulty. He met it with characteristic promptness by protesting against extraordinary severity as unlawful. Silenus having voted for capital punishment, Caesar, when called on to declare himself, delivered the celebrated oration preserved by Sallust. On the conspiracy of Catiline, delivered in the Roman Senate, 64 B.C. It is the duty of all men, conscript fathers, in their deliberations on subjects of difficult determination, to divest themselves of hatred and affection, of revenge and pity. The mind, when clouded with such passions, cannot easily discern the truth, nor has any man ever gratified his own headstrong inclination, and at the same time answered any worthy purpose. When we exercise our judgment only, it has sufficient force, but when passion possesses us, it bears sovereign sway, and reason is of no avail. I could produce a great many instances of kings and states pursuing wrong measures when influenced by resentment or compassion. But I had rather set before you the example of our forefathers, and show how they acted in opposition to the impulses of passion, but agreeably to wisdom and sound policy. In the war which we carried on with Perses, king of Macedonia, Rhodes, a mighty and flourishing city, which owed all its grandeur to the Roman aid, proved faithless and became our enemy. But when the war was ended, and the conduct of the Rhodians came to be taken into consideration, our ancestors pardoned them, that none might say the war had been undertaken more on account of their riches than of injuries. In all the Punic wars, too, though the Carthaginians, both in time of peace and even during a truce, had often insulted us in the most outrageous manner, yet our ancestors never improved any opportunity of retaliating, considering more what was worthy of themselves than what might, in justice, be done against them. In like manner, conscript fathers, ought you to take care that the wickedness of Lentulus and the rest of the conspirators weigh not more with you than a regard to your own honor, and that, while you gratify your resentment, you do not forfeit your reputation. If a punishment, indeed, can be invented adequate to their crimes, I approve the extraordinary proposal made. But if the enormity of their guilt is such that human invention cannot find out a chastisement proportioned to it, my opinion is that we ought to be contented with such as the law has provided. Most of those who have spoken before me have, in a pompous and affecting manner, lamented the situation of the state. They have enumerated all the calamities of war, and the many distresses of the conquered, virgins and youths violated, children torn from the embraces of their parents, matrons forced to bear the brutal insults of victorious soldiers, temples and private houses plundered, all places filled with flames and slaughter, finally nothing but arms, carcasses, blood, and lamentations to be seen. But for the sake of the immortal gods, to what purpose were such affecting strains? Was it to raise in your minds an abhorrence of the conspiracy, as if he, whom so daring and threatening a danger cannot move, could be inflamed by the breath of eloquence? No, this is not the way, nor do injuries appear light to anyone that suffers them. Many stretch them beyond their due size. But, conscript fathers, different allowances are made to different persons. When such as live in obscurity are transported by passion to the commission of any offenses, there are few who know it, their reputation and fortune being on a level. But those who are invested with great power are placed on an eminence, and their actions viewed by all, and thus the least allowance is made to the highest dignity. There must be no partiality, no hatred, far less any resentment or animosity in such a station. What goes by the name of passion only in others, when seen in men of power, is called pride and cruelty. As for me, conscript fathers, I look on all tortures as far short of what these criminals deserve. But most men remember best what happened last, and forgetting the guilt of wicked men, talk only of their punishment, if more severe than ordinary. I am convinced that what Decius Silanus, brave and worthy man, said was from his zeal to the state, and that he was neither biased by partiality nor enmity. Such is his integrity and moderation as I well know. But his proposal appears to me not, indeed, cruel, for against such men what can be cruel, but contrary to the genius of our government. Surely, silliness, you were urged by fear, or the enormity of the treason, to propose a punishment quite new? How groundless such fear is, it is needless to show, especially when, by the diligence of so able a consul, such powerful forces are provided for our security. And, as to the punishment, we may say, what indeed is the truth, that, to those who live in sorrow and misery, death is but a release from trouble, that it is death which puts an end to all the calamities of men, beyond which there is no room for care and joy. But why, in the name of the gods, did not you add to your proposal that they should be punished with stripes? Was it because Porcian law forbids it? But there are other laws, too, which forbid the putting to death a condemned Roman, and allow him the privilege of banishment? Or was it because whipping is a more severe punishment than death? Can anything be reckoned too cruel or severe against men convicted of such treason? But if stripes are a lighter punishment, how is it consistent to observe the law in a matter of small concern, and disregard it in one that is of greater? But you will say, quote, who will find fault with any punishment decreed against traitors to the state? End quote. I answer, time may. So may sudden conjunctures, and fortune, too, that governs the world at pleasure. Whatever punishment is inflicted on these parricides will be justly inflicted. But take care, conscript fathers, how your present decrees may affect posterity. All bad precedents spring from good beginnings, but when the administration is in the hands of wicked or ignorant men, these precedents, at first just, are transferred from proper and deserving objects to such as are not so. The Lacedaemonians, when they had conquered the Athenians, placed 30 governors over them, who began their power by putting to death, without any trial, such as were remarkably wicked and universally hated. The people were highly pleased at this, and applauded the justice of such executions. But when they had, by degrees, established their lawless authority, they wantonly butchered both good and bad without distinction, and thus kept the state in awe. Such was the severe punishment which the people, oppressed with slavery, suffered for their foolish joy. In our own times, when Sylla, after his success, ordered Damasippus and others of the like character, who raised themselves on the misfortune of the state, to be put to death, who did not condemn him for it? All agreed that such wicked and factious instruments, who were constantly embroiling the commonwealth, were justly put to death. Yet this was an introduction to a bloody massacre, for whoever coveted his fellow citizen's house, either in town or country, nay, even any curious vase or fine raiment, took care to have the possessor of it put on the list of the proscribed. Thus they who had rejoiced at the punishment of Damasippus were soon after dragged to death themselves, nor was an end put to this butchery till Sylla had glutted all his followers with riches. I do not, indeed, apprehend any such proceedings from Marcus Cicero, nor from these times. But in so great a city as ours there are various characters and dispositions. At another time, and under another consul, who may have an army too at his command, any falsehood may pass for fact, and when on this precedent the consul shall, by a decree of the Senate, draw the sword, who is to set bounds to it? Who to moderate its fury? Our ancestors, conscript fathers, never wanted conduct nor courage, nor did they think it unworthy of them to imitate the customs of other nations, if they were useful and praiseworthy. From the Samnites they learned the exercise of arms, and borrowed from them their weapons of war, and most of their ensigns of magistracy from the Tuscans. In a word, they were very careful to practice whatever appeared useful to them, whether among their allies or their enemies, choosing rather to imitate than envy what was excellent. Now, in those days, in imitation of the custom of Greece, they inflicted stripes on guilty citizens, and capital punishment on such as were condemned. But when the commonwealth became great and powerful, and the vast number of citizens gave rise to factions, when the innocent began to be circumvented, and other such inconveniences to take place, then the portion and other laws were made, which provided no higher punishment than banishment for the greatest crimes. These considerations, conscript fathers, appear to me of the greatest weight against our pursuing any new resolution on this occasion. For surely their share of virtue and wisdom, who from so small beginnings raised so mighty an empire, far exceeds ours, who are scarce able to preserve what they acquired so gloriously. Quote, "What? Shall we discharge the conspirators?" End quote. You will say, quote, "To reinforce Catiline's army?" End quote. By no means, but my opinion is this, that their estates should be confiscated, their persons closely confined in the most powerful cities of Italy, and that no one move the Senate or the people for any favor towards them, under the penalty of being declared by the Senate an enemy to the state and the welfare of its members. End of section 5. Section 6 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, The Last Judgment, by Daniel W. Cahill, 1802 through 1864. Daniel W. Cahill, D.D., celebrated as an American pulpit orator and lecturer on social, religious, and scientific subjects, had a remarkable command of fervid and picturesque eloquence. Born in Queens County, Ireland, in 1802, he studied at Carlow College and at Maynooth, where he was ordained a priest. He was, for a time, professor of natural history at Carlow College, and at another time editor of the Dublin Telegraph. He became a learned chemist and astronomer also, and after living from 1851 to 1855 in England, came as a priest to America, where his labors gained for him a distinction that led to the publication of a large volume of his sermons and lectures after his death. He died in Boston, October 24th, 1864. The Last Judgment. From a sermon delivered by Very Reverend D. W. Cahill, D.D., in St. Peter's Church, Berkeley Street, New York, on Sunday evening, November 29th, 1863. There was a time when there was no earth, no sun, no moon, no stars, when all the eye now beholds had no existence, when there was nothing, all darkness, chaos, when the divinity reigned alone, when no created voice was heard through God's territories to break the silence of illimitable space. 6,000 years only have elapsed since he built the present world, and peopled the skies with the myriad spheres that hang in the arched roof above us. The mere shell, the mere framework of this world may, perhaps, be somewhat older, but we know when Adam was created with the certainty of a parish register. It may be about 6,000 years ago, and since that period the history of man is one unbroken page of wickedness and infidelity. Heaven once, in anger, nearly extirpated our race, and once, in mercy, forgave us. Yet, since, the earth is stained with guilt red as scarlet, and the patience of a God, patience infinite, can alone bear it. Who can tell the amount of the crime of even one city for one day? But who can conceive the infinite guilt of all peoples, of all nations, and all ages, ascending and accumulating before God's throne since the beginning? God is great in power, great in goodness, great in mercy, great in wisdom. But he is more than great in patience, to bear the congregated offenses of countless millions, daily, hourly, provoking his anger and opposing his will. But as the hour of man's creation and man's redemption was arranged by God, and in due time occurred, so the moment for man's total extinction on earth is approaching. And when the time written in the records of heaven shall have arrived, that unerring decree will be executed. By one word he made this world, by one word he can destroy it. By one stroke of his omnipotent pencil he drew the present picture of creation. By one dash of the same brush he can blot it out again and expunge all the work of the skies. Who can limit his power? In 1 second he can reduce all things to their original chaos, and live again as he did before creation began. He can, when he pleases, destroy all things, the soul excepted. The soul he cannot annihilate. He made the world himself. Of course he can himself destroy it, but Christ is the Redeemer of the soul, and therefore its immortal existence is as indestructible as the eternity of God. Redemption is a contract between the Father and the Son. That contract cannot be broken without ignoring the cross. Hence, while God is at liberty to blot out his own creation, he cannot annihilate the work purchased with the blood of Christ. Hence, in the coming wreck, the soul cannot be destroyed. And this is the idea that renders that awful hour a source of joy unlimited to the blessed, and of terrors unspeakable to the wicked. Yet, although no one can tell when this fatal day will arrive, still it may be fairly presumed to be at hand, when Christ's passion will be disregarded on earth, when vice will so predominate over virtue that the worship of God may be said to cease, when the destruction of the earth will be a mercy, a duty of justice which God owes to his own character and to the eternal laws of his kingdom. When this time shall have arrived, we may fairly expect the day of the general judgment. Who can paint omnipotent power pulling down firmaments, and suns, and stars, and moons, his will reversing his former creation, the earth trembling in desolation? How minutely graphic is Christ in this terrible description, and have you noticed his last words where he says, quote, "Have I not foretold all to you?" End quote. This single phrase is worth the entire history, since it stamps the terrors of this day with the certitude of any other truth of faith, any other fact of the gospel. St. Mark continues to detail the order of this terrible hour. Terror will follow on terror, curse upon curse, quote, till men will fall away with fear." End quote. The sun being not quite extinguished, fatal gloom will be spread over all things, like a veil over the face of the dead. Terrific signs are seen in the heavens, and all things announce that time is at an end. St. John says that, before God pronounces the final word, there is silence in heaven, and voices are heard in the air, on the water, and on the earth. At length the skies open, and he pours out the first vial of his anger, and the end is come. God speaks the command, and all nature trembles as if in agony. The seas swell and boil and rise and lash the skies. The mountains nod and sink, and the poles collapse. The lightnings flash, and the moaning tempests sweep over the furious deep, piling up ocean upon ocean on the trembling globe. The earth reels in convulsion, and the whole frame of creation struggles. A mighty conflagration bursts from the melting earth, rages like a hurricane round about, devouring all things in its storm and flood of fire, consuming the crumbling wreck of the condemned world. The heavens become terrible, as the kindling earth and seas show their overwhelming flashes on the crimson skies. The sun muffled, the moon black, the stars fallen, floating masses like clouds of blood, sweep the skies in circling fury. The omnipotence which, in the beginning of time, formed all creation, is now concentrated in a point, and, as it were, intensifies the infinity of his wrath till his anger can swell no higher, and his voice is heard like thunder in the distance. With what eloquent terror does the Savior paint this scene in his own words. Quote, "Men fainting away with fear, running in wild distraction, calling on the ground to open and swallow them, and the rocks to fall on them and hide them from the face of the Lord." End quote. The earth on fire, the skies faded, the sun and the stars darkened or extinguished, mankind burning, dying, the angry voice of God coming to judge the world, and Jesus Christ describing the scene, are realities which the history of God has never seen before, and which never again will be repeated during the endless round of eternity. Reason asks, "Oh, who is God? And what is nature? And whence is man? And where is heaven? And why is hell? And what is our destiny? Was the world made in pleasure, moved for a moment in trial and suffering, and then blotted out in anger? In one revolution of the earth on fire it is a blank. Like a burning ship at sea, sinking to the bottom on fire, the earth vanishes into non-existence under the blue vault where it once careered in its brilliant circle. Not a vestige remains of its omnipotent path. Its wide territory is a tenantless, dark waste. The myriad lamps of the skies extinguished. All former existences crumbled, silent forever. All chaos, things are as if they had never been. The history of earth and time, a mere record of the forgotten past. A mere hollow vault in the infinitude of space. End of section 6. Section 7 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Art of Eloquence by John Caird, 1820 to blank. John Caird's university addresses represent the best thought of one of the strongest and clearest minds of the 19th century. In lucidity and directness, and often in beauty of diction, they are models of their class. Though probably carefully prepared before their delivery, they often show the freedom and force of the extemporaneous speech. The address on the art of public speaking has compressed into it more thought than often goes to make an entire volume, and it has many periods of striking eloquence. Caird was born at Greenock, Scotland in 1820. Educated for the pulpit, he became Professor of Divinity at Glasgow University in 1862, and it was there that he had delivered the addresses by which he is likely to be longest remembered. He is the author of numerous works on philosophy, metaphysics, and theology. He became principal of the university in 1873 and is generally spoken of as Principal Caird. The Art of Eloquence. From the address on The Art of Public Speaking, delivered at the University of Glasgow, November 9th, 1889. Of all intellectual agencies, the faculty of public speaking is that which, in proportion to its practical influence and importance, has received the least attention in our educational system. Of course, seeing that the first condition of good speaking is that the speaker should have something to say, indirectly all education is an education of the orator. External gifts of voice and manner, apart from more solid acquirements, may deceive and dazzle the unwary, and make a slender stock of ideas go a long way with an uneducated or half-educated auditory. But such superficial qualities, in the long run, lose their effect even on uncritical ears, and to the better instructed may even become offensive as a kind of tacit insult to their judgment. Knowledge and a disciplined intelligence, therefore, constitute the first condition of effective speaking. But if it be true, as we must all admit, that the possession of knowledge does not imply the power of imparting it, that profound thinkers and ripe scholars may be poor and ineffective speakers, if experience proves that men who are strong in the study may be weak on the platform or in the pulpit, and that even men whose books evince a masterly grasp of their subject may be distanced as teachers or preachers or public speakers by persons of greatly inferior gifts and attainments, then it is obvious that something more than the possession of ideas goes to the making of the orator, and that that system of education is incomplete which confines itself to the acquirement of knowledge and neglects the art of oral expression. Everyone knows of the immense pains that were bestowed on the cultivation of this art in ancient times. Quote, "Ancient oratory," writes Professor Jebb, "is a fine art, an art regarded by its cultivators as analogous to sculpture, to poetry, to music." End quote. Already, before the art of rhetoric had become an elaborate system, the orators were accustomed to prepare themselves for their task, first in composition, then in delivery. Quote, "Great is the labor of oratory," says Cicero, "as is its field, its dignity, its reward." End quote. And though it may be true that in this, as in other arts, nature and original aptitude count for much, and the highest eminence is attainable by few, yet moderate success is not beyond the reach of average ability industriously and carefully cultivated. How then shall we explain the comparative neglect into which, in our modern educational system, this art has fallen? How shall we account for the fact that whilst every other art has its principles and methods, its long and laborious discipline, its assiduous study of the best models, the acquisition of this art is, for the most part, left to chance or to such proficiency as can be gained in course of time and at the expense of long-suffering audiences? How is it that in our schools and colleges everything is done for the attainment of knowledge, and nothing at all for the capacity of communicating it? At first sight we might suppose that this neglect is to be ascribed to the diffusion of literature and the growing influence of the press. Oral teaching, we might naturally suppose, would count for more in times when there was almost no other access to the popular mind, and, with the spread of education and the multiplication of books, would gradually be superseded by instruction conveyed in a literary form. That the gift of eloquence should be rated high, and should be sedulously cultivated in an age before books existed in printed form, or when books were few and costly and readers a very limited class, and when for the great mass of men the preacher or public speaker was in himself all that books, newspapers, magazines, pamphlets, popular manuals, organs of political parties, and religious sects, the vast and varied mass of publications that are constantly pouring forth from the press are for us in the present day, that at such a period the faculty of oral address should be supremely important is only what we might expect. But as education advances and ideas in the more exact and permanent form of printed matter, suited to every variety of taste and intelligence, become almost universally accessible, we might also expect that the speaker's function, if it did not become extinct, would fall into the background, and also that, in so far that it survived, the improved taste of society would tend at once to diminish the quantity and to raise the quality of public speaking. How groundless such expectations would prove you need not be told. The vocation of the speaker has not only lost nothing, but has enormously gained in public consequence with the gradual diffusion of knowledge in printed form. There never was a time, in modern history at least, when it constituted so potent a factor in the national life as in our own day. There never was a time when the gift of oratory or the talent for debate brought so much influence, social, political, ecclesiastical, or when he who was endowed with it found the power of ready utterance so much in demand. In this country, at least, the man who can speak is under a perpetual pressure to exercise his gift. Lecture platforms, public meetings, associations for all sorts of objects, festivals, banquets, ceremonials, conferences, anniversaries, meetings to offer testimonials to retiring, or to organize memorials to departed, officials and celebrities, great and small, public occasions of all sorts, in short, create a perpetual call on his power of utterance. Nor is the demand confined to public occasions. The rage for oratory pursues him in his hours of relaxation and into the retreats of social and private life. In the pauses of a railway journey, admiring auditors insist on a modicum of their favorite stimulant. At a private dinner or a garden party, the reporter, notebook in hand, is either openly or furtively introduced, and, sometimes, it must be confessed, not without his own connivance, opportunity is afforded to the oratorical celebrity to give the world another taste of his quality. Moreover, it is to be observed that, contrary to the natural anticipation I have just suggested, the public taste for public qualification does not become more fastidious with the progress of education. Public speaking, with rare exceptions, does not in our day improve in quality. The palmy days of oratory, when it was regarded as an art on a level with painting and sculpture and poetry, when the severest canons of criticism were applied to it, when the great speaker cultivated his gift by laborious and varied discipline, speaking seldom and only on occasions worthy of his powers, and grudging no pains to meet the claims of an exacting but appreciative audience. These days are long passed away. How could it be otherwise? An epicure could not expect a chef in the culinary art to send up, day after day, at a moment's notice, a perpetual series of recherche viands, and from even men of the highest abilities it would be too much to ask for the production of offhand, extempore oratorical feasts. Hence we need not wonder if, when we examine the speeches of even the most renowned purveyors of modern oratory, political and other, we should find that, in the best qualities of eloquence, in clearness of thought, precision of aim, consecution of argument, force, aptitude, and elegance of expression, they fall miserably short of the best types of ancient oratory, and that loose, slipshod, and ambiguous phraseology, involved in interminable sentences, sounding but empty declamation, perplexed and inconclusive argument, and the cheap impressiveness of appeals to vulgar prejudice and passion, should be their too common characteristics. There are, however, some considerations which may serve to abate the severity of the censure we pass on these and other defects of modern oratory. Much, of course, depends on our canons of criticism. We must consider how far the blemishes on which we animadvert arise, not from the incapacity or carelessness of the artist, but from the necessary limits and conditions of his art. It is obvious, for one thing, that we cannot apply the same standard, either as to matter or form, to written or spoken prose composition. It is even possible that the speaker who should aim at literary excellence would be going on a false quest, and that the qualities which made his work good as literature would mar or vitiate it as oratory. A reported speech, indeed, becomes literature, but it is not to be judged of as such, but as composition primarily addressed to the ear, and producing its effect, whether instruction or persuasion, whether intelligent conviction or emotion and action, under the condition of being rapidly spoken and rapidly apprehended. And this condition obviously implies that many qualities which are meritorious in a book or treatise, profundity or subtlety of thought, closeness and consecution of argument, elaborate refinement and beauty of style, expression nicely adapted to the most delicate shades of thought, would not only involve a waste of labor in a spoken address, but might mar or frustrate its effectiveness. A realistic painter who bestows infinite pains in copying the form and color of every pebble on the bank of brook or stream, and every reticulation of each leaf on the spray that overhangs it, not only squanders effort in achieving microscopic accuracy, but distracts by irrelevant detail the eye of the observer and destroys the general idea or impression of the landscape. And a like result may attend elaboration of thought and fastidious nicety of form in a spoken composition. Such minute finish is either lost or unappreciated by the auditor, or, while he pauses to admire it, his attention is diverted, and he loses the thread of the discourse or argument. Moreover, in studying a written composition, a reader has no right to complain of compression or conciseness, or, on the other hand, of the space occupied in the development of the thought. If the sense be not immediately obvious, or if he fails to catch it on a first reading, he can pause on a phrase or sentence. He can go back on a paragraph. If the matter sets his own mind a-working in a different track, he can suspend his reading to follow out the suggested train of thought, and then come back to take up the interrupted sequence of the author's argument. Or, again, if the strain on his attention or intelligence becomes too great, he can stop and resume his reading at will. But an oral address admits of no such delays and interruptions. The meaning must be understood at a first hearing, or not at all. The discourse must be so framed that the mind of the hearer can move on at least as fast as that of the speaker. And seeing you cannot, on many occasions at any rate, shut up a speaker as you can a book, there are limits of length to which every public address must conform. Obviously, therefore, oral composition not only admits, but requires certain characteristics which would not only be illegitimate, but positive blemishes in matter intended to be read. Hearers, of course, vary in quickness of apprehension, and no speaker is bound to be plain to auditors whose intelligence must be supplemented by a surgical operation. But though it is true that greater condensation is possible in addressing a select audience, an average audience cannot be fed with intellectual pemmican. To present the same thought in varied language or in diversified aspects, to make use of pictorial forms and abundant and familiar illustrations, to go at a slow pace in argument, to avoid rapid transitions and elliptical reasoning, to arrest wavering attention at the cost even of irrelevancy and digression, to not be over-scrupulous as to grammatical and dialectic properties, or a telling roughness that jars on a fastidious ear, to make sure not merely that the ideas are there, but that they are so presented as to interest, strike, sustain the attention, and tell on the heart and soul of the hearers. These, and such as these, must be aims present to the mind of the public speaker, and controlling the form and substance of his talk. But all this implies that a certain latitude must be conceded to oral, which is denied to written composition, and that the very effectiveness and success of a speech may be due to its offenses against the strict canons of literary criticism. It is on this principle that we explain the fact that good speakers are often bad writers, good writers bad speakers, and that the instances are rare in which men attain to great and equal excellence as authors and orators. Following out a little further this comparison of speaking and writing, or of oral and written and prose composition, there is another characteristic by reason of which, at first sight at least, we must ascribe an inferior value to the former, viz., its evanescence. Written or printed matter has the advantage not only of greater precision, but of greater permanence. A great book is a treasure for all time. The thinker passes away, but the thoughts that are enshrined in the literature of the past live on for the instruction and delight of succeeding generations. It is of the very essence of oratory, on the other hand, to be ephemeral. Its most brilliant effects, like the finest aspects of nature, vanish in the very moment of observation. They can no more be arrested than the light of morning on the mountain summit, or the flashing radiance of the river's rippling waves. Quote, "A moment here, then gone forever." End quote. The words that touch us by their pathos, or rouse us by their lofty eloquence, pass away like the successive notes of a song in the very act of falling on the enraptured ear. It may even be said that the best and noblest effects of oratory are more evanescent than those of music. The song may be sung, the great composer's work that delights us at a first hearing may be repeated with equal or higher artistic skill, but often the power of spoken words depends on a combination of circumstances that can never be reproduced. The speech of a great statesman in debate, say on some critical emergency when the vote is about to be taken that is to decide the fate of a ministry, or the passing of a measure of reform or of domestic or foreign policy on which the interests of millions are staked, or again the speech spoken by an illustrious pleader in a great state trial, and before an audience composed of all the elements, social and intellectual, that stimulate to their very highest an orator's power, or, to name no other instance, the words in which no one knows how to sympathize with and touch the hidden springs of human emotion, give expression to the sorrow of a community for departed greatness, or the proud reaction with which it rises to face some national calamity or peril. In these and in many similar instances, the conditions of a great speech, and therefore the speech itself, can never recur. A song may be sung again by the same or other voice, but the speech can never be respoken, even by the voice that uttered it, and that not merely because, under the inspiration of a great occasion, it may have reached the climax of its powers, but because the moving panorama of history never repeats itself, never revives again the circumstances that gave it its power to affect us. And when the eloquent voice has itself been silenced, unlike the song, no other voice can reproduce its music. On the lips of Aeschines it may seem still instinct with power, but all his art cannot make us feel as we should have done had we heard Demosthenes. But if we reflect for a moment on this distinction between oral and written composition, may not the very fact of the evanescence of the former suggest to us that there is in good oratory an element of power which written or printed matter does not and cannot possess? Society will never, by reason of advancing culture and the diffusion of literature, outgrow the relish and demand for good speaking. For this, if for no other reason, that besides outward circumstances and accessories, there is something in what we call eloquent speech, which by no effort or artifice can be produced in literary form. There is a universal language which, long ere we have mastered the meaning of articulate words, carries with it for each and all of us its own interpretation, and with the potent aid of which the most consummate linguist can never dispense. Betwixt parent and child in all lands and climes, the light in the eye, the smile on the cheek, the tones of the voice, the thousand movements, touches, caresses of the enfolding arms, constitute a medium of communication intuitively understood, which not art but nature has taught. And this, too, is a language which we never outgrow, and which, in the hands of one who knows how to use it, reinforces and in some measure transcends the capacities of oral address. The artifices of the printer, the notation of the musician, can no doubt do much to reduce this language of nature to formal expression. But even musical notation, though much more complete than any that could be adapted to speaking, leaves, as anyone knows who has ever listened to a great artist and compared his singing or playing with that of an inferior and commonplace performer, an almost boundless latitude of expression to individual taste and feeling. And even more remarkable is this untaught and unteachable power in the case of the speaker. What ingenuity could invent a written or printed notation that would represent the infinite, nicely discriminated, subtle shades of tone and accent which a great speaker instinctively employs, and which the ear and soul of a sympathetic auditory instinctively interprets? Even in deliberate speech, in exposition, narrative, calm and unimpassioned argument, there are innumerable subtle changes by which corresponding variations of thought are indicated. And when he rises to the region of emotion, has not nature wedded its own symbols to the whole gamut of feeling? Entreaty, passion, pathos, tenderness, grief, subdued or unrepressed, remonstrance, anger, scorn, sarcasm, reverence, awe, aspiration, homage, the agony of the penitent, the hope and trust of the believer, the mystical rapture of the saint. Has not each of these and 1,000 other varieties of feelings its own appropriate form of expression, so that through the whole continuity of speech or sermon, a speaker can suffuse articulate language with this deeper, subtler, underlying and all-potent language of nature? Lacking this organ of spiritual power, a discourse may have every intellectual excellence, but it will fall short of its highest effect. For often, quote, words are weak and far to seek, when wanted 50-fold, and so if silence do not speak, and trembling lip and tearful cheek, there's nothing told. End quote. In one word, the ultimate reason for the greater effectiveness of spoken than of written matter is simply this, that the latter is dead and silent, the former quick with the glow and vitality of intelligence and emotion. In certain scientific observations, you must eliminate what is called the personal equation, but in good speaking, the personality of the speaker, instead of needing to be discounted, is that which lends its special value to the result. What reaches the auditor is not thought frozen into abstract form, but thought welling warm and fluent from a living source. In reading a book or report, the whole burden of the process is thrown upon the reader. In listening to a spoken address, more than half of the burden is borne by the speaker, or rather, activity and receptivity become almost indistinguishable. Charged alike with the electric force of sympathy, the minds of speaker and hearer meet and mingle in a common medium of intelligence and emotion. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 1, John C. Calhoun. 1782 to 1850. Calhoun is one of the very few modern orators who actually represent the Attic school of the time of Demosthenes as closely as a majority of educated public speakers, consciously or unconsciously, represent that of Rome in the time of Cicero. Cicero's mind, like that of Burke, was at all times exuberant, and the primary object of his art was to give it the freest and fullest possible expression. The primary object of Attic art, as it is illustrated not only in oratory but in poetry, architecture, and sculpture, is chastity, the rejection of everything but the fitting. In its logical extreme, this idea which created Greek civilization gave the Spartans their biting wit and contempt for long speeches. Its loss, under the Persian influences which substituted Oriental moral and artistic standards for those of Greece, led to the complete corruption of later Greek poetry and brought about conditions under which Athens, though overflowing with wrangling and declamatory sophists, had not for generations a single orator of the first rank. Imitating Demosthenes seemingly with the greatest pains, and having the ability to appreciate his peculiar excellencies, Calhoun is nevertheless, by the necessity of the case, an English orator, not a Grecian. The English language is by its genius as severe as the artistic intellect of Attica was in its processes, while on the other hand the Greek intellect expressed itself in a language of unequaled music. Exuberance of idea in a language so surpassing in its melody would have been an intolerable excess, while in a language so severe as English, the Attic severity of thought may often force its conscious imitator beyond the line of mere chastity into poverty of expression. It is on this side that Calhoun errs when he errs at all. His tendency to excessive severity of expression is fully illustrated in his celebrated speech of February 15th and 16th, 1833, against the Force Bill. It is without rhetorical ornament and almost without metaphor. In it, the attempt is made to supplant the graces of rhetoric with the impulses of force. It has at times a directness and intensity which are hardly compatible with any other style, and if there are many now who will hold with Thomas H. Benton that, considered as a whole, it is one of those characteristic productions of Calhoun's intellect which make almost intolerably hard reading, few will deny that it is necessary to read it in order to know American history and to understand the logical method of a mind which, as much as any other intellect of that generation in Europe or America, worked to influence, if not to control, the course of events. Nothing but the speech itself will show adequately what Calhoun stands for in American history. But at the close of the second day's speech, he came as near to a summary of his idea as it was possible to make. His argument there was that the states, in order to prevent the Constitution from becoming a dead letter, must exercise the functions of the Roman tribunes in interposing their veto not only against the passage of laws but against their execution. As this theory was practically abandoned at Appomattox, it appeals for consideration now chiefly because of its influence on the history of the past. Calhoun was born in the Abbeville district of South Carolina, March 18, 1782. His father, Patrick Calhoun, a member of the South Carolina provincial legislature during the Revolution, held, as he told his son, that the government is best which allows the largest amount of individual liberty compatible with good order and tranquillity, and that improvement in political science will be found to consist in throwing off many of the restraints imposed by law and once deemed necessary to an organized society. Educated at Yale College and at the Litchfield, Connecticut Law School, John C. Calhoun was an intense student, with a power of concentration which is only attained as a habit by a small minority even of those who attempt to use their intellects habitually. It was a power which would have made him a leader in any epoch, but as he lived at a time when the reverence of the American people for great intellectual powers was almost idolatrous, it gave him influence over those who sympathized with him, so unbounded that he steadily forced out of leadership at the South the Jacksonian Democrats of the school represented in the Senate by his unyielding opponent Benton. After service in the South Carolina legislature, Calhoun entered Congress in 1811 and at once created a deep impression by his power as an orator. His strong support of the war party gave him the standing which made him vice president from 1825 to 1832. When he resigned the vice presidency in 1832 and entered the United States Senate, it was to take the place of Hayne, who had shown himself an unequal match for Webster in the great debate precipitated by Calhoun's Exposition of State Rights, published by the South Carolina legislature in 1829 as a preliminary definition of the same theory which he elaborated in his speech against the Force Bill. Under that bill introduced by Mr. Wilkins of Pennsylvania, it was proposed to give President Jackson power to coerce South Carolina or any other state resisting the collection of tariff duties or other federal imposts. After the crisis was averted by Henry Clay's Compromise Act, Calhoun's influence was greatly enhanced. He served as Secretary of State under Tyler and was afterwards re-elected to the Senate, where he remained until his death March 31, 1850. In summing up his character, Webster said of him, quote, "Sir, the eloquence of Mr. Calhoun, or the manner of his exhibition of his sentiments in public bodies, was part of his intellectual character. It grew out of the qualities of his mind. It was plain, strong, terse, condensed, concise, sometimes impassioned, still always severe. Rejecting ornament, not often seeking far for illustration, his power consisted in the plainness of his propositions, in the closeness of his logic, and in the earnestness and energy of his manner. These are the qualities, as I think, which have enabled him through such a long course of years to speak often and yet always command attention. His demeanor as a senator is known to us all, is appreciated, venerated by us all. No man was more respectful to others, no man carried himself with greater decorum, no man with superior dignity. Mr. President, he had the basis, the indispensable basis of all high character, and that was unspotted integrity, unimpeached honor and character. If he had aspirations, they were high and honorable and noble. There was nothing groveling or low or meanly selfish that came near the head or the heart of Mr. Calhoun. Firm in his purpose, perfectly patriotic, and honest as I am sure he was in the principles that he espoused and in the measures that he defended, aside from that large regard for that species of distinction that conducted him to eminent stations for the benefit of the Republic, I do not believe he had a selfish motive or selfish feeling. End of quote. Calhoun had been an active supporter of the annexation of Texas, and in 1850, the year in which he died, the questions presented by his speech on the Force Bill came to direct issue on the admission of California, the first state organized from the territory acquired as a result of the conquest of Mexico. This agitation provoked the spirit which resulted in William H. Seward's irrepressible conflict speech at Rochester in 1858. A speech in which, rather than in the always considerate eloquence of Webster, Calhoun's argument against the Force Bill was answered for the first time. William Vincent Byers. Against the Force Bill. Delivered in the Senate of the United States on the 15th and 16th days of February 1833. Mr. President, I know not which is most objectionable, the provisions of the bill, or the temper in which its adoption has been urged. If the extraordinary powers with which the bill proposes to clothe the executive to the utter prostration of the Constitution and the rights of the states be calculated to impress our minds with alarm at the rapid progress of despotism in our country, the zeal with which every circumstance calculated to misrepresent or exaggerate the conduct of Carolina in the controversy is seized on with a view to excite hostility against her, but too plainly indicates the deep decay of that brotherly feeling which once existed between these states, and to which we are indebted for our beautiful federal system, and by the continuance of which alone it can be preserved. It is not my intention to advert to all these misrepresentations, but there are some so well calculated to mislead the mind as to the real character of the controversy, and to hold up the state in a light so odious, that I do not feel myself justified in permitting them to pass unnoticed. Among them, one of the most prominent is the false statement that the object of South Carolina is to exempt herself from her share of the public burdens while she participates in the advantages of the government. If the charge were true, if the state were capable of being actuated by such low and unworthy motives, mother as I consider her, I would not stand up on this floor to vindicate her conduct. Among her faults, and faults I will not deny she has, no one has ever yet charged her with that low and most sordid of vices, avarice. Her conduct on all occasions has been marked with the very opposite quality. From the commencement of the Revolution, from its first breaking out at Boston till this hour, no state has been more profuse of its blood in the cause of the country, nor has any contributed so largely to the common treasury in proportion to wealth and population. She has, in that proportion, contributed more to the exports of the Union, on the exchange of which with the rest of the world the greater portion of the public burden has been levied, than any other state. No, the controversy is not such as has been stated. The state does not seek to participate in the advantages of the government without contributing her full share to the public treasury. Her object is far different. A deep constitutional question lies at the bottom of the controversy. The real question at issue is, has this government a right to impose burdens on the capital and industry of one portion of the country, not with a view to revenue, but to benefit another? And I must be permitted to say that, after the long and deep agitation of this controversy, it is with surprise that I perceive so strong a disposition to misrepresent its real character. To correct the impression which those misrepresentations are calculated to make, I will dwell on the point under consideration for a few moments longer. The federal government has, by an express provision of the Constitution, the right to lay on imposts. The state has never denied or resisted this right, nor even thought of so doing. The government has, however, not been contented with exercising this power as she had a right to do, but has gone a step beyond it by laying imposts not for revenue but protection. This the state considers as an unconstitutional exercise of power, highly injurious and oppressive to her and the other staple states, and has accordingly met it with the most determined resistance. I do not intend to enter, at this time, into the argument as to the unconstitutionality of the protective system. It is not necessary. It is sufficient that the power is nowhere granted, and that, from the journals of the convention which formed the Constitution, it would seem that it was refused. In support of the journals, I might cite the statement of Luther Martin, which has already been referred to show that the convention, so far from conferring the power on the federal government, left to the state the right to impose duties on imports, with the express view of enabling the several states to protect their own manufactures. Notwithstanding this, Congress has assumed, without any warrant from the Constitution, the right of exercising this most important power, and has so exercised it as to impose a ruinous burden on the labor and capital of the state, by which her resources are exhausted, the enjoyments of her citizens curtailed, the means of education contracted, and all her interests essentially and injuriously affected. We have been sneeringly told that she is a small state, that her population does not much exceed 500,000 of souls, and that more than 1/2 are not of the European race. The facts are so. I know she can never be a great state, and that the only distinction to which she can aspire must be based on the moral and intellectual acquirements of her sons. To the development of these, much of her attention has been directed. But this restrictive system, which has so unjustly exacted the proceeds of her labor, to be bestowed on other sections, has so impaired her resources that, if not speedily arrested, it will dry up the means of education, and with it deprive her of the only source through which she can aspire to distinction. There is another misstatement as to the nature of the controversy, so frequently made in debate, and so well calculated to mislead, that I feel bound to notice it. It has been said that South Carolina claims the right to annul the Constitution and laws of the United States, and to rebut this supposed claim, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Rives, has gravely quoted the Constitution to prove that the Constitution and the laws made in pursuance thereof are the supreme laws of the land, as if the state claimed the right to act contrary to this provision of the Constitution. Nothing can be more erroneous. Her object is not to resist laws made in pursuance of the Constitution, but those made without its authority, and which encroached on her reserved powers. She claims not even the right of judging of the delegated powers, but of those that are reserved, and to resist the former when they encroach upon the latter. I will pause to illustrate this important point. All must admit that there are delegated and reserved powers, and that the powers reserved are reserved to the states respectively. The powers, then, of the system are divided between the general and the state governments, and the point immediately under consideration is whether a state has any right to judge as to the extent of its reserved powers, and to defend them against the encroachments of the general government. Without going deeply into this point at this stage of the argument, or looking into the nature and origin of the government, there is a simple view of the subject which I consider as conclusive. The very idea of a divided power implies the right on the part of the state for which I contend. The expression is metaphorical when applied to power. Every one readily understands that the division of matter consists in the separation of the parts. But in this sense it is not applicable to power. What then is meant by a division of power? I cannot conceive of a division without giving an equal right to each to judge of the extent of the power allotted to each. Such right I hold to be essential to the existence of a division, and that to give to either party the conclusive right of judging, not only of the share allotted to it, but of that allotted to the other, is to annul the division and to confer the whole power on the party vested with such right. But it is contended that the Constitution has conferred on the Supreme Court the right of judging between the states and the central government. Those who make this objection overlook, I conceive, an important provision of the Constitution. By turning to the 10th amended article, it will be seen that the reservation of power to the states is not only against the powers delegated to Congress, but against the United States themselves, and extends, of course, as well to the judiciary as to the other departments of the government. The article provides that all powers not delegated to the United States, or prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. This presents the inquiry, what powers are delegated to the United States? They may be classed under 4 divisions. First, those that are delegated by the states to each other, by virtue of which the Constitution may be altered or amended by 3/4 of the states, when without which it would have required the unanimous vote of all. Next, the powers conferred on Congress, then those on the President, and finally those on the judicial department, all of which are particularly enumerated in the parts of the Constitution which organize the respective departments. The reservation of powers to the states is, as I have said, against the whole, and is as full against the judicial as it is against the executive and legislative departments of the government. It cannot be claimed for the one without claiming it for the whole, and without, in fact, annulling this important provision of the Constitution. Against this, as it appears to me, conclusive view of the subject, it has been urged that this power is expressly conferred on the Supreme Court by that portion of the Constitution which provides that the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under the Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made under their authority. I believe the assertion to be utterly destitute of any foundation. It obviously is the intention of the Constitution simply to make the judicial power commensurate with the law-making and treaty-making powers, and to vest it with the right of applying the Constitution, the laws, and the treaties to the cases which might arise under them, and not to make it the judge of the Constitution, the laws, and the treaties themselves. In fact, the power of applying the laws to the facts of the case and deciding upon such application constitutes in truth the judicial power. The distinction between such power and that of judging of the laws will be perfectly apparent when we advert to what is the acknowledged power of the court in reference to treaties or compacts between sovereigns. It is perfectly established that the courts have no right to judge of the violation of treaties, and that in reference to them their power is limited to the right of judging simply of the violation of rights under them, and that the right of judging of infractions belongs exclusively to the parties themselves and not to the courts, of which we have an example in the French treaty, which was declared by Congress null and void in consequence of its violation by the government of France. Without such declaration, had a French citizen sued a citizen of this country under the treaty, the court could have taken no cognizance of its infraction, nor, after such a declaration, would it have heard any argument or proof going to show that the treaty had not been violated. The declaration of itself is conclusive on the court, but it will be asked how the court obtained the power to pronounce a law or treaty unconstitutional when it comes in conflict with that instrument. I do not deny that it possesses the right, but I can by no means concede that it was derived from the Constitution. It had its origin in the necessity of the case. Where there are two or more rules established, one from a higher, the other from a lower authority, which may come into conflict in applying them to a particular case, the judge cannot avoid pronouncing in favor of the superior against the inferior. It is from this necessity, and this alone, that the power which is now set up to overrule the rights of the states against an express provision of the Constitution was derived. It had no other origin. That I have traced it to its true source will be manifest from the fact that it is a power which, so far from being conferred exclusively on the Supreme Court, as is insisted, belongs to every court, inferior and superior, state and general, and even to foreign courts. But the senator from Delaware, Mr. Clayton, relies on the journals of the convention to prove that it was the intention of that body to confer on the Supreme Court the right of deciding, in the last resort, between a state and the general government. I will not follow him through the journals, as I do not deem that to be necessary to refute his argument. It is sufficient for this purpose to state that Mr. Rutledge reported a resolution providing expressly that the United States and the states might be parties before the Supreme Court. If this proposition had been adopted, I would ask the senator whether this very controversy between the United States and South Carolina might not have been brought before the court. I would also ask him whether it can be brought before the court as the Constitution now stands. If he answer the former in the affirmative and the latter in the negative as he must, then it is clear, his elaborate argument to the contrary notwithstanding, that the report of Mr. Rutledge was not, in substance, adopted as he contended, and that the journals, so far from supporting, are in direct opposition to the position which he attempts to maintain. I might push the argument much further against the power of the court, but I do not deem it necessary, at least in this stage of the discussion. If the views which have already been presented be correct, and I do not see how they can be resisted, the conclusion is inevitable that the reserved powers were reserved equally against every department of the government, and as strongly against the judicial as against the other departments, and, of course, were left under the exclusive will of the states. There still remains another misrepresentation of the conduct of the state, which has been made with the view of exciting odium. I allude to the charge that South Carolina supported the tariff of 1816 and is, therefore, responsible for the protective system. To determine the truth of this charge, it becomes necessary to ascertain the real character of that law, whether it was a tariff for revenue or for protection, and, as involved in this, to inquire what was the condition of the country at the period. The late war with Great Britain had just terminated, which, with the restrictive system that preceded it, had diverted a large amount of capital and industry from commerce to manufactures, particularly to the cotton and woolen branches. There was a debt at the same time of $130 millions hanging over the country, and the heavy war duties were still in existence. Under these circumstances, the question was presented as to what point the duties ought to be reduced. This question involved another, at what time the debt ought to be paid, which was a question of policy involving in its consideration all the circumstances connected with the then condition of the country. Among the most prominent arguments in favor of an early discharge of the debt was that the high duties which it would require to effect it would have at the same time the effect of sustaining the infant manufactures which had been forced up under the circumstances to which I have adverted. This view of the subject had a decided influence in determining in favor of an early payment of the debt. The sinking fund was accordingly raised from $7 to $10 millions, with the provision to apply the surplus which might remain in the Treasury as a contingent appropriation to that fund, and the duties were graduated to meet this increased expenditure. It was thus that the policy and justice of protecting the large amount of capital and industry which had been diverted by the measures of the government into new channels, as I have stated, were combined with the fiscal action of the government, and which, while it secured a prompt payment of the debt, prevented the immense losses to the manufacturers which would have followed a sudden and great reduction. Still, revenue was the main object, and protection but the incidental. The bill to reduce the duties was reported by the Committee of Ways and Means, and not of Manufactures, and it proposed a heavy reduction on the then existing rate of duties. But what of itself, without other evidence, is decisive as to the character of the bill is the fact that it fixed a much higher rate of duties on the unprotected than on the protected articles. I will enumerate a few leading articles only. Woolen and cotton above the value of 25 cents on the square yard, though they were the leading objects of protection, were subject to a permanent duty of only 20%. Iron, another leading article among the protected, had a protection of not more than 9% as fixed by the Act, and of but 15% as reported in the bill. These rates were all below the average duties as fixed in the Act, including the protected, the unprotected, and even the free articles. I have entered into some calculation in order to ascertain the average rate of duties under the Act. There is some uncertainty in the data, but I feel assured that it is not less than 30% ad valorem, showing an excess of the average duties above that imposed on the protected articles enumerated of more than 10%, and thus clearly establishing the character of the measure, that it was for revenue and not protection. End of Section 8. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2024. Section 9 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 2. John C. Calhoun. Looking back, even at this distant period, with all our experience, I perceive but two errors in the act, the one in reference to iron, and the other the minimum duty on coarse cottons. As to the former, I conceive that the bill, as reported, proposed a duty relatively too low, which was still further reduced in its passage through Congress. The duty at first was fixed at 75 cents the hundredweight, but in the last stage of its passage it was reduced by a sort of caprice occasioned by an unfortunate motion to 45 cents. This injustice was severely felt in Pennsylvania, the state above all others most productive of iron, and was the principal cause of that great reaction which has since thrown her so decidedly on the side of the protective policy. The other error was that as to coarse cottons, on which the duty was as much too high as that on iron was too low. It introduced, besides, the obnoxious minimum principle, which has since been so mischievously extended, and to that extent I am constrained in candor to acknowledge, as I wish to disguise nothing, the protective principle was recognized by the Act of 1816. How this was overlooked at the time it is not in my power to say. It escaped my observation, which I can account for only on the ground that the principle was then new, and that my attention was engaged by another important subject, the question of the currency, then so urgent, and with which, as chairman of the committee, I was particularly charged. With these exceptions, I again repeat, I see nothing in the bill to condemn, yet it is on the ground that the members from the state voted for the bill that the attempt is now made to hold up Carolina as responsible for the whole system of protection which has since followed, though she has resisted its progress in every stage. Was there ever greater injustice? And how is it to be accounted for, but as forming a part of that systematic misrepresentation and calumny which has been directed for so many years, without interruption, against that gallant and generous state? And why has she thus been assailed? Merely because she abstained from taking any part in the presidential canvass, believing that it had degenerated into a mere system of imposition on the people, controlled almost exclusively by those whose object it is to obtain the patronage of the government, and that without regard to principle or policy. Standing apart from what she considered a contest in which the public had no interest, she has been assailed by both parties with a fury altogether unparalleled, but which, pursuing the course which she believed liberty and duty required, she has met with a firmness equal to the fierceness of the assault. In the midst of this attack, I have not escaped. With a view of inflicting a wound on the state through me, I have been held up as the author of the protective system and one of its most strenuous advocates. It is with pain that I allude to myself on so deep and grave a subject as that now under discussion, and which I sincerely believe involves the liberty of the country. I now regret that, under the sense of injustice which the remarks of a senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Wilkins, excited for the moment, I hastily gave my pledge to defend myself against the charge which has been made in reference to my course in 1816. Not that there will be any difficulty in repelling the charge, but because I feel a deep reluctance in turning the discussion, in any degree, from a subject of so much magnitude to one of so little importance as the consistency or inconsistency of myself or any other individual, particularly in connection with an event so long since past. But for this hasty pledge, I would have remained silent as to my own course on this occasion, and would have borne with patience and calmness this, with the many other misrepresentations with which I have been so incessantly assailed for so many years. The charge that I was the author of the protective system has no other foundation but that I, in common with the almost entire South, gave my support to the tariff of 1816. It is true that I advocated that measure, for which I may rest my defense, without taking any other, on the ground that it was a tariff for revenue and not for protection, which I have established beyond the power of controversy. But my speech on the occasion has been brought in judgment against me by the senator from Pennsylvania. I have since cast my eyes over the speech, and I will surprise, I have no doubt, the senator by telling him that, with the exception of some hasty and unguarded expressions, I retract nothing I uttered on that occasion. I only ask that I may be judged, in reference to it, in that spirit of fairness and justice which is due to the occasion, taking into consideration the circumstances under which it was delivered, and bearing in mind that the subject was a tariff for revenue and not for protection, for reducing and not raising the duties. But before I explain the then condition of the country, from which my main arguments in favor of the measure were drawn, it is nothing but an act of justice to myself that I should state a fact in connection with my speech that is necessary to explain what I have called hasty and unguarded expressions. My speech was an impromptu, and as such I apologized to the House, as appears from the speech as printed, for offering my sentiments on the question without having duly reflected on the subject. It was delivered at the request of a friend when I had not previously the least intention of addressing the House. I allude to Samuel D. Ingham, then and now, as I am proud to say, a personal and political friend. A man of talents and integrity, with a clear head and firm and patriotic heart. Then among the leading members of the House, in the palmy state of his political glory, though now for a moment depressed. Depressed, did I say? No, it is his state which is depressed. Pennsylvania, and not Samuel D. Ingham. Pennsylvania, which has deserted him under circumstances which, instead of depressing, ought to have elevated him in her estimation. He came to me, when sitting at my desk writing, and said that the House was falling into some confusion, accompanying it with a remark that I knew how difficult it was to rally so large a body when once broken on a tax bill, as had been experienced during the late war. Having a higher opinion of my influence than it deserved, he requested me to say something to prevent the confusion. I replied that I was at a loss what to say, that I had been busily engaged on the currency, which was then in great confusion, and which, as I have stated, had been placed particularly under my charge as the chairman of the committee on that subject. He repeated his request, and the speech which the senator from Pennsylvania has complimented so highly was the result. I will ask whether the facts stated ought not, in justice, to be borne in mind by those who would hold me accountable not only for the general scope of the speech, but for every word and sentence which it contains. But in asking this question, it is not my intention to repudiate the speech. All I ask is that I may be judged by the rules which, in justice, belong to the case. Let it be recollected that the bill was a revenue bill, and, of course, that it was constitutional. I need not remind the Senate that, when the measure is constitutional, all arguments calculated to show its beneficial operation may be legitimately pressed into service, without taking into consideration whether the subject to which the arguments refer be within the sphere of the Constitution or not. If, for instance, a question were before this body to lay a duty on Bibles, and a motion were made to reduce the duty or admit Bibles duty-free, who could doubt that the argument in favor of the motion, that the increased circulation of the Bible would be in favor of the morality and religion of the country, would be strictly proper? But who would suppose that he who adduced it had committed himself on the constitutionality of taking the religion or morals of the country under the charge of the federal government? Again, suppose the question to be to raise the duty on silk or any other article of luxury, and that it should be supported on the ground that it was an article mainly consumed by the rich and extravagant. Could it be fairly inferred that, in the opinion of the Speaker, Congress had a right to pass sumptuary laws? I only ask that these plain rules may be applied to my argument on the tariff of 1816. They turn almost entirely on the benefits which manufactures conferred on the country in time of war, and which no one could doubt. The country had recently passed through such a state. The world was at that time deeply agitated by the effects of the great conflict which had so long raged in Europe, and which no one could tell how soon again might return. Bonaparte had but recently been overthrown. The whole southern part of this continent was in a state of revolution and threatened with the interference of the Holy Alliance, which, had it occurred, must almost necessarily have involved this country in a most dangerous conflict. It was under these circumstances that I delivered the speech, in which I urged the House that, in the adjustment of the tariff, reference ought to be had to a state of war as well as peace, and that its provisions ought to be fixed on the compound views of the two periods, making some sacrifice in peace in order that less might be made in war. Was this principle false? And in urging it, did I commit myself to that system of oppression since grown up, and which has for its object the enriching of one portion of the country at the expense of the other? The plain rule in all such cases is, that when a measure is proposed, the first thing is to ascertain its constitutionality, and that being ascertained, the next is its expediency, which last opens the whole field of argument for and against. Every topic may be urged calculated to prove it wise or unwise, so in a bill to raise imposts. It must first be ascertained that the bill is based on the principles of revenue, and that the money raised is necessary for the wants of the country. These being ascertained, every argument, direct and indirect, may be fairly offered, which may go to show that, under all the circumstances, the provisions of the bill are proper or improper. Had this plain and simple rule been adhered to, we should never have heard of the complaint of Carolina. Her objection is not against the improper modification of a bill acknowledged to be for revenue, but that, under the name of imposts, a power essentially different from the taxing power is exercised, partaking much more of the character of a penalty than a tax. Nothing is more common than that things closely resembling in appearance should widely and essentially differ in their character. Arsenic, for instance, resembles flour, yet one is a deadly poison, and the other that which constitutes the staff of life. So duties imposed, whether for revenue or protection, may be called imposts. Though nominally and apparently the same, yet they differ essentially in their real character. I shall now return to my speech on the tariff of 1816. To determine what my opinions really were on the subject of protection at that time, it will be proper to advert to my sentiments before and after that period. My sentiments preceding 1816 on this subject are a matter of record. I came into Congress in 1812, a devoted friend and supporter of the then administration. Yet one of my first efforts was to brave the administration by opposing its favorite measure, the restrictive system, embargo, non-intercourse, and all, and that upon the principle of free trade. The system remained in fashion for a time, but after the overthrow of Bonaparte, I reported a bill from the Committee on Foreign Relations to repeal the whole system of restrictive measures. While the bill was under consideration, a worthy man, then a member of the House, Mr. McKim of Baltimore, moved to accept the Non-Importation Act, which he supported on the ground of encouragement to manufactures. I resisted the motion on the very grounds on which Mr. McKim supported it. I maintained that the manufacturers were then receiving too much protection, and warned its friends that the withdrawal of the protection which the war and the high duties then afforded would cause great embarrassment, and that the true policy, in the meantime, was to admit foreign goods as freely as possible in order to diminish the anticipated embarrassment on the return of peace, intimating, at the same time, my desire to see the tariff revised with a view of affording a moderate and permanent protection. Such was my conduct before 1816. Shortly after that period I left Congress, and had no opportunity of making known my sentiments in reference to the protective system which shortly after began to be agitated. But I have the most conclusive evidence that I considered the arrangement of the revenue in 1816 as growing out of the necessity of the case and due to the consideration of justice. But even at that early period, I was not without my fears that even that arrangement would lead to abuse and future difficulties. I regret that I have been compelled to dwell so long on myself, but trust that, whatever censure may be incurred, will not be directed against me, but against those who have drawn my conduct into the controversy, and who may hope by assailing my motives to wound the cause with which I am proud to be identified. I may add that all the Southern states voted with South Carolina in support of the bill. Not that they had any interest in manufactures, but on the ground that they had supported the war and, of course, felt a corresponding obligation to sustain those establishments which had grown up under the encouragement it had incidentally afforded. Whilst most of the New England members were opposed to the measure, principally, as I believe, on opposite principles. I have now, I trust, satisfactorily repelled the charge against the state and myself personally in reference to the tariff of 1816. Whatever support the state has given the bill originated in the most disinterested motives. There was not within the limits of the state, so far as my memory serves me, a single cotton or woolen establishment. Her whole dependence was on agriculture and the cultivation of two great staples, rice and cotton. Her obvious policy was to keep open the market of the world, unchecked and unrestricted, to buy cheap and to sell high. But from a feeling of kindness, combined with a sense of justice, she added her support to the bill. We had been told by the agents of the manufacturers that the protection which the measure afforded would be sufficient, to which we the more readily conceded, as it was considered a final adjustment of the question. End of section 9. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2024. Section 10 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 3. John C. Calhoun. Let us now turn our eyes forward and see what has been the conduct of the parties to this arrangement. Have Carolina and the South disturbed this adjustment? No, they have never raised their voice in a single instance against it, even though this measure, moderate comparatively as it is, was felt with no inconsiderable pressure on their interests. Was this example imitated on the opposite side? Far otherwise. Scarcely had the President signed his name before application was made for an increase of duties, which was repeated, with demands continually growing, till the passage of the Act of 1828. What course now, I would ask, did it become Carolina to pursue in reference to these demands? Instead of acquiescing in them because she had acted generously in adjusting the tariff of 1816, she saw in her generosity on that occasion additional motives for that firm and decided resistance which she has since made against the system of protection. She accordingly commenced a systematic opposition to all further encroachments which continued from 1818 till 1828. By discussions and by resolutions, by remonstrances and by protests through her legislature. These all proved insufficient to stem the current of encroachment. But notwithstanding the heavy pressure on her industry, she never despaired of relief till the passage of the Act of 1828. That bill of abominations, engendered by avarice and political intrigue. Its adoption opened the eyes of the state and gave a new character to the controversy. Till then, the question had been whether the protective system was constitutional and expedient. But after that, she no longer considered the question whether the right of regulating the industry of the states was a reserved or delegated power, but what right a state possesses to defend her reserved powers against the encroachments of the federal government, a question on the decision of which the value of all the reserved powers depends. The passage of the Act of 1828, with all its objectionable features, and under the circumstances connected with it, almost, if not entirely, closed the door of hope through the general government. It afforded conclusive evidence that no reasonable prospect of relief from Congress could be entertained. Yet the near approach of the period of the payment of the public debt, and the elevation of General Jackson to the presidency, still afforded a ray of hope, not so strong, however, as to prevent the state from turning her eyes for final relief to her reserved powers. Under these circumstances commenced that inquiry into the nature and extent of the reserved powers of a state, and the means which they afford of resistance against the encroachment of the general government, which has been pursued with so much zeal and energy, and, I may add, intelligence. Never was there a political discussion carried on with greater activity, and which appealed more directly to the intelligence of a community. Throughout the whole, no address has been made to the low and vulgar passions, but, on the contrary, the discussion has turned upon the higher principles of political economy connected with the operations of the tariff system, calculated to show its real bearing on the interests of the state and on the structure of our political system, and to show the true character of the relations between the state and the general government, and the means which the states possess of defending those powers which they reserved in forming the federal government. In this great canvass, men of the most commanding talents and acquirements have engaged with the greatest ardor, and the people have been addressed through every channel, by essays in the public press, and by speeches in their public assemblies, until they have become thoroughly instructed on the nature of the oppression and on the rights which they possess under the Constitution to throw it off. If gentlemen suppose that the stand taken by the people of Carolina rests on passion and delusion, they are wholly mistaken. The case is far otherwise. No community, from the legislator to the plowman, were ever better instructed in their rights, and the resistance on which the state has resolved is the result of mature reflection accompanied with a deep conviction that their rights have been violated, and that the means of redress which they have adopted are consistent with the principles of the Constitution. But while this active canvass was carried on, which looked to the reserved powers as the final means of redress if all others failed, the state at the same time cherished a hope, as I have already stated, that the election of General Jackson to the presidency would prevent the necessity of a resort to extremities. He was identified with the interests of the staple states, and having the same interest, it was believed that his great popularity, a popularity of the strongest character, as it rested on military services, would enable him, as they hoped, gradually to bring down the system of protection without shock or injury to any interest. Under these views, the canvass in favor of General Jackson's election to the presidency was carried on with great zeal in conjunction with that active inquiry into the reserved powers of the states on which final reliance was placed. But little did the people of Carolina dream that the man whom they were thus striving to elevate to the highest seat of power would prove so utterly false to all their hopes. Man is indeed ignorant of the future, nor was there ever a stronger illustration of the observation than is afforded by the result of that election. The very event on which they had built their hopes has been turned against them, and the very individual to whom they looked as a deliverer, and whom, under that impression, they strove for so many years to elevate to power, is now the most powerful instrument in the hands of his and their bitterest opponents to put down them and their cause. Scarcely had he been elected, when it became apparent, from the organization of his cabinet and other indications, that all their hopes of relief through him were blasted. The admission of a single individual into the cabinet, under the circumstances which accompanied that admission, threw all into confusion. The mischievous influence over the president, through which this individual was admitted into the cabinet, soon became apparent. Instead of turning his eyes forward to the period of the payment of the public debt, which was then near at hand, and to the present dangerous political crisis, which was inevitable unless averted by a timely and wise system of measures, the attention of the president was absorbed by mere party arrangements, and circumstances too disreputable to be mentioned here, except by the most distant allusion. Here I must pause for a moment to repel a charge which has been so often made, and which even the President has reiterated in his proclamation, the charge that I have been actuated, in the part which I have taken, by feelings of disappointed ambition. I again repeat that I deeply regret the necessity of noticing myself in so important a discussion, and that nothing can induce me to advert to my own course but the conviction that it is due to the cause at which a blow is aimed through me. It is only in this view that I notice it. It illy became the chief magistrate to make this charge. The course which the state took, and which led to the present controversy between her and the general government, was taken as far back as 1828, in the very midst of that severe canvass which placed him in power, and in that very canvass Carolina openly avowed and zealously maintained those very principles which he, the chief magistrate, now officially pronounces to be treason and rebellion. That was the period at which he ought to have spoken. Having remained silent then, and having, under his approval implied by that silence, received the support and the vote of the state, I, if a sense of decorum did not prevent it, might recriminate with the double charge of deception and ingratitude. My object, however, is not to assail the President, but to defend myself against a most unfounded charge. The time alone when that course was taken, on which this charge of disappointed ambition is founded, will of itself repel it in the eye of every unprejudiced and honest man. The doctrine which I now sustain, under the present difficulties, I openly avowed and maintained immediately after the Act of 1828, that Bill of Abominations, as it has been so often and properly termed. Was I, at that period, disappointed in any views of ambition which I might be supposed to entertain? I was Vice President of the United States, elected by an overwhelming majority. I was a candidate for re-election on the ticket with General Jackson himself, with a certain prospect of the triumphant success of that ticket, and with a fair prospect of the highest office to which an American citizen can aspire. What was my course under these prospects? Did I look to my own advancement, or to an honest and faithful discharge of my duty? Let facts speak for themselves. When the bill to which I have referred came from the other house to the Senate, the almost universal impression was that its fate would depend upon my casting vote. It was known that, as the bill then stood, the Senate was nearly equally divided, and as it was a combined measure, originating with the politicians and manufacturers, and intended as much to bear upon the presidential election as to protect manufactures, it was believed that, as a stroke of political policy, its fate would be made to depend on my vote, in order to defeat General Jackson's election as well as my own. The friends of General Jackson were alarmed, and I was earnestly entreated to leave the chair in order to avoid the responsibility, under the plausible argument that if the Senate should be equally divided, the bill would be lost without the aid of my casting vote. The reply to this entreaty was that no consideration personal to myself could induce me to take such a course, that I considered the measure as of the most dangerous character and calculated to produce the most fearful crisis, that the payment of the public debt was just at hand, and that the great increase of revenue which it would pour into the treasury would accelerate the approach of that period, and that the country would be placed in the most trying of situations, with an immense revenue without the means of absorption upon any legitimate or constitutional object of appropriation, and compelled to submit to all the corrupting consequences of a large surplus, or to make a sudden reduction of the rates of duties, which would prove ruinous to the very interests which were then forcing the passage of the bill. Under these views I determined to remain in the chair, and if the bill came to me, to give my casting vote against it, and in doing so, to give my reasons at large. But at the same time I informed my friends that I would retire from the ticket, so that the election of General Jackson might not be embarrassed by any act of mine. Sir, I was amazed at the folly and infatuation of that period. So completely absorbed was Congress in the game of ambition and avarice, from the double impulse of the manufacturers and politicians, that none but a few appeared to anticipate the present crisis, at which all are now alarmed, but which is the inevitable result of what was then done. As to myself, I clearly foresaw what has since followed. The road of ambition lay open before me. I had but to follow the corrupt tendency of the times. But I chose to tread the rugged path of duty. It was thus that the reasonable hope of relief through the election of General Jackson was blasted. But still one other hope remained, that the final discharge of the public debt, an event near at hand, would remove our burden. That event would leave in the Treasury a large surplus, a surplus that could not be expended under the most extravagant schemes of appropriation having the least color of decency or constitutionality. That event at last arrived. At the last session of Congress, it was avowed on all sides that the public debt, as to all practical purposes, was in fact paid, the small surplus remaining being nearly covered by the money in the Treasury and the bonds for duties which had already accrued. But with the arrival of this event, our last hope was doomed to be disappointed. After a long session of many months, and the most earnest effort on the part of South Carolina and the other Southern states to obtain relief, all that could be effected was a small reduction in the amount of the duties, but a reduction of such a character that, while it diminished the amount of burden, distributed that burden more unequally than even the obnoxious Act of 1828. Reversing the principle adopted by the Bill of 1816 of laying higher duties on the unprotected than the protected articles, by repealing almost entirely the duties laid upon the former, and imposing the burden almost entirely on the latter. It was thus that instead of relief, instead of an equal distribution of the burdens and benefits of the government on the payment of the debt as had been fondly anticipated, the duties were so arranged as to be, in fact, bounties on one side and taxation on the other, thus placing the two great sections of the country in direct conflict in reference to its fiscal action, and thereby letting in that flood of political corruption which threatens to sweep away our Constitution and our liberty. This unequal and unjust arrangement was pronounced, both by the administration through its proper organ, the Secretary of the Treasury, and by the opposition, to be a permanent adjustment, and it was thus that all hope of relief through the action of the general government terminated. And the crisis so long apprehended at length arrived, at which the state was compelled to choose between absolute acquiescence in a ruinous system of oppression or a resort to her reserved powers of which she alone was the rightful judge, and which only, in this momentous juncture, could save her. She determined on the latter. The consent of 2/3 of her legislature was necessary for the call of a convention, which was considered the only legitimate organ through which the people, in their sovereignty, could speak. After an arduous struggle, the state rights party succeeded. More than 2/3 of both branches of the legislature favorable to a convention were elected. A convention was called, the ordinance adopted. The convention was succeeded by a meeting of the legislature, when the laws to carry the ordinance into execution were enacted, all of which have been communicated by the President, have been referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, and this bill is the result of their labor. Having now corrected some of the prominent misrepresentations as to the nature of this controversy, and given a rapid sketch of the movement of the state in reference to it, I will next proceed to notice some objections connected with the ordinance and the proceedings under it. The first and most prominent of these is directed against what is called the test oath, which an effort has been made to render odious. So far from deserving the denunciation which has been leveled against it, I view this provision of the ordinance as but the natural result of the doctrines entertained by the state and the position which she occupies. The people of Carolina believe that the Union is a union of states, and not of individuals, that it was formed by the states, and that the citizens of the several states were bound to it through the acts of their several states, that each state ratified the Constitution for itself, and that it was only by such ratification of a state that any obligation was imposed upon its citizens. Thus believing, it is the opinion of the people of Carolina that it belongs to the state which has imposed the obligation to declare, in the last resort, the extent of this obligation as far as her citizens are concerned, and this upon the plain principles which exist in all analogous cases of compact between sovereign bodies. On this principle, the people of the state, acting in their sovereign capacity in convention, precisely as they did in the adoption of their own and the federal constitution, have declared by their ordinance that the acts of Congress which imposed duties under the authority to lay imposts are acts not for revenue as intended by the Constitution, but for protection, and therefore null and void. The ordinance thus enacted by the people of the state themselves acting as a sovereign community is as obligatory on the citizens of the state as any portion of the Constitution. In prescribing, then, the oath to obey the ordinance, no more was done than to prescribe an oath to obey the Constitution. It is, in fact, but a particular oath of allegiance, and in every respect similar to that which is prescribed, under the Constitution of the United States, to be administered to all the officers of the state and federal governments, and is no more deserving the harsh and bitter epithets which have been heaped upon it, than that or any similar oath. It ought to be borne in mind that according to the opinion which prevails in Carolina, the right of resistance to the unconstitutional acts of Congress belongs to the state and not to her individual citizens, and that, though the latter may, in a mere question of meum and tuum, resist through the courts an unconstitutional encroachment upon their rights, yet the final stand against usurpation rests not with them, but with the state of which they are members, and such act of resistance by a state binds the conscience and allegiance of the citizen. But there appears to be a general misapprehension as to the extent to which the state has acted under this part of the ordinance. Instead of sweeping every officer by a general prescription of the minority, as has been represented in debate, as far as my knowledge extends, not a single individual has been removed. The state has, in fact, acted with the greatest tenderness, all circumstances considered, towards citizens who differed from the majority, and in that spirit has directed the oath to be administered only in case of some official act directed to be performed in which obedience to the ordinance is involved. It has been further objected that the state has acted precipitately. What? Precipitately? After making a strenuous resistance for 12 years, by discussion here and in the other House of Congress, by essays in all forms, by resolutions, remonstrances, and protests on the part of her legislature, and finally by attempting an appeal to the judicial power of the United States. I say attempting, for they have been prevented from bringing the question fairly before the court, and that by an act of that very majority in Congress who now upbraid them for not making that appeal, of that majority who, on a motion of one of the members in the other House from South Carolina, refused to give to the Act of 1828 its true title, that it was a protective and not a revenue act. The state has never, it is true, relied upon that tribunal, the Supreme Court, to vindicate its reserved rights, yet they have always considered it as an auxiliary means of defense, of which they would gladly have availed themselves to test the constitutionality of protection, had they not been deprived of the means of doing so by the act of the majority. Notwithstanding this long delay of more than 10 years, under this continued encroachment of the government, We now hear it on all sides, by friends and foes, gravely pronounced that the state has acted precipitately, that her conduct has been rash, that such should be the language of an interested majority who, by means of this unconstitutional and oppressive system, are annually extorting millions from the South to be bestowed upon other sections, is not at all surprising. Whatever impedes the course of avarice and ambition will ever be denounced as rash and precipitate. And had South Carolina delayed her resistance 50 instead of 12 years, she would have heard from the same quarter the same language. But it is really surprising that those who are suffering in common with herself, and who have complained equally loud of their grievances, who have pronounced the very acts which she has asserted within her limits to be oppressive, unconstitutional, and ruinous, after so long a struggle longer than that which preceded the separation of these states from the mother country, longer than the period of the Trojan War, should now complain of precipitancy. No, it is not Carolina which has acted precipitately, but her sister states, who have suffered in common with her, have acted tardily. Had they acted as she has done, had they performed their duty with equal energy and promptness, our situation this day would be very different from what we now find it. Delays are said to be dangerous, and never was the maxim more true than in the present case, a case of monopoly. It is the very nature of monopolies to grow. If we take from one side a large portion of the proceeds of its labor and give it to the other, the side from which we take must constantly decay, and that to which we give must prosper and increase. Such is the action of the protective system. It exacts from the South a large portion of the proceeds of its industry, which it bestows upon the other sections in the shape of bounties to manufactures and appropriations in 1,000 forms, pensions, improvement of rivers and harbors, roads and canals, and in every shape that wit or ingenuity can devise. Can we then be surprised that the principle of monopoly grows when it is so amply remunerated at the expense of those who support it? And this is the real reason of the fact which we witness, that all acts for protection pass with small minorities, but soon come to be sustained by great and overwhelming majorities. Those who seek the monopoly endeavor to obtain it in the most exclusive shape, and they take care accordingly to associate only a sufficient number of interests barely to pass it through the 2 houses of Congress, on the plain principle that the greater the number from whom the monopoly takes, and the fewer on whom it bestows, the greater is the advantage to the monopolists. Acting in this spirit, we have often seen with what exact precision they count, adding wool to woolens, associating lead and iron, feeling their way until a bare majority is obtained when the bill passes, connecting just as many interests as are sufficient to ensure its success and no more. In a short time, however, we have invariably found that this lean becomes a decided majority, under the certain operation which compels individuals to desert the pursuits which the monopoly has rendered unprofitable, that they may participate in those which it has rendered profitable. It is against this dangerous and growing disease that South Carolina has acted, a disease whose cancerous action would soon have spread to every part of the system if not arrested. End of section 10. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2024. Section 11 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 4. John C. Calhoun. There is another powerful reason why the action of the state could not have been safely delayed. The public debt, as I have already stated, for all practical purposes has already been paid, and under the existing duties, a large annual surplus of many millions must come into the Treasury. It is impossible to look at this state of things without seeing the most mischievous consequences, and, among others, if not speedily corrected, it would impose powerful and almost insuperable obstacles to throwing off the burden under which the South has been so long laboring. The disposition of the surplus would become a subject of violent and corrupt struggle, and could not fail to rear up new and powerful interests in support of the existing system, not only in those sections which have been heretofore benefited by it, but even in the South itself. I cannot but trace to the anticipation of this state of the Treasury the sudden and extraordinary movements which took place at the last session in the Virginia legislature, in which the whole South is vitally interested. It is impossible for any rational man to believe that the state could seriously have thought of effecting the scheme to which I allude by her own resources, without powerful aid from the general government. It is next objected that the enforcing acts have legislated the United States out of South Carolina. I have already replied to this objection on another occasion, and I will now but repeat what I then said, that they have been legislated out only to the extent that they had no right to enter. The Constitution has admitted the jurisdiction of the United States within the limits of the several states only so far as the delegated powers authorize. Beyond that, they are intruders and may rightfully be expelled. And that they have been efficiently expelled by the legislation of the state through her civil process, as has been acknowledged on all sides in the debate, is only a confirmation of the truth of the doctrine for which the majority in Carolina have contended. The very point at issue between the two parties there is whether nullification is a peaceable and an efficient remedy against an unconstitutional act of the general government, and may be asserted as such through the state tribunals. Both parties agree that the acts against which it is directed are unconstitutional and oppressive. The controversy is only as to the means by which our citizens may be protected against the acknowledged encroachments on their rights. This being the point at issue between the parties, and the very object of the majority being an efficient protection of the citizens through the state tribunals, the measures adopted to enforce the ordinance, of course, received the most decisive character. We were not children to act by halves. Yet for acting thus efficiently, the state is denounced, and this bill reported, to overrule by military force the civil tribunals and civil process of the state. Sir, I consider this bill, and the arguments which have been urged on this floor in its support, as the most triumphant acknowledgment that nullification is peaceful and efficient, and so deeply entrenched in the principles of our system, that it cannot be assailed but by prostrating the Constitution and substituting the supremacy of military force in lieu of the supremacy of the laws. In fact, the advocates of this bill refute their own argument. They tell us that the ordinance is unconstitutional, that it infracts the Constitution of South Carolina, although to me the objection appears absurd, as it was adopted by the very authority which adopted the Constitution itself. They also tell us that the Supreme Court is the appointed arbiter of all controversies between a state and the general government. Why, then, do they not leave this controversy to that tribunal? Why do they not confide to them the abrogation of the ordinance, and the laws made in pursuance of it, and the assertion of that supremacy which they claim for the laws of Congress? The state stands pledged to resist no process of the court. Why then confer on the President the extensive and unlimited powers provided in this bill? Why authorize him to use military force to arrest the civil process of the state? But one answer can be given, that in a contest between the state and the general government, if the resistance be limited on both sides to the civil process, the state, by its inherent sovereignty standing upon its reserved powers, will prove too powerful in such a controversy, and must triumph over the federal government, sustained by its delegated and unlimited authority. And in this answer we have an acknowledgment of the truth of those great principles for which the state has so firmly and nobly contended. Having made these remarks, the great question is now presented: has Congress the right to pass this bill? Which I will next proceed to consider. The decision of this question involves an inquiry into the provisions of the bill. What are they? It puts at the disposal of the President the Army and Navy, and the entire militia of the country. It enables him, at his pleasure, to subject every man in the United States, not exempt from militia duty, to martial law, to call him from his ordinary occupation to the field, and under the penalty of fine and imprisonment, inflicted by a court-martial, to imbrue his hand in his brother's blood. There is no limitation on the power of the sword, and that over the purse is equally without restraint. For among the extraordinary features of the bill, it contains no appropriation, which, under existing circumstances, is tantamount to an unlimited appropriation. The President may, under its authority, incur any expenditure and pledge the national faith to meet it. He may create a new national debt at the very moment of the termination of the former, a debt of millions to be paid out of the proceeds of the labor of that section of the country whose dearest constitutional rights this bill prostrates, thus exhibiting the extraordinary spectacle that the very section of the country which is urging this measure and carrying the sword of devastation against us is at the same time incurring a new debt to be paid by those whose rights are violated, while those who violate them are to receive the benefits in the shape of bounties and expenditures. And for what purpose is the unlimited control of the purse and of the sword thus placed at the disposition of the executive? To make war against one of the free and sovereign members of this confederation, which the bill proposes to deal with not as a state, but as a collection of banditti or outlaws, thus exhibiting the impious spectacle of this government, the creature of the states, making war against the power to which it owes its existence. The bill violates the Constitution plainly and palpably in many of its provisions, by authorizing the President, at his pleasure, to place the different ports of this Union on an unequal footing, contrary to that provision of the Constitution which declares that no preference shall be given to one port over another. It also violates the Constitution by authorizing him, at his discretion, to impose cash duties in one port, while credit is allowed in others, by enabling the President to regulate commerce, a power vested in Congress alone, and by drawing within the jurisdiction of the United States courts powers never intended to be conferred on them. As great as these objections are, they become insignificant in the provisions of a bill which, by a single blow, by treating the states as a mere lawless mass of individuals, prostrates all the barriers of the Constitution. I will pass over the minor considerations and proceed directly to the great point. This bill proceeds on the ground that the entire sovereignty of this country belongs to the American people as forming one great community, and regards the states as mere fractions or counties, and not as integral parts of the Union, having no more right to resist the encroachments of the government than a county has to resist the authority of a state, and treating such resistance as the lawless acts of so many individuals without possessing sovereignty or political rights. It has been said that the bill declares war against South Carolina. No, it decrees a massacre of her citizens. War has something ennobling about it, and, with all its horrors, brings into action the highest qualities intellectual and moral. It was perhaps in the order of Providence that it should be permitted for that very purpose. But this bill declares no war, except, indeed, it be that which savages wage, a war not against the community, but the citizens of whom that community is composed. But I regard it as worse than savage warfare, as an attempt to take away life under the color of law, without the trial by jury, or any other safeguard which the Constitution has thrown around the life of the citizen. It authorizes the President, or even his deputies, when they may suppose the law to be violated, without the intervention of a court or jury, to kill without mercy or discrimination. It has been said by the senator from Tennessee, Mr. Grundy, to be a measure of peace. Yes, such peace as the wolf gives to the lamb, the kite to the dove, such peace as Russia gives to Poland or death to its victim. A peace, by extinguishing the political existence of the state, by awing her into an abandonment of the exercise of every power which constitutes her a sovereign community. It is to South Carolina a question of self-preservation, and I proclaim it, that should this bill pass, and an attempt be made to enforce it, it will be resisted at every hazard, even that of death itself. Death is not the greatest calamity. There are others still more terrible to the free and brave, and among them may be placed the loss of liberty and honor. There are thousands of her brave sons who, if need be, are prepared cheerfully to lay down their lives in defense of the state and the great principles of constitutional liberty for which she is contending. God forbid that this should become necessary. It never can be, unless this government is resolved to bring the question to extremity, when her gallant sons will stand prepared to perform the last duty, to die nobly. I go on the ground that this Constitution was made by the states, that it is a federal union of the states in which the several states still retain their sovereignty. If these views be correct, I have not characterized the bill too strongly, and the question is whether they be or be not. I will not enter into the discussion of this question now. I will rest it, for the present, on what I have said on the introduction of the resolutions now on the table, under a hope that another opportunity will be afforded for more ample discussion. I will, for the present, confine my remarks to the objections which have been raised to the views which I presented when I introduced them. The authority of Luther Martin has been adduced by the senator from Delaware to prove that the citizens of a state, acting under the authority of a state, are liable to be punished as traitors by this government. Eminent as Mr. Martin was as a lawyer, and high as his authority may be considered on a legal point, I cannot accept it in determining the point at issue. The attitude which he occupied, if taken into view, would lessen if not destroy the weight of his authority. He had been violently opposed in convention to the Constitution, and the very letter from which the senator has quoted was intended to dissuade Maryland from its adoption. With this view, it was to be expected that every consideration calculated to effect that object should be urged, that real objections should be exaggerated, and that those having no foundation except mere plausible deductions should be presented. It is to this spirit that I attribute the opinion of Mr. Martin in reference to the point under consideration. But if his authority be good on one point, it must be admitted to be equally so on another. If his opinion be sufficient to prove that a citizen of a state may be punished as a traitor when acting under allegiance to the state, it is also sufficient to show that no authority was intended to be given in the Constitution for the protection of manufactures by the general government, and that the provision in the Constitution permitting a state to lay an impost duty with the consent of Congress was intended to reserve the right of protection to the states themselves, and that each state should protect its own industry. Assuming his opinion to be of equal authority on both points, how embarrassing would be the attitude in which it would place the senator from Delaware and those with whom he is acting? That of using the sword and bayonet to enforce the execution of an unconstitutional act of Congress. I must express my surprise that the slightest authority in favor of power should be received as the most conclusive evidence, while that which is at least equally strong in favor of right and liberty is wholly overlooked or rejected. Notwithstanding all that has been said, I may say that neither the senator from Delaware, Mr. Clayton, nor any other who has spoken on the same side has directly and fairly met the great question at issue: is this a federal union, a union of states as distinct from that of individuals? Is the sovereignty in the several states, or in the American people in the aggregate? The very language which we are compelled to use when speaking of our political institutions affords proof conclusive as to its real character. The terms union, federal, united, all imply a combination of sovereignties, a confederation of states. They are never applied to an association of individuals. Who ever heard of the United State of New York, of Massachusetts, or of Virginia? Who ever heard the term federal or union applied to the aggregation of individuals into one community? Nor is the other point less clear, that the sovereignty is in the several states, and that our system is a union of 24 sovereign powers under a constitutional compact, and not of a divided sovereignty between the states severally and the United States. In spite of all that has been said, I maintain that sovereignty is in its nature indivisible. It is the supreme power in a state, and we might just as well speak of half a square or of half a triangle as of half a sovereignty. It is a gross error to confound the exercise of sovereign powers with sovereignty itself, or the delegation of such powers with the surrender of them. A sovereign may delegate his powers to be exercised by as many agents as he may think proper, under such conditions and with such limitations as he may impose. But to surrender any portion of his sovereignty to another is to annihilate the whole. The senator from Delaware calls this metaphysical reasoning, which, he says, he cannot comprehend. If by metaphysics he means that scholastic refinement which makes distinctions without difference, no one can hold it in more utter contempt than I do. But if, on the contrary, he means the power of analysis and combination, that power which reduces the most complex idea into its elements, which traces causes to their first principle, and by the power of generalization and combination unites the whole in one harmonious system, then, so far from deserving contempt, it is the highest attribute of the human mind. It is the power which raises man above the brute, which distinguishes his faculties from mere sagacity which he holds in common with inferior animals. It is this power which has raised the astronomer from being a mere gazer at the stars to the high intellectual eminence of a Newton or a Laplace, and astronomy itself from a mere observation of insulated facts into that noble science which displays to our admiration the system of the universe. And shall this high power of the mind, which has effected such wonders when directed to the laws which control the material world, be forever prohibited, under a senseless cry of metaphysics, from being applied to the high purpose of political science and legislation? I hold them to be subject to laws as fixed as matter itself, and to be as fit a subject for the application of the highest intellectual power. Denunciation may, indeed, fall upon the philosophical inquirer into these first principles, as it did upon Galileo and Bacon when they first unfolded the great discoveries which have immortalized their names. But the time will come when truth will prevail in spite of prejudice and denunciation, and when politics and legislation will be considered as much a science as astronomy and chemistry. In connection with this part of the subject, I understood the senator from Virginia, Mr. Rives, to say that sovereignty was divided, and that a portion remained with the states severally, and that the residue was vested in the Union. By Union, I suppose the senator meant the United States. If such be his meaning, if he intended to affirm that the sovereignty was in the 24 states, in whatever light he may view them, our opinions will not disagree. But according to my conception, the whole sovereignty is in the several states, while the exercise of sovereign powers is divided, a part being exercised under compact through this general government, and the residue through the separate state governments. But if the senator from Virginia means to assert that the 24 states form but one community, with a single sovereign power as to the objects of the Union, it will be but the revival of the old question of whether the Union is a union between states as distinct communities, or a mere aggregate of the American people as a mass of individuals. And in this light his opinions would lead directly to consolidation. End of section 11. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in December of 2024.
Section 12 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by calatravabooks. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 5, John C. Calhoun. But to return to the bill. It is said that the bill ought to pass because the law must be enforced. The law must be enforced. The imperial edict must be executed. It is under such sophistry, couched in general terms, without looking to the limitations which must ever exist in the practical exercise of power, that the most cruel and despotic acts ever have been covered. It was such sophistry as this that cast Daniel into the lion's den, and the 3 innocents into the fiery furnace. Under the same sophistry the bloody edicts of Nero and Caligula were executed. The law must be enforced. Yes, the act imposing the tea tax must be executed. This was the very argument which impelled Lord North and his administration to that mad career which forever separated us from the British Crown. Under a similar sophistry that religion must be protected, how many massacres have been perpetrated, and how many martyrs have been tied to the stake? What, acting on this vague abstraction, are you prepared to enforce a law without considering whether it be just or unjust, constitutional or unconstitutional? Will you collect money when it is acknowledged that it is not wanted? He who earns the money, who digs it from the earth with the sweat of his brow, has a just title to it against the universe. No one has a right to touch it without his consent, except his government, and this only to the extent of its legitimate wants. To take more is robbery, and you propose by this bill to enforce robbery by murder. Yes, to this result you must come by this miserable sophistry, this vague abstraction of enforcing the law without a regard to the fact whether the law be just or unjust, constitutional or unconstitutional. In the same spirit we are told that the Union must be preserved without regard to the means. And how is it proposed to preserve the Union? By force? Does any man in his senses believe that this beautiful structure, this harmonious aggregate of states, produced by the joint consent of all, can be preserved by force? Its very introduction will be certain destruction to this federal union. No, no. You cannot keep the states united in their constitutional and federal bonds by force. Force may indeed hold the parts together, but such union would be a bond between master and slave, a union of exaction on one side and of unqualified obedience on the other. That obedience which, we are told by the senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Wilkins, is the Union. Yes, exaction on the side of the master, for this very bill is intended to collect what can be no longer called taxes, the voluntary contribution of a free people, but tribute to be collected under the mouths of the cannon. Your custom house is already transferred into a garrison, and that garrison with its batteries turned, not against the enemy of your country, but on subjects, I will not say citizens, on whom you propose to levy contributions. Has reason fled from our borders? Have we ceased to reflect? It is madness to suppose that the Union can be preserved by force. I tell you plainly that the bill, should it pass, cannot be enforced. It will prove only a blot upon your statute book, a reproach to the year, and a disgrace to the American Senate. I repeat, it will not be executed. It will rouse the dormant spirit of the people and open their eyes to the approach of despotism. The country has sunk into avarice and political corruption from which nothing can arouse it but some measure on the part of the government, of folly and madness, such as that now under consideration. Disguise it as you may, the controversy is one between power and liberty, and I tell the gentlemen who are opposed to me that as strong as may be the love of power on their side, the love of liberty is still stronger on ours. History furnishes many instances of similar struggles, where the love of liberty has prevailed against power under every disadvantage, and among them few more striking than that of our own Revolution, where, as strong as was the parent country and feeble as were the colonies, yet under the impulse of liberty and the blessing of God, they gloriously triumphed in the contest. There are indeed many and striking analogies between that and the present controversy. They both originated substantially in the same cause, with this difference. In the present case, the power of taxation is converted into that of regulating industry. In the other, the power of regulating industry, by the regulations of commerce, was attempted to be converted into the power of taxation. Were I to trace the analogy further, we should find that the perversion of the taxing power in the one case has given precisely the same control to the northern section over the industry of the southern section of the Union, which the power to regulate commerce gave to Great Britain over the industry of the colonies in the other. And that the very articles in which the colonies were permitted to have a free trade, and those in which the mother country had a monopoly, are almost identically the same as those in which the southern states are permitted to have a free trade by the Act of 1832, and in which the northern states have by the same act secured a monopoly. The only difference is in the means. In the former, the colonies were permitted to have a free trade with all countries south of Cape Finisterre, a cape in the northern part of Spain, while north of that the trade of the colonies was prohibited, except through the mother country, by means of her commercial regulations. If we compare the products of the country north and south of Cape Finisterre, we shall find them almost identical with the list of the protected and unprotected articles contained in the Act of last year. Nor does the analogy terminate here. The very arguments resorted to at the commencement of the American Revolution, and the measures adopted, and the motives assigned to bring on that contest, to enforce the law, are almost identically the same. But to return from this digression to the consideration of the bill. Whatever difference of opinion may exist upon other points, there is one on which I should suppose there can be none. That this bill rests on principles which, if carried out, will ride over state sovereignties, and that it will be idle for any of its advocates hereafter to talk of states' rights. The senator from Virginia, Mr. Rives, says that he is the advocate of state rights, but he must permit me to tell him that, although he may differ in premises from the other gentlemen with whom he acts on this occasion, yet in supporting this bill he obliterates every vestige of distinction between him and them, saving only that, professing the principles of 1798, his example will be more pernicious than that of the most open and bitter opponents of the rights of the states. I will also add what I am compelled to say, and that I must consider him, Mr. Rives, as less consistent than our old opponents, whose conclusions were fairly drawn from their premises, while his premises ought to have led him to opposite conclusions. The gentleman has told us that the newfangled doctrines, as he chooses to call them, have brought state rights into disrepute. I must tell him in reply that what he calls newfangled are but the doctrines of 1798, and that it is he, Mr. Rives, and others with him, who, professing these doctrines, have degraded them by explaining away their meaning and efficacy. He has disclaimed, in behalf of Virginia, the authorship of nullification. I will not dispute that point. If Virginia chooses to throw away one of her brightest ornaments, she must not hereafter complain that it has become the property of another. But while I have, as a representative of Carolina, no right to complain of the disavowal of the senator from Virginia, I must believe that he has done his native state great injustice by declaring on this floor that when she gravely resolved in 1798 that, in cases of deliberate and dangerous infractions of the Constitution, the states, as parties to the compact, have the right, and are in duty bound, to interpose to arrest the progress of the evil, and to maintain within their respective limits the authorities, rights, and liberties appertaining to them, she meant no more than to proclaim the right to protest and to remonstrate. To suppose that, in putting forth so solemn a declaration, which she afterwards sustained by so able and elaborate an argument, that she meant no more than to assert what no one had ever denied, would be to suppose that the state had been guilty of the most egregious trifling that ever was exhibited on so solemn an occasion. In reviewing the ground over which I have passed, it will be apparent that the question in controversy involves that most deeply important of all political questions, whether ours is a federal or a consolidated government, a question on the decision of which depend, as I solemnly believe, the liberty of the people, their happiness, and the place which we are destined to hold in the moral and intellectual scale of nations. Never was there a controversy in which more important consequences were involved, not excepting that between Persia and Greece, decided by the battles of Marathon, Plataea, and Salamis, which gave ascendancy to the genius of Europe over that of Asia, and which, in its consequences, has continued to affect the destiny of so large a portion of the world even to this day. There are often close analogies between events apparently very remote, which are strikingly illustrated in this case. In the great contest between Greece and Persia, between European and Asiatic polity and civilization, the very question between the federal and consolidated form of government was involved. The Asiatic governments from the remotest time, with some exceptions on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean, have been based on the principle of consolidation, which considers the whole community as but a unit, and consolidates its powers in a central point. The opposite principle has prevailed in Europe. Greece, throughout all her states, was based on a federal system. All were united in one common but loose bond, and the governments of the several states partook, for the most part, in a complex organization, which distributed political power among different members of the community. The same principles prevailed in ancient Italy. And if we turn to the Teutonic race, our great ancestors, the race which occupies the first place in power, civilization, and science, and which possesses the largest and the fairest part of Europe, we shall find that their governments were based on federal organization, as has been clearly illustrated by a recent and able writer on the British Constitution, Mr. Palgrave, from whose works I take the following extract. In this manner, the first establishment of the Teutonic states was effected. They were assemblages of septs, clans, and tribes. They were confederated hosts and armies, led on by princes, magistrates, and chieftains, each of whom was originally independent, and each of whom lost a portion of his pristine independence in proportion as he and his compeers became united under the supremacy of a sovereign, who was superinduced upon the state, first as a military commander and afterward as a king. Yet, notwithstanding this political connection, each member of the state continued to retain a considerable portion of the rights of sovereignty. Every ancient Teutonic monarchy must be considered as a federation. It is not a unit, of which the smaller bodies politic therein contained are the fractions, but they are the integers, and the state is the multiple which results from them. Dukedoms and counties, burghs and baronies, towns and townships, and shires form the kingdom, all in a certain degree strangers to each other and separate in jurisdiction, though all obedient to the supreme executive authority. This general description, though not always strictly applicable in terms, is always so substantially and in effect. And hence it becomes necessary to discard the language which has been very generally employed in treating on the English Constitution. It has been supposed that the kingdom was reduced into a regular and gradual subordination of government, and that the various legal districts of which it is composed arose from the divisions and subdivisions of the country. But this hypothesis, which tends greatly to perplex our history, cannot be supported by fact, and instead of viewing the Constitution as a whole and then proceeding to its parts, we must examine it synthetically, and assume that the supreme authorities of the state were created by the concentration of the powers originally belonging to the members and corporations of which it is composed. Here Mr. Calhoun gave way for a motion to adjourn, and on the next day resumed. I have omitted at the proper place, in the course of my observations yesterday, 2 or 3 points, to which I will now advert, before I resume the discussion where I left off. I have stated that the ordinance and acts of South Carolina were directed not against the revenue, but against the system of protection. But it may be asked, if such was her object, how happens it that she has declared the whole system void, revenue as well as protection, without discrimination? It is this question which I propose to answer. Her justification will be found in the necessity of the case, and if there be any blame it cannot attach to her. The two are so blended throughout the whole as to make the entire revenue system subordinate to the protective, so as to constitute a complete system of protection, in which it is impossible to discriminate the two elements of which it is composed. South Carolina, at least, could not make the discrimination, and she was reduced to the alternative of acquiescing in a system which she believed to be unconstitutional, and which she felt to be oppressive and ruinous, or to consider the whole as one, equally contaminated through all its parts, by the unconstitutionality of the protective portion, and as such to be resisted by the act of the state. I maintain that the state has a right to regard it in the latter character, and that if a loss of revenue follow, the fault is not hers but of this government, which has improperly blended together in a manner not to be separated by the state two systems wholly dissimilar. If the sincerity of the state be doubted, if it be supposed that her action is against revenue as well as protection, let the two be separated. Let so much of the duties as are intended for revenue be put in one bill, and the residue intended for protection be put in another. And I pledge myself that the ordinance and the acts of the state will cease as to the former, and be directed exclusively against the latter. I also stated in the course of my remarks yesterday, and I trust that I have conclusively shown, that the Act of 1816, with the exception of a single item, to which I have alluded, was in reality a revenue measure, and that Carolina and the other states, in supporting it, have not incurred the slightest responsibility in relation to the system of protection which has since grown up, and which now so deeply distracts the country. Sir, I am willing, as one of the representatives of Carolina, and I believe I speak the sentiments of the state, to take that act as the basis of a permanent adjustment of the tariff, simply reducing the duties, in an average proportion, on all the items, to the revenue point. I make that offer now to the advocates of the protective system, but I must in candor inform them that such an adjustment would distribute the revenue between the protected and unprotected articles more favorably to the state and to the South, and less to the manufacturing interest, than an average uniform ad valorem, and accordingly more so than that now proposed by Carolina through her convention. After such an offer, no man who values his candor will dare accuse the state, or those who have represented her here, with inconsistency in reference to the point under consideration. I omitted also, on yesterday, to notice a remark of the senator from Virginia, Mr. Rives, that the only difficulty in adjusting the tariff grew out of the ordinance and the acts of South Carolina. I must attribute an assertion, so inconsistent with the facts, to an ignorance of the occurrences of the last few years in reference to this subject, occasioned by the absence of the gentleman from the United States, to which he himself has alluded in his remarks. If the senator will take pains to inform himself, he will find that this protective system advanced with a continued and rapid step, in spite of petitions, remonstrances, and protests, not only of Carolina, but also of Virginia and of all the southern states, until 1828, when Carolina for the first time changed the character of her resistance by holding up her reserved rights as the shield of her defense against further encroachment. This attitude alone, unaided by a single state, arrested the further progress of the system, so that the question from that period to this, on the part of the manufacturers, has been not how to acquire more, but to retain that which they have acquired. I will inform the gentleman that, if this attitude had not been taken on the part of the state, the question would not now be how duties ought to be repealed, but a question as to the protected articles, between prohibition on one side and the duties established by the Act of 1828 on the other. But a single remark will be sufficient in reply to what I must consider the invidious remark of the senator from Virginia. The Act of 1832, which has not yet gone into operation, and which was passed but a few months since, was declared by the supporters of the system to be a permanent adjustment, and the bill proposed by the Treasury Department, not essentially different from the Act itself, was in like manner declared to be intended by the administration as a permanent arrangement. What has occurred since, except this ordinance and these abused acts of the calumniated state, to produce this mighty revolution in reference to this odious system? Unless the senator from Virginia can assign some other cause, he is bound upon every principle of fairness to retract this unjust aspersion upon the acts of South Carolina. The senator from Delaware, Mr. Clayton, as well as others, has relied with great emphasis on the fact that we are citizens of the United States. I do not object to this expression, nor shall I detract from the proud and elevated feelings with which it is associated, but I trust that I may be permitted to raise the inquiry, in what manner are we citizens of the United States, without weakening the patriotic feeling with which I trust it will ever be uttered. If by citizen of the United States he means a citizen at large, one whose citizenship extends to the entire geographical limits of the country, without having a local citizenship in some state or territory, a sort of citizen of the world, all I have to say is that such a citizen would be a perfect nondescript, that not a single individual of this description can be found in the entire mass of our population. Notwithstanding all the pomp and display of eloquence on the occasion, every citizen is a citizen of some state or territory, and as such, under an express provision of the Constitution, is entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. And it is in this and in no other sense that we are citizens of the United States. The senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Dallas, indeed, relies upon that provision in the Constitution which gives Congress the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and the operation of the rule actually established under this authority, to prove that naturalized citizens are citizens at large without being citizens of any of the states. I do not deem it necessary to examine the law of Congress upon this subject, or to reply to the argument of the senator, though I cannot doubt that he has taken an entirely erroneous view of the subject. It is sufficient that the power of Congress extends simply to the establishment of a uniform rule by which foreigners may be naturalized in the several states or territories without infringing in any other respect in reference to naturalization the rights of the states as they existed before the adoption of the Constitution. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Against the Force Bill, Part 6, by John C. Calhoun. Having supplied the omissions of yesterday, I now resume the subject at the point where my remarks then terminated. The Senate will remember that I stated at their close that the great question at issue is whether ours is a federal or a consolidated system of government, a system in which the parts, to use the emphatic language of Mr. Palgrave, are the integers, and the whole the multiple, or in which the whole is a unit, and the parts the fractions. I stated that on the decision of this question, I believed it depended not only on the liberty and prosperity of this country, but the place which we are destined to hold in the intellectual and moral scale of nations. I stated also in my remarks on this point that there is a striking analogy between this and the great struggle between Persia and Greece, which was decided by the battles of Marathon, Plataea, and Salamis, and which immortalized the names of Miltiades and Themistocles. I illustrated this analogy by showing that centralism, or consolidation, with the exception of a few nations along the eastern borders of the Mediterranean, has been the pervading principle in the Asiatic governments, while the federal system, or what is the same principle, that system which organizes a community in reference to its parts, has prevailed in Europe. Among the few exceptions in the Asiatic nations, the government of the 12 tribes of Israel in its early period is the most striking. Their government, at first, was a mere confederation without any central power, till a military chieftain with the title of king was placed at its head, without, however, merging the original organization of the 12 distinct tribes. This was the commencement of that central action among that peculiar people which in 3 generations terminated in a permanent division of their tribes. It is impossible even for a careless reader to peruse the history of that event without being forcibly struck with the analogy in the causes which led to their separation, and those which now threaten us with a similar calamity. With the establishment of the central power in the king commenced a system of taxation, which under King Solomon was greatly increased. To defray the expenses of rearing the temple, of enlarging and embellishing Jerusalem, the seat of the central government, and the other profuse expenditures of his magnificent reign, increased taxation was followed by its natural consequences, discontent and complaint, which, before his death, began to excite resistance. On the succession of his son, Rehoboam, the 10 tribes, headed by Jeroboam, demanded a reduction of the taxes. The temple being finished, and the embellishment of Jerusalem completed, and the money which had been raised for that purpose being no longer required, or, in other words, the debt being paid, they demanded a reduction of the duties, a repeal of the tariff. The demand was taken under consideration, and after consulting the old men, the councillors of 1798, who advised a reduction, he then took the opinion of the younger politicians, who had since grown up, and knew not the doctrines of their fathers. He hearkened unto their counsel, and refused to make the reduction, and the secession of the 10 tribes under Jeroboam followed. The tribes of Judah and Benjamin, which had received the disbursements, alone remained to the house of David. But to return to the point immediately under consideration, I know that it is not only the opinion of a large majority of our country, but it may be said to be the opinion of the age, that the very beau ideal of a perfect government is the government of a majority acting through a representative body, without check or limitation on its power. Yet, if we may test this theory by experience and reason, we shall find that, so far from being perfect, the necessary tendency of all governments, based upon the will of an absolute majority without constitutional check or limitation of power, is to faction, corruption, anarchy, and despotism. And this, whether the will of the majority be expressed directly through an assembly of the people themselves, or by their representatives. I know that in venturing this assertion, I utter what is unpopular, both within and without these walls. But where truth and liberty are concerned, such considerations should not be regarded. I will place the decision of this point onto the fact that no government of the kind, among the many attempts which have been made, has ever endured for a single generation, but, on the contrary, has invariably experienced the fate which I have assigned to it. Let a single instance be pointed out, and I will surrender my opinion. But, if we had not the aid of experience to direct our judgment, reason itself would be a certain guide. The view which considers the community as a unit, and all its parts as having similar interest, is radically erroneous. However small the community may be, and however homogeneous its interest, the moment that government is put into operation, as soon as it begins to collect taxes and to make appropriations, the different portions of the community must, of necessity, bear different and opposing relations in reference to the action of the government. There must inevitably spring up two interests, a direction and a stockholder interest, an interest profiting by the action of the government, and interested in increasing its powers and action, and another at whose expense the political machine is kept in motion. I know how difficult it is to communicate distinct ideas on such a subject, through the medium of general propositions without particular illustration, and in order that I may be distinctly understood, though at the hazard of being tedious, I will illustrate the important principle which I have ventured to advance by examples. Let us then suppose a small community of 5 persons, separated from the rest of the world, and to make the example strong, let us suppose them all to be engaged in the same pursuit, and to be of equal wealth. Let us further suppose that they determine to govern the community by the will of a majority, and to make the case as strong as possible, let us suppose that the majority, in order to meet the expenses of the government, lay an equal tax, say of $100, on each individual of this little community. Their treasury would contain $500. 3 are a majority, and they, by supposition, have contributed 300 as their portion, and the other 2, the minority, 200. The 3 have the right to make the appropriations as they may think proper. The question is, how would the principle of the absolute and unchecked majority operate under these circumstances in this little community? If the 3 be governed by a sense of justice, if they should appropriate the money to the objects for which it was raised, the common and equal benefit of the 5, then the object of the association would be fairly and honestly affected, and each would have a common interest in the government. But, should the majority pursue an opposite cause, should they appropriate the money in a manner to benefit their own particular interest without regard to the interest of the 2, and that they will so act unless there be some efficient check, he who best knows human nature will least doubt. Who does not see that the 3 and the 2 would have directly opposite interests in reference to the action of the government? The 3 who contribute to the common treasury but $300 could, in fact, by appropriating the 500 to their own use, convert the action of the government into the means of making money, and of consequence would have a direct interest in increasing the taxes. They put in 300 and take out 5. That is, they take back to themselves all that they put in, and in addition to that which was put in by their associates. Or, in other words, taking taxation and appropriation together, they have gained and their associates have lost $200 by the fiscal action of the government. Opposite interests in reference to the action of the government are thus created between them, the one having an interest in favor of, and the other against the taxes. The one to increase and the other to decrease the taxes. The one to retain the taxes when the money is no longer wanted, and the other to repeal them when the objects for which they were levied have been secured. Let us now suppose this community of 5 be raised to 24 individuals to be governed, in a like manner, by the will of a majority. It is obvious that the same principle would divide them into 2 interests, into a majority and a minority, 13 against 11, or in some other proportion, and that all the consequences that I have shown to be applicable to the small community of 5 would be applicable to the greater, the cause not depending upon the number, but resulting necessarily from the action of the government itself. Let us now suppose that instead of governing themselves directly in an assembly of the whole, without the intervention of agents, they should adopt the representative principle, and that, instead of being governed by a majority of themselves, they should be governed by a majority of their representatives. It is obvious that the operation of the system would not be affected by the change, the representatives being responsible to those who chose them, would conform to the will of their constituents, and would act as they would do were they present, and acting for themselves. And the same conflict of interest, which we have shown would exist in one case, would equally exist in the other. In either case, the inevitable result would be a system of hostile legislation on the part of the majority, or the stronger interest, against the minority, or the weaker interest, the object of which, on the part of the former, would be to exact as much as possible from the latter, which would necessarily be resisted by all means in their power. Warfare by legislation would thus be commenced between the parties, with the same object, and no less hostile than that which is carried on between distinct and rival nations. The only distinction would be in the instruments and the mode. Enactments, in the one case, would supply what could only be effected by arms in the other, and the inevitable operation would be to engender the most hostile feelings between the parties, which would merge every feeling of patriotism, that feeling which embraces the whole, and substitute in its place the most violent party attachment. And instead of having one common center of attachment, around which the affections of the community might rally, there would in fact be 2, the interests of the majority, to which those who constitute that majority would be more attached than they would be to the whole, and that of the minority, to which they, in like manner, would also be more attached than to the interests of the whole. Faction would thus take the place of patriotism, and, with the loss of patriotism, corruption must necessarily follow, and in its train, anarchy, and finally, despotism, or the establishment of absolute power in a single individual, as a means of arresting the conflict of hostile interests on the principle that it is better to submit to the will of a single individual, who, by being made lord and master of the whole community, would have an equal interest in the protection of all the parts. Let us next suppose that, in order to avert the calamitous train of consequences, this little community should adopt a written constitution, with limitations restricting the will of the majority, in order to protect the minority against the oppression which I have shown would necessarily result without such restrictions. It is obvious that the case would not be in the slightest degree varied. If the majority be left in possession of the right of judging exclusively of the extent of its powers, without any right on the part of the minority to enforce the restrictions imposed by the Constitution on the will of the majority. The point is almost too clear for illustration. Nothing can be more certain that when a Constitution grants power and imposes limitations on those who exercise that power, whatever interests may obtain possession of the government, will be in favor of extending the power at the expense of the limitation, and that unless those on whose behalf the limitations were imposed have in some form or mode the right of enforcing them, the power will ultimately supersede the limitation, and the government must operate precisely in the same manner as if the will of the majority governed without constitution or limitation of power. I have thus presented all possible modes in which a government founded upon the will of an absolute majority will be modified, and have demonstrated that in all its forms, whether in a majority of the people, as in a mere democracy, or in a majority of their representatives, without a constitution or with a constitution, to be interpreted as the will of the majority, the result will be the same. Two hostile interests will inevitably be created by the action of the government, to be followed by hostile legislation, and that by faction, corruption, anarchy, and despotism. The great and solemn question here presents itself. Is there any remedy for these evils? On the decision of which depends the question, whether the people can govern themselves, which has been asked so often with so much skepticism and doubt. There is a remedy, and but one, the effect of which, whatever may be the form, is to organize society in reference to this conflict of interests, which springs out of the action of the government, which can only be done by giving to each part the right of self-protection, which, in a word, instead of considering the community of 24 as a single community having a common interest and to be governed by the single will of an entire majority, shall upon all questions tending to bring the parts into conflict, the 13 against 11, take the will not of the 24 as a unit, but of the 13 and of the 11 separately, the majority of each governing the parts, and where they concur, governing the whole, and where they disagree, arresting the action of the government. This I will call the concurring, as distinct from the absolute majority. In either way, the number would be the same, whether taken as the absolute or as the concurring majority. Thus, the majority of the 13 is 7, and of the 11, 6, and the two together make 13, which is the majority of 24. But, though the number is the same, the mode of counting is essentially different, the one representing the strongest interest, and the other the entire interests of the community. The first mistake is in supposing that the government of the absolute majority is the government of the people. That view ideal of a perfect government, which has been so enthusiastically entertained in every age by the generous and patriotic, where civilization and liberty have made the smallest progress. There can be no greater error. The government of the people is the government of the whole community, of the 24. The self-government of all the parts too perfect to be reduced to practice in the present, or any past stage of human society. The government of the absolute majority, instead of being the government of the people, is but the government of the strongest interests, and when not effectively and efficiently checked, is the most tyrannical and oppressive that can be devised. Between this ideal perfection, on the one side, and despotism on the other, no other system can be devised but that which considers society in reference to its parts, as differently affected by the action of the government, and which takes the sense of each part separately, and thereby the sense of the whole, in the manner already illustrated. These principles, as I have already stated, are not affected by the number of which the community may be composed, but are just as applicable to one of 13 millions, the number which composes ours, as of the small community of 24, which I have supposed for the purpose of illustration, and are not less applicable to the 24 states united in one community, than to the case of the 24 individuals. There is, indeed, a distinction between a large and a small community, not affecting the principle, but the violence of the action. In the smaller, the similarity of the interests of all the parts will limit the oppression from the hostile action of the parts. In a great degree to the fiscal action of the government merely, but the large community, spreading over a country of great extent and having a great diversity of interests, with different kinds of labor, capital, and production, the conflict and oppression will extend not only to a monopoly of the appropriations on the part of the stronger interests, but will end in unequal taxes and a general conflict between the entire interests of conflicting sections, which, if not arrested by the most powerful checks, will terminate in the most oppressive tyranny that can be conceived, or in the destruction of the community itself. If we turn our attention from these supposed cases and direct it to our government and its actual operation, we shall find a practical confirmation of the truth of what has been stated, not only of the oppressive operation of the system of an absolute majority, but also a striking and beautiful illustration in the formation of our system, of the principle of the concurring majority, as distinct from the absolute, which I have asserted to be the only means of efficiently checking the abuse of power, and of course the only solid foundation of constitutional liberty. That our government for many years has been gradually verging to consolidation, that the Constitution has gradually become a dead letter, and that all restrictions upon the power of government have been virtually removed, so as practically to convert the general government into a government of absolute majority without check or limitation, cannot be denied by anyone who has impartially observed its operation. It is not necessary to trace the commencement and gradual progress of the causes which have produced this change in our system. It is sufficient to state that the change has taken place within the last few years. What has been the result? Precisely that which might have been anticipated, the growth of faction, corruption, anarchy, and if not despotism itself, its near approach, as witnessed in the provisions of this bill. And from what have these consequences sprung? We have been involved in no war, we have been at peace with all the world, we have been visited with no national calamity, our people have been advancing in general intelligence, and, I will add, as great and alarming as has been the advance of political corruption among the mercenary corps, who look to government for support, the morals and virtue of the community at large have been advancing in improvement. What, I again repeat, is the cause? No other can be assigned but a departure from the fundamental principles of the Constitution, which has converted the government into the will of an absolute and irresponsible majority, and which, by the laws that must inevitably govern in all such majorities, has placed in conflict the great interests of the country by a system of hostile legislation, by an oppressive and unequal imposition of taxes, by unequal and profuse appropriations, and by rendering the entire labor and capital of the weaker interest subordinate to the stronger. This is the cause, and these are the fruits which have converted the government into a mere instrument of taking money from one portion of the community to be given to another, and which has rallied around it a great and powerful mercenary corps of office holders, office seekers, and expectants, destitute of principle and patriotism, and who have no standard of morals or politics but the will of the executive, the will of him who has the distribution of the loaves and the fishes. I hold it impossible for anyone to look at the theoretical illustration of the principle of the absolute majority in the cases which I have supposed, and not be struck with the practical illustration in the actual operation of our government. Under every circumstance, the absolute majority will ever have its American system. I mean nothing offensive to any senator. But the real meaning of the American system is that system of plunder which the strongest interest has ever waged and will ever wage against the weaker, where the latter is not armed with some efficient and constitutional check to arrest its action. Nothing but such a check on the part of the weaker interest can arrest it. Mere constitutional limitations are wholly insufficient. Whatever interest obtains possession of the government will, from the nature of things, be in favor of the powers and against the limitations imposed by the Constitution, and will resort to every device that can be imagined to remove those restraints. On the contrary, the opposite interest, that which I here designated as the stockholding interests, the taxpayers, those on whom the system operates, will resist the abuse of powers and contend for the limitations. And it is on this point, then, that the contest between the delegated and the reserved powers will be waged. But in this contest, as the interests in possession of the government are organized and armed by all its powers and patronage, the opposite interest, if not in like manner organized and possessed of a power to protect themselves under the provisions of the Constitution, will be as inevitably crushed as would be a band of unorganized militia when opposed by a veteran and trained corps of regulars. Let it never be forgotten that power can only be opposed by power, organization by organization, and on this theory stands our beautiful federal system of government. No free system was ever further removed from the principle that the absolute majority, without check or limitation, ought to govern. To understand what our government is, we must look to the Constitution, which is the basis of the system. I do not intend to enter into any minute examination of the origin and the source of its powers. It is sufficient for my purpose to state, as I do fearlessly, that it derived its power from the people of the separate states, each ratifying by itself, each binding itself by its own separate majority through its separate conviction, the concurrence of the majorities of the several states forming the Constitution, thus taking the sense of the whole by that of the several parts, representing the various interests of the entire community. It was this concurring and perfect majority which formed the Constitution, and not that majority which would consider the American people as a single community, and which, instead of representing fairly and fully the interests of the whole, would but represent, as has been stated, the interests of the stronger section. No candid man can dispute that I have given a correct description of the Constitution-making power, that power which created and organized the government, which delegated to it as a common agent certain powers, in trust for the common good of all the states, and which imposed strict limitations and checks against abuses and usurpations. In administering the delegated powers, the Constitution provides very properly, in order to give promptitude and efficiency, that the government shall be organized upon the principle of the absolute majority, or rather, two absolute majorities combined, a majority of the states considered as bodies politic, which prevails in this body, and a majority of the people of the states, estimated in federal numbers, in the other House of Congress. A combination of the two prevails in the choice of the president, and, of course, in the appointment of judges, they being nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. It is thus that the concurring and absolute majorities are combined in one complex system, the one informing the Constitution, and the other making and executing the laws, thus beautifully blending the moderation, justice, and equity of the former, and more perfect majority, with the promptness and energy of the latter, but less perfect. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, Against the Force Bill, Part 7, by John C. Calhoun. To maintain the ascendancy of the Constitution over the lawmaking majority is the great and essential point on which the success of the system must depend. Unless that ascendancy can be preserved, the necessary consequence must be that the laws will supersede the Constitution, and finally, the will of the executive, by the influence of his patronage, will supersede the laws, indications of which are already perceptible. This ascendancy can only be preserved through the action of the states as organized bodies having their own separate governments, and possessed of the right, under the structure of our system, of judging of the extent of their separate powers, and of interposing their authority to arrest the unauthorized enactments of the general government within their respective limits. I will not enter at this time into the discussion of this important point, as it has been ably and fully presented by the Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Bibb, and others who preceded him in this debate, on the same side, whose arguments not only remain unanswered, but are unanswerable. It is only by this power of interposition that the reserved rights of the states can be peacefully and efficiently protected against the encroachments of the general government, that the limitations imposed upon its authority can be enforced, and its movements confined to the orbit allotted to it by the Constitution. It has, indeed, been said in debate that this can be effected by the organization of the general government itself, particularly by the action of this body, which represents the states, and that the states themselves must look to the general government for the preservation of many of the most important of their reserved rights. I do not underrate the value to be attached to the organic arrangement of the general government and the wise distribution of its powers between the several departments, and in particular the structure and the important functions of this body. But to suppose that the Senate, or any department of this government, was intended to be only the guardian of the reserved rights is a great and fundamental mistake. The government, through all its departments, represents the delegated and not the reserved powers, and it is a violation of the fundamental principle of free institutions to suppose that any but the responsible representative of any interest can be its guardian. The distribution of the powers of the general government and its organization were arranged to prevent the abuse of power in fulfilling the important trusts confided to it, and not, as preposterously supposed, to protect the reserved powers, which are confided wholly to the guardianship of the several states. Against the view of our system which I have presented, and the right of the states to interpose, it is objected that it would lead to anarchy and dissolution. I consider the objection as without the slightest foundation, and that, so far from tending to weakness or disunion, it is the source of the highest power and of the strongest cement. Nor is its tendency in this respect difficult of explanation. The government of an absolute majority, unchecked by efficient constitutional restraints, though apparently strong, is, in reality, an exceedingly feeble government. That tendency to conflict between the parts, which I have shown to be inevitable in such governments, wastes the powers of the state in the hostile action of contending factions, which leaves very little more power than the excess of the strength of the majority over the minority. But a government based upon the principle of the concurring majority, where each great interest possesses within itself the means of self-protection, which ultimately requires the mutual consent of all the parts, necessarily causes that unanimity in council and ardent attachment of all the parts to the whole, which gives an irresistible energy to a government so constituted. I might appeal to history for the truth of these remarks, of which the Roman furnishes the most familiar and striking proofs. It is a well-known fact that, from the expulsion of the Tarquins to the time of the establishment of the tribunician power, the government fell into a state of the greatest disorder and distraction, and, I may add, corruption. How did this happen? The explanation will throw important light on the subject under consideration. The community was divided into two parts, the patricians and the plebeians, with the power of the state principally in the hands of the former, without adequate checks to protect the rights of the latter. The result was as might be expected. The patricians converted the powers of the government into the means of making money to enrich themselves and their dependents. They, in a word, had their American system, growing out of the peculiar character of the government and condition of the country. This requires explanation. At that period, according to the laws of nations, when one nation conquered another, the lands of the vanquished belonged to the victor, and according to the Roman law, the lands thus acquired were divided into two parts, one allotted to the poorer class of the people, and the other assigned to the use of the treasury, of which the patricians had distribution and administration. The patricians abused their power by withholding from the plebeians that which ought to have been allotted to them, and by converting to their own use that which ought to have gone to the treasury. In a word, they took to themselves the entire spoils of victory, and had thus the most powerful motive to keep the state perpetually involved in war, to the utter impoverishment and oppression of the plebeians. After resisting the abuse of power by all peaceable means, and the oppression becoming intolerable, the plebeians at last withdrew from the city. They, in a word, seceded. And to induce them to reunite, the patricians conceded to them, as the means of protecting their separate interests, the very power which I contend is necessary to protect the rights of the states, but which is now represented as necessarily leading to disunion. They granted to them the right of choosing 3 tribunes from among themselves, whose persons should be sacred, and who should have the right of interposing their veto, not only against the passage of laws, but even against their execution, a power which those who take a shallow insight into human nature would pronounce inconsistent with the strength and unity of the state, if not utterly impracticable. Yet so far from this being the effect, from that day the genius of Rome became ascendant, and victory followed her steps, till she had established an almost universal dominion. How can a result so contrary to all anticipation be explained? The explanation appears to me to be simple. No measure or movement could be adopted without the concurring assent of both the patricians and the plebeians, and each thus become dependent on the other, and, of consequence, the desire and objects of neither could be effected without the concurrence of the other. To obtain this concurrence, each was compelled to consult the good will of the other, and to elevate to office not those only who might have the confidence of the order to which they belonged, but also that of the other. The result was that men possessing those qualities which would naturally command confidence, moderation, wisdom, justice, and patriotism, were elevated to office, and the weight of their authority and the prudence of their counsel, combined with that spirit of unanimity necessarily resulting from the concurring assent of the two orders, furnished the real explanation of the power of the Roman state, and of that extraordinary wisdom, moderation, and firmness which in so remarkable a degree characterized her public men. I might illustrate the truth of the position which I have laid down by a reference to the history of all free states, ancient and modern, distinguished for their power and patriotism, and conclusively show not only that there was not one which had some contrivance under some form, by which the concurring assent of the different portions of the community was made necessary in the action of government, but also that the virtue, patriotism, and strength of the state were in direct proportion to the perfection of the means of securing such assent. In estimating the operation of this principle in our system, which depends, as I have stated, on the right of interposition on the part of a state, we must not omit to take into consideration the amending power by which new powers may be granted, or any derangement of the system corrected, by the concurring assent of 3/4 of the states, and thus, in the same degree, strengthening the power of repairing any derangement occasioned by the eccentric action of a state. In fact, the power of interposition, fairly understood, may be considered in the light of an appeal against the usurpations of the general government, the joint agent of all the states, to the states themselves, to be decided under the amending power by the voice of 3/4 of the states, as the highest power known under the system. I know the difficulty in our country of establishing the truth of the principle for which I contend, though resting upon the clearest reason and tested by the universal experience of free nations. I know that the governments of the several states, which, for the most part, are constructed on the principle of absolute majority, will be cited as an argument against the conclusion to which I have arrived. But in my opinion, the satisfactory answer can be given, that the objects of expenditure which fall within the sphere of a state government are few and inconsiderable, so that, be their action ever so irregular, it can occasion but little derangement. If, instead of being members of this great confederacy, they formed distinct communities, and were compelled to raise armies and incur other expenses necessary to their defense, the laws which I have laid down as necessarily controlling the action of a state, where the will of an absolute and unchecked majority prevailed, would speedily disclose themselves in faction, anarchy, and corruption. Even as the case is, the operation of the causes to which I have referred is perceptible in some of the larger and more populous members of the Union, whose governments have a powerful central action, and which already show a strong moneyed tendency, the invariable forerunner of corruption and convulsion. But to return to the general government, we have now sufficient experience to ascertain that the tendency to conflict in its action is between the southern and other sections. The latter, having a decided majority, must habitually be possessed of the powers of the government, both in this and in the other house, and being governed by that instinctive love of power so natural to the human breast, they must become the advocates of the power of government, and in the same degree opposed to the limitations, while the other and weaker section is as necessarily thrown on the side of the limitations. One section is the natural guardian of the delegated powers, and the other of the reserved, and the struggle on the side of the former will be to enlarge the powers, while that on the opposite side will be to restrain them within their constitutional limits. The contest will, in fact, be a contest between power and liberty, and such I consider the present, a contest in which the weaker section, with its peculiar labor, productions, and institutions, has at stake all that can be dear to freemen. Should we be able to maintain in their full vigor our reserved rights, liberty and prosperity will be our portion. But if we yield and permit the stronger interest to concentrate within itself all the powers of the government, then will our fate be more wretched than that of the aborigines whom we have expelled. In this great struggle between the delegated and reserved powers, so far from repining that my lot, and that of those whom I represent, is cast on the side of the latter, I rejoice that such is the fact, for though we participate in but few of the advantages of the government, we are compensated, and more than compensated, in not being so much exposed to its corruptions. Nor do I repine that the duty, so difficult to be discharged, of defending the reserved powers against apparently such fearful odds, has been assigned to us. To discharge it successfully requires the highest qualities, moral and intellectual, and should we perform it with a zeal and ability proportioned to its magnitude, instead of mere planters, our section will become distinguished for its patriots and statesmen. But on the other hand, if we prove unworthy of the trust, if we yield to the steady encroachments of power, the severest calamity and most debasing corruption will overspread the land. Every Southern man, true to the interests of his section, and faithful to the duties which Providence has allotted him, will be forever excluded from the honors and emoluments of this government, which will be reserved for those only who have qualified themselves by political prostitution for admission into the Magdalen Asylum. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Denouncing Andrew Jackson, by John C. Calhoun. Delivered in the United States Senate during the debate on the expunging resolution, January 1837. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Reeves, says that the argument in favor of this expunging resolution has not been answered. Sir, there are some questions so plain that they cannot be argued. Nothing can make them more plain, and this is one. No one, not blinded by party zeal, can possibly be insensible that the measure proposed is a violation of the Constitution. The Constitution requires the Senate to keep a journal. This resolution goes to expunge the journal. If you may expunge a part, you may expunge the whole. And if it is expunged, how is it kept? The Constitution says the journal shall be kept. This resolution says it shall be destroyed. It does the very thing which the Constitution declares shall not be done. That is the argument, the whole argument. There is none other. Talk of precedents, and precedents drawn from a foreign country, they don't apply. No, sir. This is to be done not in consequence of argument, but in spite of argument. I understand the case. I know perfectly well the gentlemen have no liberty to vote otherwise. They are coerced by an exterior power. They try, indeed, to comfort their conscience by saying that it is the will of the people and the voice of the people. It is no such thing. We all know how these legislative returns have been obtained. It is by dictation from the White House. The President himself, with that vast mass of patronage which he wields, and the 1,000 expectations he is able to hold up, has obtained these votes of the state legislatures, and this, forsooth, is said to be the voice of the people. The voice of the people? Sir, can we forget the scene which was exhibited in this chamber when that expunging resolution was first introduced here? Have we forgotten the universal giving way of conscience, so that the senator from Missouri was left alone? I see before me senators who could not swallow that resolution. And has its nature changed since then? Is it any more constitutional now than it was then? Not at all. But executive power has interposed. Talk to me of the voice of the people. No, sir. It is the combination of patronage and power to coerce this body into a gross and palpable violation of the Constitution. Some individuals, I perceive, think to escape through the particular form in which this act is to be perpetrated. They tell us that the resolution on your records is not to be expunged, but is only to be endorsed expunged. Really, sir, I do not know how to argue against such contemptible sophistry. The occasion is too solemn for an argument of this sort. You are going to violate the Constitution, and you get rid of the infamy by a falsehood. You yourselves say that the resolution is expunged by your order, yet you say it is not expunged. You put your act in express words, you record it, and then turn round and deny it. But what is the motive? What is the pretext for this enormity? Why, gentlemen tell us that the Senate has two distinct consciences, a legislative conscience and a judicial conscience. As a legislative body, we have decided that the President has violated the Constitution. But gentlemen tell us that this is an impeachable offense, and as we may be called to try it in our judicial capacity, we have no right to express the opinion. I need not show how inconsistent such a position is with the eternal, imprescriptible right of freedom of speech, and how utterly inconsistent it is with precedents drawn from the history of our British ancestors, where the same liberty of speech has for centuries been enjoyed. There is a shorter and more direct argument in reply. Gentlemen who take that position cannot, according to their own showing, vote for this resolution. For if it is unconstitutional for us to record a resolution of condemnation, because we may afterwards be called to try the case in a judicial capacity, then it is equally unconstitutional for us to record a resolution of acquittal. If it is unconstitutional for the Senate to declare before a trial that the President has violated the Constitution, it is equally unconstitutional to declare before a trial that he has not violated the Constitution. The same principle is involved in both. Yet, in the very face of this principle, gentlemen are here going to condemn their own act. But why do I waste my breath? I know it is all utterly vain. The day is gone. Night approaches, and night is suitable to the dark deed we meditate. There is a sort of destiny in this thing. The act must be performed, and it is an act which will tell on the political history of this country forever. Other preceding violations of the Constitution, and they have been many and great, filled my bosom with indignation, but this fills it only with grief. Others were done in the heat of partisanship. Power was, as it were, compelled to support itself by seizing upon new instruments of influence and patronage, and there were ambitious and able men to direct the process. Such was the removal of the deposits, which the President seized upon by a new and unprecedented act of arbitrary power, an act which gave him ample means of rewarding friends and punishing enemies. Something may perhaps be pardoned to him in this matter on the old apology of tyrants, the plea of necessity. But here there can be no such apology. Here no necessity can so much as be pretended. This act originates in pure, unmixed, personal idolatry. It is the melancholy evidence of a broken spirit, ready to bow at the feet of power. The former act was such a one as might have been perpetrated in the days of Pompey or Caesar, but an act like this could never have been consummated by a Roman Senate until the times of Caligula and Nero. End of section 15. Read by Kathleen Congdon, Windfall, April 24th, 2024.
Section 16 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Replying to Henry Clay by John C. Calhoun. From the Independent Treasury debate in the United States Senate, March 1838. I who have changed no opinion, abandoned no principle, deserted no party, I who have stood still and maintained my ground against every difficulty, to be told that it is left to time to disclose my motive. The imputation sinks to the earth with the groundless charge on which it rests. I stamp it with scorn in the dust. I pick up the dart which fell harmless at my feet. I hurl it back. What the senator charges on me, unjustly, he has actually done. He went over on a memorable occasion, and did not leave it to time to disclose his motive. The senator next tells us that I bore a character for stern fidelity, which he accompanied with remarks implying that I had forfeited it by my course on the present occasion. If he means by stern fidelity a devoted attachment to duty and principle, which nothing can overcome, the character is, indeed, a high one, and, I trust, not entirely unmerited. I have, at least, the authority of the senator himself for saying that it belonged to me before the present occasion, and it is, of course, incumbent on him to show that I have since forfeited it. He will find the task a Herculean one. It would be by far more easy to show the opposite, that, instead of forfeiting, I have strengthened my title to the character. Instead of abandoning any principles, I have firmly adhered to them, and that, too, under the most appalling difficulties. If I were to select an instance in the whole course of my life, on which, above all others, to rest my claim to the character which the senator attributed to me, it would be this very one which he has selected to prove that I have forfeited it. I acted with the full knowledge of the difficulties I had to encounter and the responsibility I had to incur. I saw a great and powerful party, probably the most powerful in the country, eagerly seizing on the catastrophe which had befallen the currency, and the consequent embarrassments that followed, to displace those in power against whom they had been long contending. I saw that, to stand between them and their object, I must necessarily incur their deep and lasting displeasure. I also saw that, to maintain the administration in the position they had taken, to separate the government from the banks, I would draw down on me, with the exception of some of the southern banks, the whole weight of that extensive, concentrated, and powerful interest, the most powerful by far of any in the whole community, and thus I would unite against me a combination of political and moneyed influence almost irresistible. But the senator did not confine his attacks to my conduct and motives in reference to the present question. In his eagerness to weaken the cause I support, by destroying confidence in me, he made an indiscriminate attack on my intellectual faculties, which he characterized as metaphysical, eccentric, too much of genius and too little of common sense, and of course wanting a sound and practical judgment. Mr. President, according to my opinion, there is nothing of which those who are endowed with superior mental faculties ought to be more cautious than to reproach those with their deficiency to whom Providence has been less liberal. The faculties of our mind are the immediate gift of our Creator, for which we are no farther responsible than for their proper cultivation, according to our opportunities and their proper application to control and regulate our actions. Thus thinking, I trust I shall be the last to assume superiority on my part, or reproach anyone with inferiority on his. But those who do not regard the rule when applied to others cannot expect it to be observed when applied to themselves. The critic must expect to be criticized, and he who points out the faults of others to have his own pointed out. I cannot retort on the senator the charge of being metaphysical. I cannot accuse him of possessing the powers of analysis and generalization, those higher faculties of the mind, called metaphysical by those who do not possess them, which decompose and resolve into their elements the complex masses of ideas that exist in the world of mind, as chemistry does the bodies that surround us in the material world, and without which those deep and hidden causes which are in constant action and producing such mighty changes in the condition of society would operate unseen and undetected. The absence of these higher qualities of mind is conspicuous throughout the whole course of the senator's public life. To this it may be traced that he prefers the specious to the solid, and the plausible to the true. To the same cause, combined with an ardent temperament, it is owing that we ever find him mounted on some popular and favorite measure which he whips along, cheered by the shouts of the multitude, and never dismounts till he has ridden it down. Thus, at one time, we find him mounted on the protective system, which he rode down, at another on internal improvement, and now he is mounted on a bank, which will surely share the same fate, unless those who are immediately interested shall stop him in his headlong career. It is the fault of his mind to seize on a few prominent and striking advantages, and to pursue them eagerly without looking to consequences. Thus, in the case of the protective system, he was struck with the advantages of manufactures, and believing that high duties was the proper mode of protecting them, he pushed forward the system without seeing that he was enriching one portion of the country at the expense of the other, corrupting the one and alienating the other, and finally dividing the community into two great hostile interests, which terminated in the overthrow of the system itself. So now he looks only to a uniform currency and a bank as the means of securing it, without once reflecting how far the banking system has progressed and the difficulties that impede its further progress, that banking and politics are running together to their mutual destruction, and that the only possible mode of saving his favorite system is to separate it from the government. To the defects of understanding which the senator attributes to me, I make no reply. It is for others, and not me, to determine the portion of understanding which it has pleased the author of my being to bestow on me. It is, however, fortunate for me that the standard by which I shall be judged is not the false, prejudiced, and, as I have shown, unfounded opinion which the senator has expressed, but my acts. They furnish materials neither few nor scant to form a just estimate of my mental faculties. I have now been more than 26 years continuously in the service of this government in various stations, and have taken part in almost all the great questions which have agitated this country during this long and important period. Throughout the whole I have never followed events, but have taken my stand in advance, openly and freely avowing my opinions on all questions, and leaving it to time and experience to condemn or approve my course. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Self-Government and Civilization by John C. Calhoun. We make a great mistake in supposing all people capable of self-government. Acting under that impression, many are anxious to force free governments on all the people of this continent and over the world if they had the power. It has been lately urged in a very respectable quarter that it is the mission of this country to spread civil and religious liberty over all the globe, and especially over this continent, even by force, if necessary. It is a sad delusion. None but a people advanced to a high state of moral and intellectual excellence are capable in a civilized condition of forming and maintaining free governments, and among those who are so far advanced, very few, indeed, have had the good fortune to form constitutions capable of endurance. It is a remarkable fact in the political history of man that there is scarcely an instance of a free constitutional government which has been the work exclusively of foresight and wisdom. They have all been the result of a fortunate combination of circumstances. It is a very difficult task to make a constitution worthy of being called so. This admirable federal constitution of ours is the result of such a combination. It is superior to the wisdom of any or of all the men by whose agency it was made. The force of circumstances, and not foresight or wisdom, induced them to adopt many of its wisest provisions. But of the few nations who have been so fortunate as to adopt a wise constitution, still fewer have had the wisdom long to preserve one. It is harder to preserve than to obtain liberty. After years of prosperity, the tenure by which it is held is but too often forgotten, and I fear, senators, that such is the case with us. There is no solicitude now for liberty. Who talks of liberty when any great question comes up? Here is a question of the first magnitude as to the conduct of this war. Do you hear anybody talk about its effects upon our liberties and our free institutions? No, sir. That was not the case formerly. In the early stages of our government, the great anxiety was how to preserve liberty. The great anxiety now is one for the attainment of mere military glory. In the one we are forgetting the other. The maxim of former times was that power is always stealing from the many to give to the few. The price of liberty was perpetual vigilance. They were constantly looking out and watching for danger. Not so now. Is it because there has been any decay of liberty among the people? Not at all. I believe the love of liberty was never more ardent, but they have forgotten the tenure of liberty by which alone it is preserved. We think we may now indulge in everything with impunity, as if we held our charter by right divine from heaven itself. Under these impressions, we plunge into war, we contract heavy debts, we increase the patronage of the executive, and we talk of a crusade to force our institutions of liberty upon all people. There is no species of extravagance which our people imagine will endanger their liberty in any degree. Sir, the hour is approaching. The day of retribution will come. It will come as certainly as I am now addressing the Senate, and when it does come, awful will be the reckoning, heavy the responsibility somewhere. End of section 17. Section 18 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Individual Liberty by John C. Calhoun. From a speech delivered in 1848. Society can no more exist without government in one form or another than man without society. It is the political, then, which includes the social, that is his natural state. It is the one for which his Creator formed him, into which he is impelled irresistibly, and in which only his race can exist, and all his faculties be fully developed. Such being the case, it follows that the worst form of government is better than anarchy, and that individual liberty or freedom must be subordinate to whatever power may be necessary to protect society against anarchy within or destruction from without. For the safety and well-being of society are as paramount to individual liberty as the safety and well-being of the race are to that of individuals, and in the same proportion the power necessary for the safety of society is paramount to individual liberty. On the contrary, government has no right to control individual liberty beyond what is necessary to the safety and well-being of society. Such is the boundary which separates the power of government and the liberty of the citizen or subject in the political state, which, as I have shown, is the natural state of man, the only one in which his race can exist, and the one in which he is born, lives, and dies. It follows from all this that the quantum of power on the part of the government and of liberty on that of individuals, instead of being equal in all cases, must necessarily be very unequal among different people according to their different conditions. For just in proportion as a people are ignorant, stupid, debased, corrupt, exposed to violence within and danger without, the power necessary for government to possess in order to preserve society against anarchy and destruction becomes greater and greater, and individual liberty less and less, until the lowest condition is reached, when absolute and despotic power becomes necessary on the part of the government, and individual liberty extinct. So, on the contrary, just as a people rise in the scale of intelligence, virtue, and patriotism, and the more perfectly they become acquainted with the nature of government, the ends for which it was ordered, and how it ought to be administered, and the less the tendency to violence and disorder within and danger from abroad, the power necessary for government becomes less and less, and individual liberty greater and greater. Instead, then, of all men having the same right to liberty and equality as is claimed by those who hold that they are all born free and equal, liberty is the noblest and highest reward bestowed on mental and moral development, combined with favorable circumstances. Instead, then, of liberty and equality being born with man, instead of all men and all classes and descriptions being equally entitled to them, they are high prizes to be won, and are, in their most perfect state, not only the highest reward that can be bestowed on our race, but the most difficult to be won, and, when won, the most difficult to be preserved. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Necessity for Courage, by John Calvin, 1509 through 1564. Beza writes that Calvin, quote, taught the truth not with affected eloquence, but with such solid gravity of style that there was not a man who could hear him without being ravished with admiration, end quote. One of his modern admirers says that he, quote, preached extempore, and that his style was like his character, plain, unartificial, transparent, and practical, verifying the remark of his biographer that the greatest genius is always the most simple. End quote. He was born at Noyon in Picardy, July 10, 1509, from a family whose real name was Calvin, which, after the fashion of his time, he Latinized into Calvinus. He was educated at the Collège de la Marche at Paris and at the Collège Montaigne, showing an extraordinary capacity for knowledge of all kinds, with a special bent toward metaphysics, or, as it was then called, philosophy. He studied law as well as theology, but his sympathy for the movement inaugurated by Luther determined his choice, and the law lost a student whose eminently severe thinking and habits of persistence might have made him one of the most profound lawyers who ever lived. He settled in Geneva in 1536, engaging thereafter in one great controversy after another during the remainder of his life. The greatest of these was with Servetus, against whom, on his trial for heresy at Geneva in 1553, he appeared as accuser. Coleridge says, however, that the death of Servetus at the stake, quote, was not Calvin's guilt especially, but the common opprobrium of all European Christendom, end quote, at a time when burning at the stake was a matter of course in the regulation of opinion. Calvin's discourse, quote, on the necessity of enduring persecution, end quote, was delivered extemporaneously, but was published by him at Geneva, and the argument here given from it on, quote, the necessity for courage, end quote, may be accepted as representing him as nearly as the difference between English and the French in which it was delivered will allow. Beza, in whose arms he died May 27, 1564, summed up his character in the words, quote, I have been a witness of him for 16 years, and I think I am fully entitled to say that in this man there was exhibited to all an example of the life and death of the Christian such as it will not be easy to depreciate, such as it will be difficult to emulate. End quote. The necessity for courage. From a discourse on enduring persecution, Geneva, 1552. What shall be done in order to inspire our breasts with true courage? We have, in the first place, to consider how precious the confession of our faith is in the sight of God. We little know how much God prizes it, if our life, which is nothing, is valued by us more highly. When it is so, we manifest a marvelous degree of stupidity. We cannot save our life at the expense of our confession, without acknowledging that we hold it in higher estimation than the honor of God and the salvation of our souls. A heathen could say that, quote, it was a miserable thing to save life by giving up the only things which made life desirable, end quote, and yet he and others like him never knew for what end men are placed in the world and why they live in it. It is true they knew enough to say that men ought to follow virtue, to conduct themselves honestly and without reproach, but all their virtues were mere paint and smoke. We know far better what the chief aim of life should be, namely, to glorify God, in order that He may be our glory. When this is not done, woe to us! And we cannot continue to live for a single moment upon the earth without heaping additional curses on our heads. Still, we are not ashamed to purchase some few days to languish here below, renouncing the eternal kingdom by separating ourselves from him by whose energy we are sustained in life. Were we to ask the most ignorant, not to say the most brutish persons in the world, why they live, They would not venture to answer simply that it is to eat and drink and sleep, for all know that they have been created for a higher and holier end. And what end can we find if it be not to honor God, and allow ourselves to be governed by Him like children by a good parent, so that after we have finished the journey of this corruptible life, we may be received into His eternal inheritance? Such is the principle, indeed the sole end. When we do not take it into account and are intent on a brutish life, which is worse than 1,000 deaths, what can we allege for our excuse? To live and not know why is unnatural. To reject the causes for which we live, under the influence of a foolish longing for a respite of some few days, during which we are to live in the world, while separated from God, I know not how to name such infatuation and madness. It were easy indeed for God to crown us at once without requiring us to sustain any combats. But as it is His pleasure that until the end of the world Christ shall reign in the midst of His enemies, so it is also His pleasure that we, being placed in the midst of them, shall suffer their oppression and violence till He deliver us. I know, indeed, that the flesh kicks when it is to be brought to this point, but still the will of God must have the mastery. If we feel some repugnance in ourselves, it need not surprise us, for it is only too natural for us to shun the cross. Still, let us not fail to surmount it, knowing that God accepts our obedience, provided we bring all our feelings and wishes into captivity and make them subject to Him. When the prophets and apostles went to death, it was not without feeling within some inclination to recoil. Quote, "They will lead thee whither thou wouldst not," end quote, said our Lord Jesus Christ to Peter. When such fears of death arise within us, let us gain the mastery over them, or rather let God gain it. And meanwhile let us feel assured that we offer Him a pleasing sacrifice when we resist and do violence to our inclinations for the purpose of placing ourselves entirely under His command. This is the principal war in which God would have His people to be engaged. He would have them strive to suppress every rebellious thought and feeling which would turn them aside from the path to which He points. And the consolations are so ample that it may well be said, we are more than cowards if we give way. In ancient times, vast numbers of people, to obtain a simple crown of leaves, refused no toil, no pain, no trouble. Nay, it even cost them nothing to die, and yet every one of them fought for a peradventure, not knowing whether he was to gain or lose the prize. God holds forth to us the immortal crown by which we may become partakers of His glory. He does not mean us to fight at haphazard, but all of us have a promise of the prize for which we strive. Have we any cause, then, to decline the struggle? Do we think it has been said in vain, quote, "If we die with Jesus Christ, we shall also live with Him"? End quote. Our triumph is prepared, and yet we do all we can to shun the combat. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Ferry 252. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Crisis of 1793 by Pierre Joseph Cambon. Pierre Joseph Cambon, born 1754, died in 1820. Cambon has been called the greatest financier of the French Revolutionary period. Although he was practically responsible for the receipts and expenditures of the Republic during its stormiest times, the confidence of the Legislative Assembly and of the Convention afterwards in his honesty was never shaken, not even during the Reign of Terror. From the first, he was the ruling spirit and mouthpiece of the financial committee of both bodies. His expositions of the public situation to both are models of voluminous and exhaustive statement. Born into a wealthy bourgeoisie family in Montpellier, he was engaged in the grocery business in his native city when the beginning of the Revolution sent him to represent the tiers état in the States General at Versailles in 1789. In 1791, after being elected first deputy for the Department of Horace in the Legislative Assembly, he was placed at the head of its financial committee, where he soon became such an authority on financial matters that he was made the last president of the Assembly, elected first deputy for Horace to the convention in 1792, and placed at the head of its financial committee also. He was made a member of the first committee of public safety in 1793, but was left out of the second on account of his moderation. Although he cooperated in the overthrow of Robespierre, he was made one of the victims of the feeling against the first committee to such an extent that he was forced to return a poorer man to his business in Montpellier. Here he was permitted to remain unmolested until the Bourbons in 1815 included him with other alleged regicides in a decree of banishment. He died in exile at Brussels in 1820. The crisis of 1793, from an address in Convention, July 11, 1793, reporting on the condition of the Republic. The Committee of Public Safety having charged me to apprise you of the actual condition of the Republic and of the operations it has conducted, I shall try to acquit myself of the duty. You will recollect that at the period of the establishment of the committee, the Republic was betrayed. Dumouriez has disorganized the armies of the North and the Ardennes, and there remained but about 2,500 men in the garrisons of that whole frontier. The strongholds lacked provisions and munitions to sustain a siege, and this general, after having delivered to the Austrians the stores and arms for a considerable sum, would also have delivered up the fortifications without defense. You know that this general abandoned at Liege 10,000 guns and 25,000 uniforms, which he placed in store for the benefit of our enemies, while the soldiers of the Republic were in need, and to deceive them as to his bent, he made this hall echo with his hypocritical plaints of the nakedness of the army, to the end to throw blame upon this convention. The armies of the Rhine and the Moselle have been obliged to retreat and to abandon the environs of Mayence. They have sought frontier points and find themselves in a condition of disorganization, which is the inevitable result of a forced retreat. The armies of the Alps and of Italy are tranquil, since the snow in the mountains has separated them from the enemy. The Spaniards have attacked us in the direction of Bayonne and Perpignan. The armies of the eastern and western Pyrenees, of which we have heard much spoken, which were, it was frequently said, always on the point of organizing, are totally destitute. They need general officers. They have no cannon to take the field, hardly any ordnance for their siege guns, but little food stores and few soldiers. The commissioners Isnar, Aubry, and Despinacy, whom you sent to Perpignan, made you a reassuring report on the condition of that frontier. Nevertheless, the representatives of the people who were there at the first invasion of the Spaniards write you that it was totally abandoned, that the forts were nearly all dismantled, that most of the cannon found in the works lacked cartridges, that there were few, if any, stores, and that they were without food. As to our situation in the interior, fanatics having raised armies in La Vendée and adjoining departments, several strong cities came under the power of the rebels. It is hoped, however, that the courage of the Republicans will stifle this rebellion in its birth, and since it is impossible to send disciplined troops there, by the levies made by requisition on the spot and some small bodies of veteran troops. Unfortunately, as you know, intrigues have weakened the public spirit in part of the departments. The citizens fail to show the energy necessary to combat the fanatics, who have their own form of energy. The bravery of the soldiers was not seconded, or else was paralyzed by the perfidy of their chiefs. We lost arms, cannons, and stores, which were used against us. Orders were then given to bring up battalions of the army. They were halted in their march. The committee ordered arms and supplies. The administration checked these in their passages. Thenceforward, there seemed to be no union in any operations. It might even be said that each administrator seemed occupied only in the defense of his own position, formed his own little army, and named his general so that it was impossible that any comprehensive system of defense could be followed. At the same time, we had to defend the ports of Brest and Cherbourg. There were but a few scattered troops in these garrisons. On the coasts of Brittany, where a revolt had broken out, there were hardly 5,000 troops, a number not sufficient even to equip the ships of the line. The coasts and seaports of the Republic did not present conditions reassuring those who hoped for their defense. Everywhere cannon were being asked for, and calls were made for ammunition and men to man the redoubts. But little activity was displayed in fitting out the fleets of the Republic. The ports of Brest, Rochefort, and Lorient had but 6 vessels of the line fit to put to sea, and the Mediterranean fleet was being repaired at Toulon. You had 170 representatives of the people in the departments to excite the patriotism of the citizens for the enlistment of 300,000 men, or on diverse missions of recruiting. But one of the subterfuges of the enemy was to calumniate and discredit them. To check the success of their operations, nothing was left undone to decry them, to asperse their authority, and create enemies for them. Everywhere a word was hurled at them, which has since become the title of a party. They were called Maratists, a name invented by our enemies to decry the most energetic of our patriots. It was said that Maratists were assassins, the partisans of the agrarian laws and of loyalty for the Duke of Orleans. Very soon a portion of this assembly bore the same reproach. In spite of all these obstacles, the recruiting of 300,000 men was a success, but your commissioners had to have recourse to a few revolutionary acts necessitated by the resistance made by the aristocrats and moderates, and the endeavor to paralyze their efforts. Nevertheless, I can say to France, without the mission of these commissioners in place of the 300,000 men needed to defend France, you would hardly have had 20,000. Such was the condition of the Republic when the Committee of Public Safety was organized. What has your committee done? It commenced by having from the Executive Council a full statement of the means they had adopted to save the public. But the Executive Council itself was paralyzed. The Minister of War had just been arrested. There was no force in the government. Several of the ministers lacked the confidence of the public. The administrations were nullities, inept and careless. Everywhere were wanting men, arms, clothing, munitions of war, and food. At last, demands came from all sections. Our political relations abroad felt the torpor into which our government had fallen. Your committee felt they must take decided measures. They recognized that at such a critical moment, where all could not be foreseen or united at the center, the power should be disseminated, that commissioners were needed to save the Republic, excite the zeal of the citizens, improvise armies, survey their equipment, and prevent treason. They found that the 170 commissioners sent into the departments depleted the convention too much. They proposed to you the recall of those whose missions were fulfilled, or whose duties were not essentially important. The powers of your commissioners were unlimited, and frequently their purposes and operations crossed each other. The committee thought well to organize a surveillance. They proposed instructions which would definitely determine the power of the representatives of the people. Here the malevolence which pursued all your decrees again sought to check the work of your new commissioners. Everywhere they were held up as disorganizers, maritists, proconsuls, dictators. Nevertheless, this surveillance which you created by the law of the 30th of April last has saved the Republic. It has provisioned the army and the forts. It has given activity even to the generals. Over 3,000 deliberations have been held by these commissioners, not to commit arbitrary acts, but to organize, arm, and equip the armies, which, without their aid, would still be in the most extreme disorder. Since this organization, complaints and demands for food, clothing, and forage have diminished. For the representatives of the people on the spot have neglected nothing to supply really pressing demands. Our enemies have felt this power, and not wishing us to succeed in our defense, have with the word marat sought to stifle the energy of the patriots. Your committee thought also to excite the zeal of the administrators to cooperate for the common defense. When arms were wanting, efforts were made, by letter and instruction, to create or perfect establishments for the manufacture of new and the repair of old guns, to equip fowling pieces with bayonets, and to use superfluous bells for the casting of field pieces. They superintended the manufacture of gunpowder and the casting of bullets, and urged on all to second in every way the representatives of the people in clothing and equipping the armies, and surveying the defense of the seaports, forts, and coasts, and to prepare as far as possible for the formation of corps of cavalry by the employment of the horses used in carriages and for pleasure. Alexander Campbell, born 1788, died in 1866. From about 1825 until the end of his active life, Alexander Campbell was one of the celebrities of the West as an orator, educator, and religious teacher. Crowded audiences attended whenever he spoke, and bulky volumes of his debates with the champions of doctrines other than his own were published. Besides being the organizer of the Disciples of Christ, He was the founder and head of Bethany College, West Virginia, and he delivered many lectures and addresses on topics not involving religious controversy. He was a man of great intellectual force and a most impressive speaker. Born of Scottish ancestry in the county of Antrim, Ireland, September 12, 1788, he came to America in 1809 and began in 1823 the publication of the Christian Baptist, which was merged into the Millennial Harbinger in 1830. He died at Bethany, West Virginia, March 4, 1866. End of section 20. Read by Mike Ferry 252. Austin, Friday, March 1st, 2024.
Section 21 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KerrySL. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Mind the Master Force, by Alexander Campbell. Alexander Campbell, 1788 to 1866. From about 1825 until the end of his active life, Alexander Campbell was one of the celebrities of the West as an orator, educator, and religious teacher. Crowded audiences attended wherever he spoke, and bulky volumes of his debates with the champions of doctrines other than his own were published. Besides being the organizer of the Disciples of Christ, he was the founder and head of Bethany College, West Virginia, and he delivered many lectures and addresses on topics not involving religious controversy. He was a man of great intellectual force and a most impressive speaker. Born of Scottish ancestry in the country of Antrim, Ireland, September 12, 1788, he came to America in 1809 and began in 1823 the publication of the Christian Baptist, which was merged into the Millennial Harbinger in 1830. He died at Bethany, West Virginia, March 4th, 1866. Mind the Master Force, from an address delivered at Miami University in 1844. As there is not one lawless atom in the material universe, so there is not one irresponsible agent in the social system. The order of material nature is, indeed, the outward symbol of the order of spiritual nature, and that is the order of obedient dependence. We shall then enter the holy place of moral obligation by passing leisurely through the outer court of physical obligation. In the material universe, all the inferior masses are under law to the superior. One of the sublime designs of the Creator is that all the central masses of the universe shall not only be the largest masses in their respective systems, but also radiating centers to their systems. Thus, he has constituted the great masses perennial fountains of beneficence to all the subordinate masses that move round them. Our own bright orb, representative of all the sums of creation, is an unwasting fountain of life to its own glorious system. No sooner does he show his radiant face than floods of life teem from his bosom upon some 30 attendant planets, which, in sublime majesty and in expressive silence, ceaseless move around him. Light, heat, life, and joy emanate from him. These are the sensible demonstrations of his bounty to his waiting retinue of worlds. What other emanations of goodness he vouchsafes to those who obey him are yet unknown, and perhaps unknowable to us while confined to this our native planet. In the pure, and more elevated regions of ether, he may perhaps generate and mature the ultimate and more recondite elements of the vital principle, which, combining with our atmosphere, quicken it with all the rudimental principles of animal existence. In the realms of matter, so far as fact, observation, and analogy authenticate any conclusion, the law is universal, that the minors must be subject to the majors, that the inferior masses shall depend upon the superior for all that gives them life and comfort, but that the satellites of all systems and of all ranks requite their sons in some way by receiving from them their beneficence, and thereby maintaining, through their respective gravities, their central positions and perpetual quiescence, while they all move forward in one grand concert around the throne of the Eternal, in awful grandeur, musing his praise, is not to be questioned or doubted by anyone conversant with God's grand system of designs. On these sublime, though simple principles, are suspended the order, beauty, and felicity of the universe. Destroy this, and a scene of disorder, confusion, and destruction would instantly ensue, that would not leave an atom of the universe unscathed. Such is also the order of the intellectual system. One great mind, nature's spiritual and eternal sun, constitutes the mighty center around which their respective orbits, all pure minds, primary or secondary, angelic or human, revolve. In this system, the great minds as certainly govern the inferior, as in material nature, the large masses govern the less. Now, as the power of the mind consists of intelligence, educated mind must as certainly govern uneducated mind, and the more vigorous and talented the less favored, as the great material masses govern the inferior. The beauty, as well as the happiness of the universe, requires inequality. Equal lines, smooth surfaces, and eternal plains have no beauty. We must have hill and dale, mountain and valley, sea and land, suns of all magnitudes, worlds of all sizes, minds of all dimensions, and persons and faces of diverse casts and colors to constitute a beautiful and happy world. We must have sexes, conditions, and circumstances, empires, nations, and families, diversities in person, mind, manners, in order to the communication and reception of happiness. Hence our numerous and various wants are not only incentives to action, but sources of pleasure, both simple and complex, physical, intellectual, and moral. Hence, the foundation and the philosophy of unequal minds, unequal in power, in capacity, and in taste, unequal in intelligence, activity, and energy. The inequalities of mind are numerous and various as the inequalities of matter. One mind sports with worlds, another with atoms. One man perches himself on Mount Chimborazo and communes with the stars. Another delves into the earth in search of hidden treasures and buries himself in mines and minerals. One man moves along with the tardiness of the ox and the drudgery of life. Another ascends in a balloon and soars above the clouds. Here we find a Newton measuring a comet's path, a Franklin stealing fire from heaven, a Columbus in search of a new world, and there a sportsman with his hounds in quest of a fox. One delights in his reveling and song, in righteous living and the giddy dance, another in locking up his golden pelf in an iron chest. Talk we then of minds equally endowed by nature or improved by art? No such minds ever composed any community. Varieties, all manner of varieties, are essential to society. The world needs the rich and the poor, the young and the aged, the learned and the unlearned, the healthy and the infirm, the cheerful and the melancholic. These call forth our energies, open channels for all the social virtues, lay the basis of our various responsibilities, and constitute much of the happiness of this life. They furnish opportunities for communicating and receiving benefits. To serve a society faithfully, whether as a scavenger of Rome or as a king of the French, is an honor to any man. But to serve society in any capacity, promotive of its moral advancement, is the highest style and dignity of man. True, indeed, that in the great category of moral improvement there are numerous departments, and consequently many offices. There are authors, teachers of all schools, ministers of all grades, missionaries of all mercies, ambassadors of all ranks, employed as conservators, redeemers, and benefactors of men. These, in the tendencies and bearings of their respective functions, sweep the largest circles in human affairs. They extend not only to the individual first benefited, not only to those temporarily benefited by him in a long series of generations, but breaking through the confines of time and space, those benefits reach into eternity and spread themselves over fields of blessings, waving with eternal harvests of felicity to multitudes of participants, which the arithmetic of time wholly fails to compute, either in number or in magnitude. The whole vista of time is but the shaft of a grand telescope, through which to see at the proper angle the teeming harvests of eternal blessedness flowing into the bosoms of the great moral benefactors of humankind. To choose a calling of this sort is superlatively incumbent on men of genius. As Wesley said of good music, so say we of good talents. The devil, said the reformer, shall not have all the good tunes. And we add, nor the law, nor politics, nor the stage, all the good talents. If men are held responsible, not only for all of the evil they have done, but also for all of the good they might have done, as undoubtedly they will be, and if they are to be rewarded, not for having genius and talent, but for having used them in accordance with the divine will and the dictates of conscience, then what immense and overwhelming interests are merged in the question? To what calling should men of great parts and of good education devote themselves? Taste, inclination, and talent are altogether and always to be taken into account in a matter of such thrilling interest. But we are speaking of men of genius in general and not a particular class. The historic painter may, like our great West, give us Bible characters and Bible scenes. We may as well have the patriarchal scenes, tabernacle and temple scenes, official personages and festivals upon the walls of our rooms and museums, as the island of Calypso, or the ruins of the Capitol, or the Pantheon, or the panorama of Mexico, Paris, or Waterloo. The poet may sing of Zion and Siloam, of Jerusalem and its king, as well as the wrath of Achilles, the siege of Troy, or the adventures of Aeneas. An orator may as well plead for God as for man, for eternity as for time, for heaven as for earth. He may as well plead for man's salvation as for his political rights and immunities. And the same learning and eloquence that gain for a client a good inheritance or a fair reputation might also have gained for him an unfading crown, an enduring inheritance. It depends upon the taste of the man of genius, of any peculiar kind, to what cause he may supremely devote it. It is his duty, however, to bring it to the best market and to consecrate it to the noblest and most exalted good. But, finally, it is not only incumbent on men of genius that they cultivate their talents to the greatest perfection, and that they select the noblest and most useful calling, but that they also prosecute them with the greatest vigor, and devote themselves to them with the most persevering assiduity. It is not he that enters upon any career or starts in any race, but he that runs well and perseveringly, that gains the plaudits of others or the approval of his own conscience. Life is a great struggle. It is one splendid campaign, a race, a contest for interests, honors, and pleasures of the highest character and of the most enduring importance. Happy the man of genius who cultivates all of his powers, with a reference thereunto, who chooses the most noble calling, and who prosecutes it with all his might. Such a one ultimately secures himself to the admiration of all the great, the wise, the good. Such a one will always enjoy the approbation of his own judgment and conscience, and better still, the approbation of his God and Redeemer. How pleasing to him who has run the glorious race, to survey from the lofty summit of his eternal fame the cumulative results of an active life, developed in the light of eternity. How transporting to contemplate the proximate and the remote, the direct and the indirect beatific fruits of his labors, reflected from the bright countenances of enraptured myriads, beaming with grateful emotion to him as the honored instrument of having inducted them into those paths of righteousness, which led them into the fruition of riches, honors, and pleasures, boundless as the universe and enduring as the ages of eternity. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. England in Repose by George Canning, 1770 to 1827. Canning followed Pitt in protesting against the radical ideas of revolutionary France, but he made a deliberate and often successful attempt to check himself and those he could influence in the tendency to go to the other extreme. He intended that his policies should represent the progress which at any given time is practicable in spite of difficulties created by idealists who insist on too much and reactionists who strive to take away what has already been gained. Outside of England, he is apt to be remembered most gratefully for what he did to force the recognition and the independence of the Spanish-American republics, though in England itself he is chiefly regarded for his work in checking Napoleon. He was born in London, April 11th, 1770. After leaving the university, he entered public life under the patronage of Pitt. Elected to Parliament in 1794, he made the great reputation as an orator which still survives him and is justified by many of his speeches, even now, when the events which inspired them are no longer of living interest. He was Secretary for Foreign Affairs from 1807 to 1809. President of the Board of Control from 1816 to 1820, again Secretary for Foreign Affairs from 1822 to 1827, and Premier in 1827. He died in August 1827, not long after taking his place at the head of the cabinet. The most admired of his orations, that delivered at Plymouth in 1823, owes its reputation and its vitality to the single passage in which England in repose is compared to the fleet of men of war lying off Plymouth, seemingly inert, but representing at that time the greatest condensation of merely physical force in the politics of the world. Another celebrated speech on the affairs of Portugal is now obsolete. Canning believed that parliamentary eloquence ought to represent the conversational rather than the oratorical style, and where he seems to act consciously on his theory, his speeches are often so matter-of-fact that their interest is merely historical. Often, however, he is moved by a strong idea to a forgetfulness of theory, and he then illustrates the strength of his intellect and the power of the genuine orator. He is often witty, and there are times when he comes dangerously near displaying the fatal gift of humor. It has been said of him, indeed, that he was capable of editing a comic paper, or of directing the destinies of the greatest empire of the world. He could write verse with facility, but it is doubtful if he ever seriously attempted to achieve genuine poetry under metrical forms. His most poetical passages are to be found in his orations rather than in his verse. England in Repose, a speech delivered at Plymouth in 1823 on being presented with the freedom of the town. Mr. Mayor and Gentlemen, I accept with thankfulness and with greater satisfaction than I can express this flattering testimony of your good opinion and goodwill. I must add that the value of the gift itself has been greatly enhanced by the manner in which your worthy and honorable recorder has developed the motives which suggested it, and the sentiments which it is intended to convey. Gentlemen, your recorder has said very truly that whoever in this free and enlightened state aims at political eminence and discharges political duties must expect to have his conduct scrutinized, and every action of his public life sifted with no ordinary jealousy and with no sparing criticism, and such may have been my lot as much as that of other public men. But, gentlemen, unmerited obloquy seldom fails of an adequate, though perhaps tardy, compensation. I must think myself, as my honorable friend has said, eminently fortunate, if such compensation as he describes has fallen to me at an earlier period than to many others. If I dare flatter myself, as his partiality has flattered me, that the sentiments that you are kind enough to entertain for me are in unison with those of the country, if, in addition to the justice done me by my friends, I may, as he has assured me, rely upon a candid construction even from political opponents. But, gentlemen, the secret of such a result does not lie deep. It consists only in an honest and undeviating pursuit of what one conscientiously believes to be one's public duty, a pursuit which, steadily continued, will, however detached and separate parts of a man's conduct may be viewed under the influence of partialities or prejudices, obtain for it, when considered as a whole, the approbation of all honest and honorable minds. Any man may occasionally be mistaken as to the means most conducive to the end which he has in view, but if the end be just and praiseworthy, it is by that he will be ultimately judged, either by his contemporaries or by posterity. Gentlemen, the end which I confess I have always had in view, and which appears to me the legitimate object of pursuit to a British statesman, I can describe in one word. The language of modern philosophy is wisely and diffusely benevolent. It professes the perfection of our species and the amelioration of the lot of all mankind. Gentlemen, I hope that my heart beats as high for the general interest of humanity. I hope that I have as friendly a disposition towards other nations of the earth as any one who vaunts his philanthropy most highly. But I am contented to confess that in the conduct of political affairs, the grand object of my contemplation is the interest of England. Not, gentlemen, that the interest of England is an interest which stands isolated and alone. The situation which she holds forbids an exclusive selfishness. Her prosperity must contribute to the prosperity of other nations, and her stability to the safety of the world. But intimately connected as we are with the system of Europe, it does not follow that we are therefore called upon to mix ourselves, on every occasion, with a restless and meddling activity in the concerns of the nations which surround us. It is upon a just balance of conflicting duties and of rival, but sometimes incompatible advantages, that a government must judge when to put forth its strength, and when to husband it for occasions yet to come. Our ultimate object must be the peace of the world. That object may sometimes be best attained by prompt exertions, sometimes by abstinence from interposition in contests which we cannot prevent. It is upon these principles that, as has been most truly observed by my worthy friend, it did not appear to the government of this country to be necessary that Great Britain should mingle in the recent contest between France and Spain. Your worthy recorder has accurately classed the persons who would have driven us into that contest. There were undoubtedly among them those who desired to plunge this country into the difficulties of war, partly from the hope that those difficulties would overwhelm the administration, but it would be most unjust not to admit that there were others who were actuated by nobler principles and more generous feelings, who would have rushed forward at once from the sense of indignation at aggression, and who deemed that no act of injustice could be perpetrated from one end of the universe to the other, but that the sword of Great Britain should leap from its scabbard to avenge it. But as it is the province of law to control the excess even of laudable passions and propensities in individuals, so it is the duty of government to restrain within due bounds the ebullition of national sentiment, and to regulate the course and direction of impulses which it cannot blame. Is there any one among the latter class of persons described by my honorable friend, for to the former I have nothing to say, who continues to doubt whether the government did wisely in declining to obey the precipitate enthusiasm which prevailed at the commencement of the contest in Spain? Is there anybody who does not now think that it was the office of the government to examine more closely all the various bearings of so complicated a question, to consider whether they were called upon to assist a united nation, or to plunge themselves into the internal feuds by which that nation was divided, to aid in repelling a foreign invader, or to take part in a civil war? Is there any man who does not now see what would have been the extent of burdens that would have been cast upon this country? Is there any one who does not acknowledge that under such circumstances the enterprise would have been one to be characterized only by a term borrowed from that part of the Spanish literature with which we are most familiar, quixotic, an enterprise romantic in its origin and thankless in the end? But while we thus control even our feelings by our duty, let it not be said that we cultivate peace either because we fear or because we are unprepared for war. On the contrary, if 8 months ago the government did not hesitate to proclaim that the country was prepared for war, if war should be unfortunately necessary, every month of peace that has since passed has but made us so much the more capable of exertion. The resources created by peace are means of war. In cherishing those resources, we but accumulate those means. Our present repose is no more a proof of inability to act than the state of inertness and inactivity in which I have seen those mighty masses that float in the waters above your town is a proof that they are devoid of strength and incapable of being fitted out for action. You well know, gentlemen, how soon one of those stupendous masses, now reposing on their shadows in perfect stillness, how soon, upon any call of patriotism or of necessity, it would assume the likeness of an animated thing, instinct with life and motion, how soon it would ruffle, as it were, its swelling plumage, how quickly it would put forth all its beauty and its bravery, collect its scattered elements of strength, and awaken its dormant thunder. Such as is one of these magnificent machines when springing from inaction into a display of its might, such is England herself. While apparently passive and motionless, she silently concentrates the power to be put forth on an adequate occasion. But God forbid that that occasion should arise. After a war sustained for nearly a quarter of a century, sometimes single-handed, and with all Europe arranged at times against her or at her side, England needs a period of tranquillity, and may enjoy it without fear of misconstruction. Long may we be enabled, gentlemen, to improve the blessings of our present situation, to cultivate the arts of peace, to give to commerce, now reviving, greater extension and new spheres of employment, and to confirm the prosperity now generally diffused throughout this island. Of the blessings of peace, gentlemen, I trust that this borough, with which I have now the honor and happiness of being associated, will receive an ample share. I trust the time is not far distant when that noble structure of which, as I learn from your recorder, the box with which you have honored me, through his hands, formed a part, that gigantic barrier against the fury of the waves that roll into your harbor, will protect a commercial marine not less considerable in its kind than the warlike marine of which your port has been long so distinguished an asylum, when the town of Plymouth will participate in the commercial prosperity as largely as it has hitherto done in the naval glories of England. End of section 22. Section 23 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Christianity and Oppression, by George Canning. From a speech in Parliament, May 19th, 1826. I have before said that, theoretically true as it may be, that the spirit of slavery is repugnant to the spirit of the British Constitution. Yet this country, blessed though she has been with a free constitution herself, has encouraged in her colonies the practice of slavery, however alien to her own domestic institutions, and this, too, be it remembered, at a time when her councils were guided by men, the acknowledged and boasted friends of liberty. I will not stop to enter into a disquisition whether at the time to which I refer the duties of governments and the rights of man, as man, were as fully understood as in the age in which we have the happiness to live, whether the freedom of England had then attained that moral maturity which it now exhibits. Be that as it may, the simple fact is that this country, notwithstanding her free constitution, did found and maintain, nay, more, did foster and prescribe a system of which not only was slavery an ingredient, but which required an annual influx of the black Stygian stream of slavery for its nutriment and sustentation. But there was another part of the proposition put forth by the honorable member for Weymouth, on the occasion to which the learned civilian had alluded, viz., that the state of slavery is repugnant to the principles of the Christian religion. To this, sir, I objected, not, certainly, meaning thereby to degrade the Christian religion by the imputation that it was tolerant of slavery, but meaning to free this country from the necessity which would result from the adoption of the honorable gentleman's doctrine, the necessity of proceeding, without pause or hesitation, not merely to the immediate modification and gradual abolition of slavery in the colonies, but to its instant and total extirpation. What I meant to deny in the honorable member's proposition was that the Christian religion and slavery could not be in existence together. I said that the reverse is the fact, that they have coexisted from the very dawn of Christianity up to the present day. Neither, therefore, am I forced to admit that it is a principle of the Christian religion to sanction slavery. The course of the Christian religion has always been to adapt itself to the circumstances of the place and time in which it was seeking to make a progress, to accommodate itself to all stations of life, to all varieties of acting or of suffering, restraining the high, exalting the lowly, by precepts applicable to all diversities of situation, and alike contributing to the happiness of man, and providing for his welfare, whether connected with his highest destinies or descending with him to his lowest degradation, whether mounting the throne of the Caesars or comforting the captive in his cell. But while Christianity has thus blessed and improved mankind, its operation has not been direct, precipitate, or violent. It has invaded no existing rights or relations. It has disturbed no established modes of government or law. It has rendered and recommended obedience to temporal power, even where that power was exercised with no light hand, and administered through no mild or uncorrupted institutions. While the doctrines of Christianity were preaching in the streets of Rome, servi cruciantur continued to be the ordinary form of process in the forum, not for the punishment of the slave who had been convicted of a crime, but for extracting evidence from one produced as a witness. Then, sir, it is not true that the Christian religion prescribes the extinction of slavery with unsparing, uncompromising, indiscriminating haste. It is not true that Christianity ordains the extirpation of this great moral evil by other means than those which are consonant with the just spirit of the British Constitution, means of equity and good faith, as well as of well-understood humanity, measures moderate in their character and progressive in their operation. Is there anything, then, sir, in what I have laid down to inculpate the spirit of Christianity or the principles of the British Constitution? If the British government and the British Parliament have, for a long series of years, fostered that system upon which we all now look with abhorrence, what is the fair inference? Is it that we are to continue to foster and cherish it still? No, sir, that is not what I maintain. But I do maintain that we, having all concurred in the guilt of rearing and fostering the evil, are not to turn round upon the planters and say, quote, "You alone shall suffer all the penalty. We determine to get rid of this moral pestilence, which infects our character as much as yours, which we have as much contributed to propagate as you. But you, as spotted lepers, shall be banished from our society and cast to utter ruin to expiate our common crime." End quote. End of section 23. Section 24 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Hate in Politics by George Canning. From a speech on unlawful societies in Ireland, February 15th, 1825. In the next place, are we prepared to say that these and other acts of the Catholic Association have no tendency to excite and inflame animosities? I affirm, without hesitation, that they have directly that tendency, and in support of this affirmation I must beg leave to recur, however solemnly warned against the recurrence, to an expression which I was the first to bring to the notice of the House, but which has been since the subject of repeated animadversion. I mean the adjuration, by the hate you bear to Orangemen, which was used by the Association in its address to the Catholics of Ireland. Various and not unamusing have been the attempts of gentlemen who take the part of the Association to get rid of this most unlucky phrase, or at least to dilute and attenuate its obvious and undeniable meaning. It is said to be unfair to select one insulated expression as indicating the general spirit of the proceedings of any public body. Granted, if the expression had escaped in the heat of debate, if it had been struck out by the collision of argument, if it had been thrown forth in haste, and had been upon reflection recalled, but if the words are found in a document which was prepared with care and considered with deliberation, if it is notorious that they were pointed out as objectionable when they were first proposed by the framers of the address, but were nevertheless upon argument retained, surely we are not only justified in receiving them as an indication at least of the animus of those who used them, but we should be rejecting the best evidence of that animus if we passed over so well weighed a manifestation of it. Were not this felt by honorable gentlemen on the other side to be true, we should not have seen them so anxious to put forced and fanciful constructions on a phrase which is as plain in its meaning as any which the hand of man ever wrote or the eye of man ever saw. The first defense of this phrase was by an honorable member from Ireland, who told us that the words do not convey the same meaning in the Irish language which we in England naturally attach to them. I do not pretend to be conversant with the Irish language, and must therefore leave that apology to stand, for what it may be worth, on the honorable gentleman's erudition and authority. I will not follow every other gentleman who has strained his faculties to explain away this unfortunate expression, but will come at once to my honorable and learned friend, Sir James Mackintosh, the member for Knaresborough, to whom the palm in this contest of ingenuity must be conceded by all his competitors. My honorable friend has expended abundant research and subtlety upon this inquiry, and having resolved the phrase into its elements in the crucible of his philosophical mind, has produced it to us, purified and refined, to a degree that must command the admiration of all who take delight in metaphysical alchemy. My honorable and learned friend began by telling us that, after all, hatred is no bad thing in itself. I hate a Tory, says my honorable friend, and another man hates a cat, but it does not follow that he would hunt down the cat, or I the Tory. Nay, so far from it, hatred, if it be properly managed, is, according to my honorable friend's theory, no bad preface to a rational esteem and affection. It prepares its votaries for a reconciliation of differences, for lying down with their most inveterate enemies, like the leopard and the kid, in the vision of the prophet. This dogma is a little startling, but it is not altogether without precedent. It is borrowed from a character in a play, which is, I dare say, as great a favorite with my learned friend as it is with me. I mean the comedy of The Rivals, in which Mrs. Malaprop, giving a lecture on the subject of marriage to her niece, who is unreasonable enough to talk of liking as a necessary preliminary to such a union, says, quote, "What have you to do with your likings and your preferences, child? Depend upon it, it is safest to begin with a little aversion. I am sure I hated your poor dear uncle like a blackamoor before we were married, and yet you know, my dear, what a good wife I made him." End quote. Such is my learned friend's argument to a hair. But finding that this doctrine did not appear to go down with the house so glibly as he had expected, my honorable and learned friend presently changed his tack, and put forward a theory which, whether for novelty or for beauty, I pronounce to be incomparable, and, in short, as wanting nothing to recommend it but a slight foundation in truth. Quote, "True philosophy," says my honorable friend, "will always contrive to lead men to virtue by the instrumentality of their conflicting vices. The virtues, where more than one exist, may live harmoniously together, but the vices bear mortal antipathy to one another, and therefore furnish to the moral engineer the power by which he can make each keep the other under control." End quote. Admirable! But upon this doctrine, the poor man who has but one single vice must be in a very bad way. No fulcrum, no moral power for effecting his cure, whereas his more fortunate neighbor, who has two or more vices in his composition, is in a fair way of becoming a very virtuous member of society. I wonder how my learned friend would like to have this doctrine introduced into his domestic establishment. For instance, suppose that I discharge a servant because he is addicted to liquor. I could not venture to recommend him to my honorable and learned friend. It might be the poor man's only fault, and therefore clearly incorrigible. But if I had the good fortune to find out that he was also addicted to stealing, might I not, with a safe conscience, send him to my learned friend with a very strong recommendation, saying, quote, "I send you a man whom I know to be a drunkard, but I am happy to assure you he is also a thief. You cannot do better than employ him. You will make his drunkenness counteract his thievery, and no doubt you will bring him out of the conflict a very moral personage." End quote. My honorable and learned friend, however, not content with laying down these new rules of reformation, thought it right to exemplify them in his own person, and like Pope's Longinus, to be, quote, "himself the great sublime he drew," end quote. My learned friend tells us that Dr. Johnson was what he, Dr. Johnson himself, called a good hater, and that among the qualities which he hated most were two which my honorable friend unites in his own person, that of Whig and that of Scotchman. Quote, "So that," says my honorable friend, "if Dr. Johnson were alive and were to meet me at the club of which he was a founder, and of which I am now an unworthy member, he would probably break up the meeting rather than sit it out in such society." End quote. No, sir, not so. My honorable and learned friend forgets his own theory. If he had been only a Whig or only a Scotchman, Dr. Johnson might have treated him as he apprehends. But being both, the great moralist would have said to my honorable friend, quote, "Sir, you are too much of a Whig to be a good Scotchman, and, sir, you are too much of a Scotchman to be a good Whig." End quote. It is no doubt from the collision of these two vices in my learned friend's person that he has become what I, and all who have the happiness of meeting him at the club, find him an entirely faultless character. For my own part, however, I must say that I cannot see any hope of obtaining the great moral victory which my learned friend has anticipated, of winning men to the practice of virtue by adjurations addressed to their peculiar vices. I believe, after all these ratiocinations and refinements, we must come back to the plain truth, which is felt even while it is denied, that the phrase, quote, by the hate you bear to Orangemen, end quote, is an indefensible phrase, that it is, at least, what alone I am contending that it is, incontestable evidence of the allegation that the Catholic Association does excite animosities in Ireland. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Edinburgh Address, Part 1, Thomas Carlyle, 1795 to 1881. On his election as rector of Edinburgh University in 1866, Thomas Carlyle delivered, without notes or apparent preparation, an address on the choice of books. It had no more to do with the subject than, in his characteristic way, he thought necessary, but it gathered force in its progress until its closing passages became worthy of his great intellect. He was perhaps the most eloquent Englishman of the second half of the 19th century. His addresses on heroes were delivered as lectures, but they are really orations in the same sense in which the carefully prepared speeches of Cicero and Demosthenes were orations. Many of his admired essays, though never delivered from a platform, are really oratorical in form and spirit, and it is not unjust nor discreditable to his History of the French Revolution to call it a series of orations which come nearer complying with the classical requirements of oratorical composition than almost any English oration which has been prepared for actual delivery. That in his Edinburgh address, Carlyle, the greatest and most incessant talker of his day, should eulogize silence as better than eloquence and put the silent Phocion above Demosthenes is eminently illustrative of his love of self-contradictory paradox. The address is illustrative of his mind in a much more important respect, for it is phosphorescent with ideas. They do not flash out of obscurity and increase the darkness after them, as it sometimes happens with his ideas. They grow steadily more luminous until the close. There Carlyle is at his simplest and best. If he ever equalled it elsewhere, it is hard to see how he or anyone else could have surpassed it. He was born at Ecclefechan, Dumfriesshire, December 4th, 1795. After receiving a thoroughly Scottish education consummated by his graduation at Edinburgh University, he began his after-education with the study of German literature, which gave his mind its final bent. His style was probably influenced most largely by that of Richter, though Goethe undoubtedly influenced his thought more deeply than he was influenced by any other single writer. He died at Chelsea, London, February 4th, 1881, after a life of almost unparalleled intellectual activity. The Edinburgh Address, delivered to the students of the University of Edinburgh, April 2nd, 1866. Gentlemen, I have accepted the office you have elected me to, and have now the duty to return thanks for the great honour done me. Your enthusiasm towards me, I admit, is very beautiful in itself, however undesirable it may be in regard to the object of it. It is a feeling honourable to all men, and one well known to myself when I was in a position analogous to your own. I can only hope that it may endure to the end. That noble desire to honour those whom you think worthy of honour, and come to be more and more select and discriminate in the choice of the object of it. For I can well understand that you will modify your opinions of me and many things else as you go on. Laughter and cheers. There are now 56 years gone last November since I first entered your city, a boy of not quite 14. 56 years ago, to attend classes here and gain knowledge of all kinds, I know not what, with feelings of wonder and awestruck expectation. And now, after a long, long course, this is what we have come to. Cheers. There is something touching and tragic,
and yet at the same time beautiful, to see the third generation, as it were, of my dear old native land rising up and saying, "Well, you are not altogether an unworthy labourer in the vineyard. You have toiled through a great variety of fortunes, and have had many judges. As the old proverb says, he that builds by the wayside has many masters." We must expect a variety of judges, but the voice of young Scotland, through you, is really of some value to me, and I return you many thanks for it, though I cannot describe my emotions to you, and perhaps they will be much more conceivable if expressed in silence. Cheers. When this office was proposed to me, some of you know that I was not very ambitious to accept it at first. I was taught to believe that there were more or less certain important duties which would lie in my power. This, I confess, was my chief motive in going into it, at least in reconciling the objections felt to such things. For if I can do anything to honour you and my dear old alma mater, why should I not do so? Loud cheers. Well, but on practically looking into the matter, when the office actually came into my hands, I find it grows more and more uncertain and abstruse to me whether there is much real duty that I can do at all. I live 400 miles away from you, in an entirely different state of things, and my weak health, now for many years accumulating upon me, and a total unacquaintance with such subjects as concern your affairs here, all this fills me with apprehension that there is nothing worth the least consideration that I can do on that score. You may, however, depend upon it, that if any such duty does arise in any form, I will use my most faithful endeavour to do whatever is right and proper, according to the best of my judgment. Cheers. In the meanwhile, the duty I have at present, which might be very pleasant, but which is quite the reverse, as you may fancy, is to address some words to you on subjects more or less cognate to the pursuits you are engaged in. In fact, I had meant to throw out some loose observations, loose in point of order, I mean, in such a way as they may occur to me, the truths I have in me about the business you are engaged in, the race you have started on, what kind of race it is you young gentlemen have begun, and what sort of arena you are likely to find in this world. I ought, I believe, according to custom, to have written all that down on paper and had it read out. That would have been much handier for me at the present moment. A laugh. But when I attempted to write, I found that I was not accustomed to writing speeches, and that I did not get on very well. So I flung that away, and resolved to trust to the inspiration of the moment, just to what came uppermost. You will therefore have to accept what is readiest, what comes direct from the heart, and you must just take that in compensation for any good order of arrangement there might have been in it. I will endeavour to say nothing that is not true, as far as I can manage, and that is pretty much all that I can engage for. A laugh. When the 7 free arts on which the old universities were based came to be modified a little, in order to be convenient for, or to promote the wants of, modern society, though perhaps some of them are obsolete enough even yet for some of us, there arose a feeling that mere vocality, mere culture of speech, if that is what comes out of a man, though he may be a great speaker, an eloquent orator, yet there is no real substance there, if that is what was required and aimed at by the man himself, and by the community that set him upon becoming a learned man. Maidservants, I hear people complaining, are getting instructed in the ologies, and so on, and are apparently totally ignorant of brewing, boiling, and baking. Laughter. Above all things, not taught what is necessary to be known, from the highest to the lowest, strict obedience, humility, and correct moral conduct. Oh, it is a dismal chapter, all that, if one went into it. What has been done by rushing after fine speech? I have written down some very fierce things about that, perhaps considerably more emphatic than I would wish them to be now, but they are deeply my conviction. Hear, hear. There is very great necessity, indeed, of getting a little more silent than we are. It seems to me the finest nations of the world, the English and the American, are going all away into wind and tongue. Applause and laughter. but it will appear sufficiently tragical by and by, long after I am away out of it. Silence is the eternal duty of a man. He won't get to any real understanding of what is complex, and what is more than any other, pertinent to his interests, without maintaining silence. Watch the tongue is a very old precept and a most true one. I do not want to discourage any of you from your Demosthenes and your studies of the niceties of language and all that. Believe me, I value that as much as any of you. I consider it a very graceful thing and a proper thing for every human creature to know what the implement which he uses in communicating his thoughts is, and how to make the very utmost of it. I want you to study Demosthenes and to know all his excellencies. At the same time, I must say that speech does not seem to me, on the whole, to have turned to any good account. Why tell me that a man is a fine speaker if it is not the truth that he is speaking? Phocion, who did not speak at all, was a great deal nearer hitting the mark than Demosthenes. Laughter. He used to tell the Athenians, "You can't fight Philip. You have not the slightest chance with him. He is a man who holds his tongue. He has great disciplined armies. He can brag anybody you like in your cities here. And he is going on steadily with an unvarying aim towards his object. And he will infallibly beat any kind of men such as you, going on raging from shore to shore with all that rampant nonsense." Demosthenes said to him one day, "The Athenians will get mad some day and kill you." "Yes," Phocion says, "when they are mad, and you as soon as they get sane again." Laughter. It is also told about him going to Messina on some deputation that the Athenians wanted on some kind of matter of an intricate and contentious nature, that Phocion went with some story in his mouth to speak about. He was a man of few words, no unveracity, and after he had gone on telling the story, a certain time there was one burst of interruption. One man interrupted with something he tried to answer, and then another, and finally the people began bragging and brawling, and no end of debate, till it ended in the want of power in the people to say any more. Phocion drew back altogether, struck dumb, and would not speak another word to any man, and he left it to them to decide in any way they liked. It appears to me there is a kind of eloquence in that which is equal to anything Demosthenes ever said. Take your own way, and let me out altogether. Applause. All these considerations, and manifold more connected with them, innumerable considerations resulting from observation of the world at this moment, have led many people to doubt of the salutary effect of vocal education altogether. I do not mean to say it should be entirely excluded, but I look to something that will take hold of the matter much more closely, and not allow it to slip out of our fingers and remain worse than it was. For if a good speaker, an eloquent speaker, is not speaking the truth, is there a more horrid kind of object in creation? Loud cheers. Of such speech I hear all manner and kind of people say it is excellent, but I care very little about how he said it, provided I understand it, and it be true. Excellent speaker. But what if he is telling me things that are untrue, that are not the facts about it, if he has formed a wrong judgment about it, if he has no judgment in his mind to form a right conclusion in regard to the matter? An excellent speaker of that kind is, as it were, saying, "Ho, every one that wants to be persuaded of the thing that is not true, come hither." Great laughter and applause. I would recommend you to be very chary of that kind of excellent speech. Renewed laughter. Well, all that being the too well-known product of our method of vocal education, the mouth merely operating on the tongue of the pupil and teaching him to wag it in a particular way, laughter. It had made a great many thinking men entertain a very great distrust of this not very salutary way of procedure, and they have longed for some kind of practical way of working out the business. There would be room for a great deal of description about it if I went into it, but I must content myself with saying that the most remarkable piece of reading that you may be recommended to take and try, if you can study, is a book by Goethe, one of his last books, which he wrote when he was an old man, about 70 years of age. I think one of the most beautiful he ever wrote, full of mild wisdom, and which is found to be very touching by those who have eyes to discern and hearts to feel it. It is one of the pieces in Wilhelm Meister's Travels. I read it through many years ago. Of course, I had to read into it very hard when I was translating it. Applause. And it has always dwelt in my mind as about the most remarkable bit of writing that I have known to be executed in these late centuries. I have often said there are 10 pages of that which, if ambition had been my only rule, I would rather have written than have written all the books that have appeared since I came into the world. Cheers. Deep, deep is the meaning of what is said there. They turn on the Christian religion and the religious phenomena of Christian life, altogether sketched out in the most airy, graceful, delicately wise kind of way, so as to keep himself out of the common controversies of the street and of the forum, yet to indicate what was the result of things he had been long meditating upon. Among others, he introduces, in an aerial, flighty kind of way, here and there a touch which grows into a beautiful picture, a scheme of entirely mute education, at least with no more speech than is absolutely necessary for what they have to do. End of section 25. Section 26 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Edinburgh Address, Part 2. Thomas Carlyle. 3 of the wisest men that can be got are met to consider what is the function which transcends all others in importance, to build up the young generation, which shall be free from all that perilous stuff that has been weighing us down and clogging every step, and which is the only thing we can hope to go on with if we would leave the world a little better, and not the worse, for our having been in it, for those who are to follow. The man who was the eldest of the 3 says to Goethe, "You give by nature to the well-formed children you bring into the world a great many precious gifts, and very frequently these are best of all developed by nature herself, with a very slight assistance, where assistance is seen to be wise and profitable, and forbearance very often on the part of the overlooker of the process of education. But there is one thing that no child brings into the world with it, and without which all other things are of no use." Wilhelm, who is there beside him, says, "What is that?" "All who enter the world want it," says the eldest. "Perhaps you yourself." Wilhelm says, "Well, tell me what it is." "It is," says the eldest, "reverence. Ehrfurcht, reverence. Honor done to those who are grander and better than you, without fear, distinct from fear. Ehrfurcht, the soul of all religion that ever has been among men or ever will be." And he goes into practicality. He practically distinguishes the kinds of religion that are in the world, and he makes out 3 reverences. The boys are all trained to go through certain gesticulations, to lay their hands on their breasts and look up to heaven, and they give their 3 reverences. The first and simplest is that of reverence for what is above us. It is the soul of all the pagan religions. There is nothing better in man than that. Then there is reverence for what is around us or about us, reverence for our equals, and to which he attributes an immense power in the culture of man. The third is reverence for what is beneath us, to learn to recognize in pain, sorrow, and contradiction, even in those things, odious as they are to flesh and blood, to learn that there lies in these a priceless blessing. And he defines that as being the soul of the Christian religion, the highest of all religions, a height, as Goethe says, and that is very true even to the letter, as I consider, a height to which the human species was fated and enabled to attain, and from which, having once attained it, it can never retrograde. It cannot descend down below that permanently, Goethe's idea is. Often one thinks it was good to have a faith of that kind, that always, even in the most degraded, sunken, and unbelieving times, he calculates there will be found some few souls who will recognize what that meant, and that the world, having once received it, there is no fear of its retrograding. He goes on then to tell us the way in which they seek to teach boys, in the sciences particularly, whatever the boy is fit for. Wilhelm left his own boy there, expecting they would make him a master of arts or something of that kind, and when he came back for him, he saw a thundering cloud of dust coming over the plain, of which he could make nothing. It turned out to be a tempest of wild horses, managed by young lads who had a turn for hunting with their grooms. His own son was among them, and he found that the breaking of colts was the thing he was most suited for. Laughter. This is what Goethe calls art, which I should not make clear to you by any definition unless it is clear already. A laugh. I would not attempt to define it as music, painting, and poetry, and so on. It is in quite a higher sense than the common one, and in which, I'm afraid, most of our painters, poets, and music men would not pass muster. A laugh. He considers that the highest pitch to which human culture can go, and he watches with great industry how it is to be brought about with men who have a turn for it. Very wise and beautiful it is. It gives one an idea that something greatly better is possible for man in the world. I confess it seems to me it is a shadow of what will come, unless the world is to come to a conclusion that is perfectly frightful, some kind of scheme of education like that, presided over by the wisest and most sacred men that can be got in the world, and watching from a distance, a training in practicality at every turn. No speech in it except that speech that is to be followed by action, for that ought to be the rule as nearly as possible among them. For rarely should men speak at all, unless it is to say that thing that is to be done, and let him go and do his part in it, and to say no more about it. I should say there is nothing in the world you can conceive so difficult, prima facie, as that of getting a set of men gathered together, rough, rude, and ignorant people, gather them together, promise them a shilling a day, rank them up, give them very severe and sharp drill, and by bullying and drill, for the word drill seems as if it meant the treatment that would force them to learn, they learn what it is necessary to learn. And there is the man, a piece of an animated machine, a wonder of wonders to look at. He will go and obey one man, and walk into the cannon's mouth for him, and do anything whatever that is commanded of him by his general officer. And I believe all manner of things in this way could be done if there were anything like the same attention bestowed. Very many things could be regimented and organized into the mute system of education that Goethe evidently adumbrates there. But I believe, when people look into it, it will be found that they will not be very long in trying to make some efforts in that direction, for the saving of human labor and the avoidance of human misery would be uncountable if it were set about and begun even in part. Alas, it is painful to think how very far away it is, any fulfillment of such things. For I need not hide from you, young gentlemen, and that is one of the last things I am going to tell you, that you have got into a very troublous epoch of the world, and I don't think you will find it improve the footing you have, though you have many advantages which we had not. You have careers open to you, by public examinations and so on, which is a thing much to be approved, and which we hope to see perfected more and more. All that was entirely unknown in my time, and you have many things to recognize as advantages. But you will find the ways of the world more anarchical than ever, I think. As far as I have noticed, revolution has come upon us. We've got into the age of revolutions. All kinds of things are coming to be subjected to fire, as it were. Hotter and hotter the wind rises around everything. Curious to say, now in Oxford and other places that used to seem to lie at anchor in the stream of time, regardless of all changes, they are getting into the highest humour of mutation, and all sorts of new ideas are getting afloat. It is evident that whatever is not made of asbestos will have to be burnt in this world. It will not stand the heat it is getting exposed to. And in saying that, it is but saying in other words that we are in an epoch of anarchy. Anarchy plus the constable. Laughter. There is nobody that picks one's pocket without some policeman being ready to take him up. Renewed laughter. But in every other thing he is the son, not of cosmos, but of chaos. He is a disobedient and reckless and altogether a waste kind of object, a commonplace man in these epochs, and the wiser kind of man, the selector of whom I hope you will be part, has more and more a set time to it to look forward, and will require to move with double wisdom, and will find, in short, that the crooked things that he has to pull straight in his own life, or round about, wherever he may be, are manifold, and will task all his strength wherever he may go. But why should I complain of that either? For that is a thing a man is born to in all epochs. He is born to expend every particle of strength that God Almighty has given him in doing the work he finds he is fit for, to stand it out to the last breath of life and do his best. We are called upon to do that, and the reward we all get, which we are perfectly sure of if we have merited it, is that we have got the work done, or at least that we have tried to do the work, for that is a blessing in itself. And I should say there is not very much more reward than that going in this world. If the man gets meat and clothes, what matters it whether he have £10,000 or £10,000,000 or £70 a year? He can get meat and clothes for that, and he will find very little difference intrinsically if he is a wise man. I warmly second the advice of the wisest of men. Don't be ambitious, don't be at all too desirous of success, be loyal and modest. Cut down the proud towering thoughts that you get into you, or see they be pure as well as high. There is a nobler ambition than the gaining of all California would be, or the getting of all the suffrages that are on the planet just now. Loud and prolonged cheers. Finally, gentlemen, I have one advice to give you, which is practically of very great importance, though a very humble one. I have no doubt you will have among you people ardently bent to consider life cheap, for the purpose of getting forward in what they are aiming at of high. And you are to consider throughout, much more than is done at present, that health is a thing to be attended to continually, that you are to regard that as the very highest of all temporal things for you. Applause. There is no kind of achievement you could make in the world that is equal to perfect health. What are nuggets and millions? The French financier said, "Alas, why is there no sleep to be sold?" Sleep was not in the market at any quotation. Laughter and applause. It is a curious thing that I remarked long ago, and have often turned in my head, that the old word for holy in the German language, heilig, also means healthy, and so Heilbronn means holy well or healthy well. We have in the Scotch hail, and I suppose our English word whole, with a W, all of one piece without any hole in it, is the same word. I find that you could not get any better definition of what holy really is than healthy, completely healthy. Mens sana in corpore sano. Applause. A man with his intellect, a clear, plain geometric mirror, brilliantly sensitive of all objects and impressions around it, and imagining all things in their correct proportions, not twisted up into convex or concave and distorting everything so that he cannot see the truth of the matter without endless groping and manipulation. Healthy, clear and free and all round about him. We never can attain that at all. In fact, the operations we have got into are destructive of it. You cannot, if you are going to do any decisive intellectual operation, if you are going to write a book, at least I never could, without getting decidedly made ill by it. And you really must, if it is your business, and you must follow out what you are at, and it sometimes is at the expense of health. Only remember at all times to get back as fast as possible out of it into health, and regard the real equilibrium as the center of things. You should always look at the heilig, which means holy, and holy means healthy. Well, that old etymology, what a lesson it is against certain gloomy, austere, ascetic people that have gone about as if this world were all a dismal prison house. It has indeed got all the ugly things in it that I have been alluding to, but there is an eternal sky over it, and the blessed sunshine, verdure of spring, and rich autumn, and all that in it too. Piety does not mean that a man should make a sour face about things and refuse to enjoy in moderation what his Maker has given. Neither do you find it to have been so with old Knox. If you look into him, you will find a beautiful Scotch humour in him, as well as the grimmest and sternest truth when necessary, and a great deal of laughter. We find really some of the sunniest glimpses of things come out of Knox that I have seen in any man. For instance, in his History of the Reformation, which is a book I hope every one of you will read, a glorious book. On the whole, I would bid you stand up to your work, whatever it may be, and not be afraid of it. Not in sorrows or contradiction to yield, but pushing on towards the goal. And don't suppose that people are hostile to you in the world. You will rarely find anybody designedly doing you ill. You may feel often as if the whole world is obstructing you, more or less. But you will find that to be because the world is travelling in a different way from you and rushing on in its own path. Each man has only an extremely good will to himself, which he has a right to have, and is moving on towards his object. Keep out of literature as a general rule, I should say also. Laughter. If you find many people who are hard and indifferent to you in a world that you consider to be inhospitable and cruel, as often indeed happens to a tender-hearted, stirring young creature, you will also find there are noble hearts who will look kindly on you, and their help will be precious to you beyond price. You will get good and evil as you go on, and have the success that has been appointed to you. I will wind up with a small bit of verse that is from Goethe also, and has often gone through my mind. To me, it has the tone of a modern psalm in it, in some measure. It is sweet and clear. The clearest of sceptical men had not anything like so clear a mind as that man had, freer from cant and misdirected notion of any kind than any man in these ages has been. This is what the poet says. The future hides in it gladness and sorrow, we press still thorough. Naught that abides in it, daunting us onward. And solemn before us, veiled the dark portal, goal of all mortal. Stars silent rest o'er us, graves under us silent. While earnest thou gazest, comes boding of terror, come phantasm and error, perplexes the bravest with doubt and misgiving. But heard are the voices, heard are the sages, the worlds and the ages. Choose well, your choice is brief and yet endless. Here eyes do regard you in eternity's stillness. Here is all fullness. Ye brave to reward you, work and despair not. One last word. Wir heißen euch hoffen. We bid you be of hope. Adieu for this time. End of section 26. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 10th September 2024.